It totally, I mean, they didn't know what to do. It totally freaked them out, and then they ended the meeting. So these issues, have been important. They're not just theoretical issues, so the issue about critical pedagogy then wasn't enough, because I had to think about it within what I call my cultural spaces. And that wasn't only in terms of culture, that was about that our political reality creates a culture in which we struggle. And it also creates a culture in which we survive. And that we have to understand that this was central to our work as educators. To ignore that was absolutely impossible. To look at the politics of language. We often talk about racism, and people don't, historically, we start wherever we're going to start. That racism begins as a linguistic racialization in Rome. It was a language you spoke was the reason why people were oppressed and excluded. And so that continues until this day. The language we speak, or if we speak with an accent or como sea, that has a lot to do about how we're considered to be, whether we're considered to be intelligent or not, or whether we should sit at the same table or not. So for me, the academy has been a difficult place, because putting these ideas, decolonizing ideas, into place has also meant fighting against notions that somehow we as women, or we as Puerto Rican women, people will say, like, we'll do something and they'll say, oh my God, you are so brilliant. The problem is this a kind of backhanded slap there. And I can't tell you how many times, and you want to say, why didn't you tell that other person, that man over there, that he was brilliant? You didn't go up and do that. It's almost like una sorpresa that we can get up and talk, and that we have a voice and we have something to say. So I'm going to stop there.
Okay, so the question of intellectual ideas that emerged for me that I engaged with in this community. I'm sure there's a lot that I could say, but I'll just go with the one that comes first to mind. Is sitting in the old high school in the basement. We have the big meeting, and we need to come back to Michael's text. So I don't know how if that was a sustained thing, or if I just happened to be here at the time when that was happening, but to me as a grad student, switching from the seminar room, reading the very dry and detached academic text about political conditions that lead to uprisings or whatever, and switching to that to reading text by people engaged in uprisings, and in really thinking about how do we change this world for ourselves, and how do we analyze what's happening in this political movement that we're in. I think those conversations were the ones that, it's not that it taught me, it's that it showed me in real life how everyone is theorizing their world, how there's not this distinction between the doers and the theorists, or the people who are living and the people who are theorizing. Everyone is assessing the world around them and trying to develop theories about what the hell is going on. And how can we make it different? How can we make it better? So I think that, with the kind of concept of anthropology, which is my background, which in theory suggests that there are multiple ways of viewing the world, multiple ways of being in the world, ways that we don't necessarily know and understand, but that are not right or wrong, but just rooted in a different reality. It really kind of opened up that question. Of course, then when you bring that back to the academy, you're told that no, that you as a scholar are supposed to theorize what other people are only living, and that their ideas need to be kind of unpacked and made sense as if their understandings were not theories in and of themselves. So I think that for me, and I will say when I declared myself, because it was the Autumn Declaration that I was a community scholar in residence, I did so because I felt like there, still someone who came from not an academic family, for whom the academy is exotic tribe, that I'm trying to understand its culture and its rituals. I went, there are these things called scholars in residence that come and stay at a research institute, or that get kind of access to the library, a community affiliation, and the idea is that they're soaking up knowledge, going to talks, participating in the life of the community, of the academic community, and also enriching themselves through that for the work that they're doing. And so that makes total sense to me here at PRCC. So I want to be a community college resident. I want access to the library. I was hooked up with an apartment close to the PRCC. Where I wrote my dissertation. That dissertation was influenced by cafecitos at Café Colado. It was influenced by going to talks, by being asked to help clean up after the Boricua. All of that went into the work, and it's not for me to say how having me around in those spaces might have enriched the community, but I definitely tried to give back in that space.
The crazy thing when we listen to each other is wonderful, because this is what inspires us and moves us. And I just keep thinking that so much of the work and the contribution of PRCC that I think is important for us to highlight is the manner in which this question of leadership is, how we provide leadership for communities. And often we don't get into that question, but I think it's also part of the scholarship, the decolonizing scholarship that we've been struggling to understand. How do we understand leadership as pedagogical, that it's, rather than this hierarchical thing where we tell people there has to be a way in which there are greater dialogical conversations that are always at work in terms of leadership. There has to be this moral commitment. And I mean, Yari had this moral commitment. How old were you? And Amanda, she was like ready. That was a moral commitment. That was a fire in the belly that so many of our young people have. And what happens in education is that it gets squelched. It gets, they get thrown off unless they have people who are willing to say, no, I'm going to create a place for you as, the Pedro Campos High School does. It creates a container, in a sense, to give a kind of leadership to those students, to give them an understanding that we live in a political world, and they have to know what's going on, and that what's happening in Puerto Rico right now, and all, everything that's happening, it affects us here, whether we're in Los Angeles, Chicago, or Puerto, it affects everyone. And there's this crazy weird in which this culture that we live in tries to pretend that we're some kind of individuals. I don't believe there's such a thing as individuals. I don't. And the reason I don't is that none of us could exist if it weren't for each other, if it weren't for other human beings. We are communal beings. And that is essential to our work, at least for me, it's essential to how we lead. The other issue, that the purposeful aspect, is around how we're fighting for liberation. This question of, in terms of racism, elitism, patriarchy. We talk about patriarchy, and I'm happy as a woman to be sitting here and having this opportunity, but I know it has to move across the organization and across all of our movement work. Las mujeres se tienen que respetar como líderes en su propio sentido. We're going to struggle with that. We talk about resistance as part of the issue. We have to be a culture of resistance, but we have to be more. That's what I want to say. Resistance isn't enough. We have to have a culture of vision. Tenemos que saber dónde queremos ir, porque si no sabemos dónde vamos, then how the hell are we going to truly get there? We have to have some sense. We have to have the flexibility, the fluidity, so it's organic. But we have to have some sense, at the very least, that we want the people in our communities to be healthy, to have an opportunity to be who they want to be. If they want to be artists, they have the place to be artists. If they want to be teachers, they can be teachers. If they want to be in medicine, if they want to be in business, that whatever they do, that we bring an ethical commitment to liberation to our work, no matter what we're doing in relationship to our neighbor.
Antonia, as I listen to your talk, I'm brought back to my initial encounters with your work when I was an undergraduate student majoring in education, and I first encountered your writings on critical pedagogy, on the racialization of language, which inspired so much of my work over the years. And part of what has always struck me about your work is the way that you didn't just seek to reproduce Paulo Freire, you sought to reconceptualize Paulo Freire based on the realities that you were facing, that you were making sense of, and that the communities that you were working with were making sense of. And I appreciated your capacity to reframe, to rethink, and to kind of push ideas in different directions to reach different audiences. And that was the question that I wanted to pose to both of you. So, as we transition a bit, Yari, I know that you have played with different genres in your work, have sought to reach different audiences. Your columns, your documentaries, the Aftershocks of Disaster is a very experimental volume in so many ways in terms of the range of kinds of work that it brings together. And so I wanted to ask you about how you think about what the boundaries are of academic work, of intellectual work, and how genre is part of that, and what audiences you're trying to reach, and how reaching those audiences is part of an ethical commitment, and how you make sense of all of this. And I want to pose that to both of you, but maybe Yadi, you could get us started.
Sure. Well, I have to say that in addition to Jose Lopez, who was one of my dissertation advisors, obviously Michel Rock-Trio was my professor at the University of Chicago and inspired a lot of the work that I do. And he talked about writing for different communities of interest. Rather, to me, that's the concept that I carry, rather than audiences or ages or whatever. Different communities, some who are organized around thinking through sovereignty, and that's beyond Puerto Rico, including Hawaii, Virgin Islands, Guam, right? Some folks who are interested in thinking about racialization, some folks are interested in thinking about neoliberal austerity, etc. And so, and in those communities of interest, there's people at different institutional locations and engaging with those questions in different ways. And so how do you try to empower those communities with tools for thinking? That's, for example, the PR Syllabus project that emerged in conversation with activists in Puerto Rico when the cuts began at the University of Puerto Rico around the question of the debt, and there was a big strike at the university, and from the diaspora I reached out and said, how can we support you in the diaspora? And they said, we're battling these austerity cuts and we don't understand the debts. We need to understand this debt in order to be able to fight with it, right? And so I reached out to my colleague Marisol Lebron and Sarah Munay, and we started to put together what we call critical tools for thinking and organizing, because we felt that the debt was made very obscure, made difficult to understand. And so the first version of the syllabus, when you opened it, it was like a mess of links, and I showed it to one of my students in Puerto Rico, and she's like, oh wow, I'm never going to understand this. And I'm like, oh, that's not what we want. So we want to actually make it feel understandable. So then we thought about how to break it down into chunks, make it more approachable, make sure it had multimedia resources and different ways of engaging with that, because we want people to open the site and be like, I can understand, I can work with the site, I can get there, right? And so, because anyone can. So that's, in terms of the syllabus, that was one approach to that. The time-lapse maps and things that I've played with has been about trying to communicate in a visual language, because sometimes the question of Puerto Rico's non-sovereignty, which is imagined as this unique, aberrant situation, I try to communicate in words and language how it's connected to non-sovereignty across the Caribbean, and sometimes that can be hard to understand, and there's this insistence on Puerto Rico being the last colony, the oldest colony, the only colony, and that's just not true. So I try to make temporal maps and different things so that we can visualize these processes and better understand how Puerto Rico is connected to these larger processes of dispossession and non-sovereignty, and imagining, not just always the mode of communicating, how it might help get to that story. And last, I was just saying that for Aftershocks of Disaster, it emerged at a one-year conference from the anniversary of Hurricane Maria, and in that moment I said, how can we try to commemorate something that's ongoing? This needs to be like, oh, we're marking the year, And I felt that it was just too soon to have a kind of monograph with a beginning and an end of thesis campuses or something like that. And that what really we felt and spoke to the experience was a cacophony of voices, you know, and of pockets of experience. And of engagement in every mode, because I feel like when these hurricanes and then everyone grabs what they have at hand. So the artists, you know, they grab their cameras or, you know, their pencils. The writers grab their laptops, right? Everyone does what they can. So I thought that Aftershocks also helped convey that kind of kaleidoscope of experiences and contributions that have emerged in Puerto Rico after the storm.
So, this is what happens when you get 70, you have to like, for me, se me olvida la cosa. You know, it's like, okay, what was that question? Anyway, forgive me. So, I think it was around the different things. Okay. So the different audiences. So one of the things, and that's why, by the way, I have to say, because you can go on with James when I speak about it. How does he do that? Right? But I think that the question is an important question for us, right? Especially because most parents, you ask them whether the kids want to go to university, right? And most parents will say, yeah, they want them to go to university. And we understand that. But then the question is, what happens to them when they go into the universities, right? And how can we create spaces outside of the university that can nourish and nurture and keep them real? You know, so they don't get lost in the competition and elitism, reproducing those very same attitudes and ways of being that actually are oppressive to our communities. So a lot of my work has been, you know, how can I take this work out? And one of the things that I've been dealing with is I graduated almost 200 doctoral students over the last 30-something years. And, you know, they keep in touch with me and I keep in touch with them. Which is to say that we have a responsibility not just to get them through university. If we take on students, we have a responsibility to make them part of our community, our intellectual community, and it's something that I take on that community for life. And so part of what I've been doing are these alum groups, these groups of students who have studied with me, who want to engage issues, and partly because they're working in institutions and they're struggling and they don't have a place to be able to talk about, you know, what's going on. So part of what I'm doing is building these dialogue groups where we can continue, but part of the responsibility is that they have to start groups, either with their students or with their colleagues, you know, whomever, I don't care who, they have to have a group going where they're talking about real issues that are happening in life. So for me, that contextual question has to be a lived question as well. You know, one example that I learned so much, and I think this is an important thing that often, you know, there's a sense like, you know, we're dispersing. I feel like I would not be able to even sit here and talk about any of this stuff if it weren't for all of the students and all the people and all the communities in this country, in different parts of the world that I've had the opportunity to be in dialogue with. And one of the most memorable, I was talking to Edwin about this a few days ago. You know, I was asked to go into the Danville men's prison, and they were having a prison education program. And so they said, well, what book do you want them to read? I said, I wanted to read Pedagogy of the Oppressed. And so I said, okay, I get to choose phenomenal. You know? And so I came, and these 100 men are sitting there, you know, and we start. And I tell you, I learned more from them and the experience about what the power of dialogue is. Because they were there, they were smart, they were sharp, they asked questions, they didn't complain about the language. Interesting that when you're oppressed, you don't complain about pedagogy of the oppressed language. It's a very interesting experience, right? right? But, you know, being in those contexts, so very, very different contexts. In South Africa, I was in these groups with workers and community people in townships, living in like just, you know, hard conditions, and going into, you know, to talk with them. And then at some moment, you know, they start talking in their dialect, right? And so I just, you know, I'm standing, I'm just kind of being okay with it. And then the host comes over and says, oh, I'm sorry. And I said, you're apologizing because the host started talking in dialect. And I was like, no, are you kidding? I don't have to understand. They're going to stay here. I'm going home in 2 weeks. You know, it's like really positioning ourselves honestly and truly, not as authorities, but being there to be in solidarity. So this work that we do, whether we do use the media, when I was at UIUC, I did a film that actually was an award-winning film. It was crazy. I never would have thought. 20-minute documentary on the pervasiveness of oppression on the university. And it was done with students, and it was done with community members. And that's where we found out that the Klan was active in Urbana. You know, they were burning crosses in Urbana, and most people living there didn't even know that that was a reality, that had happened, that there used to be a Pan-Hellenic, you know, a group that was actually run by Klan members. You know, and without that information, without that history, we can't understand why some of the tensions on the campus around racism continue to exist. We have to understand our history. So the context going out of universities and understanding that any context we're in, where people are there, we are learning, curious human beings. We have to have faith that, you know, people have knowledge and wisdom. Children, little children have wisdom to impart to us. All we have to do is be willing to be with them. Esa es la diferencia, the willingness to be with each other, to relate to each other, and to love each other, and believe in each other. I don't know anything more powerful than that for creating community and creating a struggle that can really take us towards a vision of a new world, a world where we can truly be free.
I want to make sure that we have time for questions from the audience. You know, I have one more question if there are no questions from the audience, but I assume there are questions from the audience, so I want to leave as much time as possible, and I can make my way around with the microphone. So yeah, if anyone wants to get us started with questions, so that I don't talk too much.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to comment also on like another lesson for me learned from this community was about the diaspora. Antonia said I grew up here. I was born in Puerto Rico. I left Puerto Rico when I was 5 and lived in Kansas. I was a Kansas Rican. Then I lived in Arizona, and then I went back to Puerto Rico. But it was really in Chicago that I discovered, you know, what diaspora means, and that's such an important gift that I was given that now serves me in my role at Centro in New York. But I think a lot of people growing up in Puerto Rico, there's a lack of knowledge. I'm working on that, but you know, there's a lack of knowledge of the history of the diaspora, of what it means to live here, and what connection to Puerto Rico means. And so being here helped me understand that this is not about like 2 different worlds, but really like an archipelago that spreads beyond the Caribbean, and that we have all these little islands of ways of being Puerto Rican. And I don't know how to explain it to people outside of this place, but like there's a way of being in Puerto Rico when you're here, you know, that I don't even feel in New York. I think because in New York, Puerto Ricans were very displaced across all the different neighborhoods and boroughs. We've been pushed in every direction, and there's no kind of central homeland, you know, in New York. And here there's a kind of homeland, and I have to say that was part of the overwhelm that I felt when I sat here and see the flags, and you know, to know that you have this space that you can come to when you need it is just so powerful. And so in New York, I don't feel like I have any place like that, you know. And so it was always such an important site for me as a grad student. I would do my weekly pilgrimages, and it you know, just connects you and the importance not just of community but really of place, which are not the exact same thing, because we do have a community in New York, but we don't have a place. And so I think that that's just also really powerful.
So I'm curious whether anyone has questions for our speakers.
We can go on. Don't let us.
I'm telling you, I got more questions.
Okay, guys, I'll go first. No, it's, I was a trustee of the University of Illinois system, and as a trustee, the only reason I learned about the Ku Klux Klan on campus was because someone from the community, a couple, people from different communities let me know about it. And not only that, but sent me literature that was being planted in the library books. The only reason I was able to expunge the records of the students in 1992 who protested against racism and were arrested by the police was because somebody told me. So how do you see the faculty getting those messages to the trustees who are the ones in charge with, among other things, with giving educational direction, to the institution in the big sense? Because I had to work overtime, stay up until 11:30 at night, doing my own intelligence, fact-finding. How did my comments, I made these comments as a trustee. Did you ever hear about it? So how do you, in your experience, what ideas do you have for that? Because I think that's important. Otherwise, we can't get people to serve on boards and help democratize the institution and help the institution develop policies that are based on experiences that are genuine and authentic.
So one of the biggest problems I feel in terms of the institution is it's actually set up not for communication. It's set up to silence. It's set up very hierarchically, so it's very, very difficult. But, the faculty themselves are really not that active. And one of my frustrations when I came to UIUC is that there's people teaching Marxism, there's people teaching Latino studies, and there's people teaching, courses that you would think would be more leftist in orientation, or at least progressive, for heaven's sakes. But ask them to come out to join students when they were protesting was impossible. I mean, it was like they didn't have time. It was almost like it was an annoyance to them. And it was, to me, it was an abandonment of their duty as people who are writing and using the histories of people who struggled for them to get tenure and to write their books and all of this, but not be involved in communities. And so the issue continues. So there has to be some way of changing the communication that goes on, and there were efforts to reach trustees when I was there, years ago. There were efforts, and there was very, very little response, to the point that then the students and the few faculty, those of us that participated, were left to have to protest. Then we got demonized for protesting, right? Somehow that we were being disruptive. So I think that there's a real question here about whether these institutions are, in fact, made for democracy, because I would argue they're not. And part of our struggle then is how do we create counter-hegemonic or democratic pockets or spaces for us to have the kinds of conversations that are necessary, that are often so squelched within classrooms or within the different meetings that go on within these institutions.
I'm sitting here trying to think what to say about Kiwi, very aware that I'm on the mic. So I'll just say that part of why I love being a Kiwi is because I say that it's like La Yuki and New York. So with all the like good and bad, so it has like the best students, the students I want to be, in dialogue with and mentoring and supporting. But it has all, it has the kind of, like, so, you meet the best alumni, like the people who the community that they like to celebrate it very much as like a side of upward mobility, but you do meet like amazing people that were able to like springboard into, becoming the leaders of the Latino community, of different ethnic communities in New York. But it's also incredibly weighed down by bureaucracy. The professors are working under very tough, conditions of austerity in both PPR and ACUNY. And at times, a lot of dreams, about how we could rebuild or how we could like transform ethnic studies and these different things. I feel like it's hard to implement them at times, and it can be discouraging to see, for example, Centro emerge 50 years ago also, through community struggle as part of a larger ecosystem of Puerto Rican studies departments that are now either gone or severely underfunded. So it's, and there are moments like after the death of George Floyd and these different moments where you hear a lot of institutional commitment, but then, you don't see the transformations in the way that one would want. Off the live stream, I can say more.
I think we have time for maybe one or two more questions. If anyone else has anything they'd like to ask, sure.
I have a question that I guess specifically I'd like to ask Dr. Bonilla, but really both of you just about kind of inter-community solidarities that either can happen, are happening, or obviously are blocked in certain ways. But I guess I'm particularly interested too because Dr. Bonilla, you did work in the French Caribbean, and so figuring out, what those intra-Caribbean community spaces might look like, and how those things are happening, or whether or not happening, what are the things that might be blocking these different kinds of solidarities, I guess.
Well, part of what has always blocked Caribbean solidarity has been an issue of language and of imperial divides. And so for me, when I was doing my research in Guadeloupe, it was interesting that the activists and scholars there, when I would come, would want to talk about the research I was doing about them, but they wouldn't want to hear about Puerto Rico. They wouldn't want to hear about themselves. We know. And I think but that doesn't mean they didn't think it was good that I was studying them. They thought, but what I was giving to them wasn't really knowledge about themselves. They felt that what I was giving them was a kind of not legitimacy, but like validating their work as something worth writing about for an outside audience, and to say, oh, so a student from this university in the United States is writing about this labor union in this little island. Like that was useful to them, less what I was giving back to them. And so I don't know to what extent, how to reckon with the fact that scholarship was about them and less for them than it was for my communities. I think that they felt okay with that. They're like, hey, you're doing that work, and so the way that I could give back to them wasn't through the scholarship, but rather something that would translate things to them, something that would help them connect with, activists in other Spanish-speaking contexts, because I'm trying to translate Portuguese, and I'm like, I don't want to do that. But so I think to try to bridge those linguistic divides, and to try to think about all that we share politically, economically, culturally, and how to also be in solidarity. Being in solidarity requires also understanding the difference between your struggles. And so sometimes they would say to me, you think that because you come from Puerto Rico, you understand this, and a U.S. passport is not the same as a European passport, and like there's differences, right? So I think also, being in solidarity also means honoring like your lack of understanding and your differences.
I want to say that the question you raised is actually a very revolutionary question. It is an absolutely necessary question for us to engage. And one of the difficulties that we have is that we get caught in our differences and forget that revolutionary struggle requires our recognition of the commonalities of our humanity, particularly around oppressed communities. So I can be, here, I can be working with Chicano communities, Puerto Rican communities, Native American communities, other working class communities. I can go to South Africa and work in the townships. I can go to Australia and work with Aboriginals. I've been in New Zealand working with Maoris. And where we come together, because I think this is a really important question, is our struggle to decolonize. And why is that struggle, why does it unite us? Because we see a common recognition of oppression and its impact on our children and its impact on our communities. And then we begin to understand that we need to think about the solutions different, because if we think about the solutions in the same way that created the solutions, we're going to end up in the same mess, right? And so there's an understanding that we need a different way. So there's a sense of how do we understand that knowledge is multidimensional? How do we understand the contextual and fluid nature of it? How do we understand the multifacetedness of truth? For example, how do we focus on human liberation together and understand that, yes, we're fighting for our communities, but it's not just about our communities. This is a struggle for our humanity around the world. The majority of people around the world are oppressed. That's the reality. We're part of that larger struggle. And so I love the question, because we have to always come back to your question. How do we build this revolutionary recognition that we are struggling in the same way that so many other people are struggling? So thank you for that.
Unfortunately, we actually have to wrap it up. I want to thank Antonia. How am I going to stop?
When I look around the room, I get to go down, this is the part where you get the attention. I love it. We're going to have our voice. I'm looking around the room, and I'm 70. I don't want to call you out, but there's a number of people that are more than 70, and there's folks that are getting close to there. And so I've been thinking a lot about the issue of elderhood. What does it mean to be an elder in revolutionary communities? We have if it weren't for them, vamos al carajo. Seriously, because they're still, they're like, wait a minute, what about this? And they see the contradictions, whereas some people become so domesticated, right, in the course of growing old, it's a Bonilla, and they remind us, like, what about this? And so I just want to say that we need to think about this more. Those of us we have to move out of the way. I retired. Why I retired? Because there needs to be a younger person there, and I need to figure out what is my role now, a meaningful role for us. Let's go back to cultura. La cultura donde teníamos un lugar, in indigenous communities, like yayas, the grandmothers, especially the grandmothers, by the way. They had an important role. We have an important role in terms of supporting the struggle, but we cannot think that it's the same role that we played when we were 20 years old, or 30 years old, or 40 years old, or 50 years old. We got to move over, we got to support people, and we got to create opportunities for more leadership, more communal leadership to arise and to take on the struggle.
I want to ask you all in joining me to thank Antonia and Yarimar once again for sharing so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Laura Johnson, and then we'll move on to our next session as well.
Well, this was a nice segue because we're going to honor some elders. But I just want to thank you so much for your words, Antonia. Your conversations with you this weekend. I'm the one that's going to get weepy now. And just Yadi and I lived in the same building when she was community scholar. I was on second floor, and I just finished my dissertation and was a new professor. And then I was also involved in a lot of the Clemente research with Nilda. I mean, it's just. And Marisa, there's so many people here that have been part of all of the projects that you're talking about and the work you're talking about and the struggle, right? The deep struggle that you're talking about. So I'm so inspired. And we want to there'll be a number of acknowledgements throughout the day. So this will be the first of them, but we want to take a moment to acknowledge one of our invited guests. We have a number of invited guests. Puerto Rican patriot, Oscar Lopez Rivera, who's here with us. We're so excited. Yes, he was a founding, I'm just have it all. It's getting up here with yes. He was a founding member of the school, which became Dr. Pedro Campos High School. And he really continues to inspire and animate their work and that of the Paseo Boricua community. He was an integral leader in organizing work to establish and develop local educational institutions and initiatives like Clemente High School, where we're here now, and programs at UIC and Northeastern Illinois University to support Latino students. And most everything I know about the history of grassroots organizing and movements in the community, I learned from discussions with him over the many years of visiting him at USP Terre Haute with my daughter. And I learned most of my Puerto Rican history from Jose on car rides to demonstrations in DC. So we wanted to take a moment for him to come up here and briefly say just a few words about, and do you have the moving microphone? Yes. About his experience in starting the school. And I have a few questions for him. So it'll be a little bit of a question. All right.
It's on.
This is yours. All right. So Oscar, I just want to ask you a little bit. So to tell us a little about what your goals were in starting the school all that time ago, and then how you've seen it come to fruition now in Paseo Boricua.
It is very interesting.
Is that?
And
Is it working off? Okay. Is it working? Oh, no, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're doing good. This was a community, a very, very, very difficult community. This was a place where Puerto Ricans, especially Puerto Rican youth, were being mistreated. This is a community that had, okay, thank you, my daughter. It helps. So when we decided, or when it was decided to start dealing with issues that were very, very crucial to the Puerto Rican community, I can jump into something that is this particular building. There is a high school a little bit north of here, which used to be Tule High School. My brother and I studied at Tule High School. But there came a moment when Tooele High School was very ineffective. It was not a school that was really built for all the students that were here. And we thought that if we would fight against the Board of Education, if we would fight against the person who was in charge of making it possible for us to have a new school, it would have been wonderful. It took us 4 years of fighting before we got this school here. And not only was it terrible for us, because we didn't want the school right here. We wanted the school in Humboldt Park. We thought that was the perfect place for young people to go and study. We got stuck. We got stuck by a politician who had a lot of money. He had an idea for his future. So he bought a bunch of space here. This used to be down there, used to be a place, a garage, where they used to fix buses for the CTA. So this gives you an idea how difficult the whole thing is when we were trying to struggle and change things in this community, making this community a community that was very oriented towards education. We didn't have it. And when we got to school here, we had the worst principal in the whole city of Chicago, probably. They gave us a principal from an elementary school, not far from here, but the most incompetent person that I have ever heard as a person who was supposed to be teaching here. This woman came here and she said, well, this is what we're going to do. Puerto Rican young people, they like sports. So one of the things we're going to have sports here. We're going to have ROTC here. Now, that was this person thinking for us. Then she said, well, for the young woman, we're going to have a particular program that is going to be, like a place where they could probably learn something, but they were not telling them this students who can go to the university. She never mentioned that. And then, for years and years and years, that woman remained here, I think. But we were chased by the police because we still wanted the school to be a real school. And as long as we had the principal here, the school was not going to be a good school. And finally, I think it took about 20 years before the woman was taken out of here and the school became a better school. So it is a better school, anyway. the other thing was, when we were trying to get kids from the streets, we had a problem. We had a serious problem. Probably about 73% of the Puerto Rican students were deserters from school. And somehow we found some information about how many Puerto Ricans were high school dropouts or elementary school dropouts. Not only they didn't even get probably to high school. So we decided that we were going to do something about that, and we did. And I'm very proud of my brother Jose, who helped a great deal to make a dream possible. We definitely worked hard at trying to get teachers, trying to get a space, trying to get a school, trying to get a lot of things. The first place that we started was a church. And it was a Presbyterian church, but the pastor was Puerto Rican. Yep. And we said, well, let's go talk to him. We talked to him. He said, okay, you can use the basement. And it was probably a little bit of a good place. I wasn't satisfied with it, but I wanted something better. But we had to settle for that. Anyway, this school, that small school, we had to go into the universities. We had to talk to the professors to give us at least 3 hours a week to give some education to the students. We had to go, a Catholic church, by the way, they offer us that they would give us the recognition. The school could allow the students to use the name of the school because we didn't have a certificate. The certification of the school was not yet done. And so this is like the first semester. But I want to bring one individual here that he's no longer with us. His name was damn.
That's what I'm talking about.
Jim Blau. His name was Jim Blau. Oh, good. So anyway, Jim Blau, the first day that he came to the school with the students, he decided to take students way out into the river, way out there, you know, the river that goes from way north to the south. I even forget the name of the river. That's how bad the situation was. Anyway, he took a group of students, and what he wanted to do with the students was to teach them how the earth is built, how the layers are there, how they can see and look at the layers and see how beautiful that piece of land, and the river too, because the river was there. Anyway, it was real beautiful. When he took those students to that place, he came back around 5, 6 o'clock in the evening, and he had those students, these are dropouts, he had them wrapped around his fingers. And it was such an experience, such a beautiful moment. I will never forget that when I saw all those kids who were dropouts, who had already little needles marked on their veins. When I saw them alive, so strong, so full of energy, I said, wow, this is beautiful. And it was beautiful for about six months, because one day the principal came after we had done all the work and we had students in there and they were doing good. Once the owner of the building and the pastor of the building, they said, those Puerto Ricans are bad. We have problems with those young Puerto Ricans. And by the way, they were not bad. They were disciplined, they were good, they were doing real good in school. The only person that I found to be a little bit of a problem, and he wasn't in the school, it was the son of the minister. Because we caught him smoking weed behind the school. So these are the things that we lived through, but it was a good experience. It was a wonderful experience because right there, he told us that we could not have the students in the school. So then we have to go after school. And there was a building very close. It had been a fire in the building, and the owner of the building was a Jewish person. And we had a lawyer with us who was also very effective. He helped us a great deal with the education of the students. To build a school, he helped us a great deal. And we discovered that the building was for sale, and the lawyer went, and since he was Jewish and the owner was Jewish, he gave us the building for $5,600. Wow. And we were very happy with it. We did everything. We were told, a Puerto Rican had a little construction industry, and he came and he said, hey, Oscar, if you give me $23,000, I'll fix the building. And we had raised about $25,000. So now we were we were into that building. We cleaned it. As a matter of fact, we would take one of those wheelbarrow, and we would have, because the top floor, the third floor, had been burned, the floor. So we would take one of those wheelbarrow and carry them right on this piece of wood. But we definitely did the work. And it was, once it took us about probably 6 weeks, 7 weeks, and we had that building immaculate, beautiful. Now there was a Puerto Rican lady who was a sheriff. And she went around the whole community telling the people in the community not to allow for the school to get a certificate. And all of a sudden, everybody went against us. Now we had the building, we had the school, but we couldn't use the building. So we ended up right on the, well, I cannot see it from here, but there's a church, you know, like probably about half a mile from here. And that church, we went to talk to the main person in that church, and he told us, yes, I will allow you to use the school, but you gotta raise $1,200 a month. So every month, for every month, we had to come up with $1,200, but we did. And one of the best things that I can talk to you about was about an individual student who, he was a university student already, and we had gone to the universities and we had told the students at the university, hey listen, you will have to help us because we help to open up the doors of the university, so you will be the tutors for the young people. And it was really nice. And then every month we have to do something. We have to wash cars, we have to do this, do that, but every month we'll come up with the $1,200. And the school lasted until 1975. In 1975, Walgreens had a building and Walgreens wanted to sell the building, so we bought the building from Walgreens. And we built a school there. That school was so beautiful when we finished it that we were extremely proud of the school. And that school was completely, I mean, I'm talking about a real school. And something happens always. We had the school, we had the students, we had the name of the school, we had everything. And I wasn't here any longer. I had been pushed out. I'm going to use from 1975 until 1983. I'm going to bring this in real fast because something happened in 1983. In 1983, the FBI came into that building, took everything that was inside, all the computers, everything that was inside the school that they thought that they could take, and they thought that they were going to close the school. And it just happened because we had a terrorist school. It was a terrorist school. I guarantee every single person here that there was not a single student there who had been exposed to any activity that was considered terrorist. But you see, it was me who they were after at that particular moment. So it just happened. You know, they just thought that they could close the school, but the school was not closed. And then the next step that I'd like to bring in here about the school not being closed, and in 1985, they the school usually the school system in the state of Illinois, they have competitions with school, and it just happened that that school went to the competition, and that school was nominated the best alternative school in the state of Illinois. So,
these are the stories that I've listened to for hours and hours, right, and learning about the history of this community and your integral role and all the youth. And I also want to say there are many graduates from Albizu Campos here today. They're now leaders of programs in the community, and we're very proud of that. I want to give you this gift too. Here. Yeah. It includes some beautiful things from El Mercado, as well as the book that I'm about to talk about. And we're so grateful that you can be here. And I also want to acknowledge that other Puerto Rican patriots and political prisoners, Ricardo Jimenez and Edwin Cortez, are here. The folks who were here yesterday at at day one, we're able to see, hear from them and their work in the areas of health and housing. And I think it's really important that, very emotional for me that we have you here to be with us to celebrate this moment. So thank you very much, Oscar. Yes. And we have gift baskets for Antonia and Yarimar too. So we're very excited about that.
Yes, I have a problem climbing up the stairs. Thank you. Yeah, yes, I will. Yes, okay.
All right. I'm trying to make up some time. We're a little behind, but not too much behind. So we also wanted to take the time to announce the publication of a book about the life and work of Irma Romero, a Mexican woman who was the embodiment of the notion of communities as intellectual space. She was deeply involved in the community and a tireless activist on various social, educational, economic, and cultural issues, and especially championed the freedom of the Puerto Rican political prisoners. And her daughter, Xochitl Ramirez, is here, who is also a graduate of Dr. Pedro Campos High School and the director of the Centro Infantil Consuelo Licor Head. And we also have a gift for her, but I want to just read something from the book that, so there are all sorts of interviews here. And this interview is so important because it was an interview between Clarissa Lopez, the daughter of Oscar Lopez Rivera, and Clarissa's here. Over here, we're so happy that she's here with us, and Xochitl, the daughter of Irma Romero. And so the quote is, Irma Cabrero Romero, la mexicana más puertorriqueña que ustedes han conocido. So that I think is really important. So Xochitl, we'd like you to come up here and acknowledge you, and we have a gift for you too. Thank you so much. And the book is on sale here. So it's a beautiful book. And Alejandro Luis Molina was very integral also in the design of this book and putting it together. And so we're happy to be able to premiere it at this event. And yes, thank you. We have a few other thank yous before we go to our next panel, and we want to thank Nelly's Puerto Rican Restaurant, who did a lot of the catering and has been very important in our community here. Also, there were restaurants that we were able to sample food at restaurants yesterday, those who were here for day one: La Bruquena, Papas Caché Sabroso, Janelli's Kitchen, Chucharia's Tropical Cook. Oh, you have to go there. The desserts at Chucharia's. And these are also, some of these places are products of the economic development work on Paseo Boricua in El Mercado to take small businesses and ideas, small business owners, and create brick and mortar businesses. Also, Esmeralda's Lounge was involved in those activities last night. And Roberto Clemente High School, who their staff has been great in helping us set up. There's a live feed here, so for people who couldn't attend, we're able to live stream this. And so thank you for Roberto Clemente High School, and also the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, our co-sponsor, but their staff have worked tirelessly to do a lot of the logistical work that, Jonathan and I, this would not happen without the staff here. And then the various programs that people from various programs yesterday did workshops. And so we had workshops on health, education, business and economic development, and arts and culture. And so, we want to really thank those programs and our presenters who were able to be involved. And then also Matt McKenna, who is doing the filming today and also filmed also yesterday, and Elle, who's helping Matt McKenna. We're very, very happy that they can be here. And then also I want to just thank again the Spencer Foundation for the funding of this event. I also want to acknowledge we have some other gifts there's some invited guests and former principals, current principals of Dr. Pedro Campos, and so we'd like to acknowledge them. We have Dr. Melissa Claudio Lewis is here with us. I have the problem of not being able to see up close, but then, and then also Lourdes Lugo Lopez is here. And we're so happy to have Lourdes here with us. And then Marvin should be here later, but he's not here. I don't think he's here right now. At least I can't see. So Marvin Garcia who was a principal and is the current executive director. I'm going to hand it over to Jonathan now to introduce our next panel. Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to move on to our next session, which is building sustainable communities of resistance. So I'm going to call up our next set of panelists, who I'll ask to join us up on stage here. Some will be using the podium here in order to show images on the screen. Oh, one more thank you, David Flores. I want to thank for designing the logo and flyers for this event as well. So lots of work goes into this. The speakers for our next session are Dr. Michael Rodríguez-Muñiz, who is Associate Professor of Sociology at the University of California-Berkeley. He is the co-PI of the PRCC's Digitizing the Barrio Archive project and is currently researching the afterlives of political repression and anti-colonial activism in Puerto Rican Chicago. He is a member of the PRCC's Board of Directors and has worked closely with the organization for over 2 decades. Angelica Hernandez is the archivist for the Puerto Rican Cultural Center's Digitizing the Barrio Archive project. She received her master's in Library and Information Science with a certificate in Archives and Cultural Heritage Resources and Services from Dominican University in 2022. Hernandez is deeply passionate about community engagement, equitable access to information, and participatory archival practices. Dr. Cristina Pacione-Zayas is an Illinois State Senator in the 20th Legislative District. Cristina has spent 20 years in the field of education, building programs and practice focused on restorative justice, family engagement, and culturally responsive pedagogy in community-based organizations in Chicago public schools. The past 10 years have been focused on policy and advocacy to increase access, improve quality, and ensure equity in early childhood care and education at the Latino Policy Forum and Erickson Institute. In 2019, she was appointed to the Illinois State Board of Education, and in 2020, the Illinois Senate. Juan M. Calderon has served as the Chief Operating Officer since 2012, and previously served as Director of Public Health Initiatives of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center since 2007. Juan has worked to create models and programs that address affordable housing, homelessness, economic development, and health disparities. He has organized and led successful efforts to enhance awareness, tolerance, and acceptance of the human rights of people living with HIV and AIDS, as well as others under the LGBTQ umbrella. Mr. Calderon is an activist and a community leader who advises local legislators. He is passionately active in policy efforts in the Chicago City Council and the Illinois General Assembly. Mr. Calderon led advocacy efforts to establish SB 1833 cultural designated districts to create Puerto Rico Town. Please join me in welcoming our next group of panelists. And our first speaker is Michael and Angelica.
1 second, Mike. Need a minute.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I want to keep it far away. Before we begin, it's a pleasure to be able to co-present with Angelica, our fellow co-presenter, Margaret Power, unfortunately for COVID precautions, isn't able to join us today. But I did want to begin by just thanking Jonathan and Laura for the incredible work to make this happen. I think this deserves like a round of applause from all of us. I also want to thank much appreciated. Do we need the mic for recording?
That is a math question.
Yeah, okay. I also want to thank Professors Darder and Bonilla for grounding us, inspiring us, and also clarifying the political and ethical stakes that are involved. So today we're really grateful for this opportunity to share with you about one of the newer projects of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. Yeah, there's a lot of feedback maybe on this side of the room.
We're going to give you another mic.
Okay. So we'll take this as a little break test between.
Yes.
Right. So some of you that were on the tour yesterday were able to see the space, but we're going to be talking today about this new project, Digitizing the Barrio. It's an ambitious project, but it's also one that's very much a work in progress. We think of it as what critical archivists think of as both a kind of slow and also urgent archive. And so we're going to talk about the origins of the archive and kind of like where we see the project going, connected to that issue of sustainability, which is the theme for today's panel. So a lot has already been said about the history of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, so we're not going to spend a lot of time on it, but obviously there's 50 years of history of community building, of resistance, of anti-colonial work, of building alternatives and parallel institutions, programs and projects that folks that were on the tour yesterday were able to see, and you can also see in the packet. And so here we are, you know, around the 50th anniversary of Pedro Campos, but also the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. But one of the urgencies with the project that we're talking to you today is the fact that there's been a loss of a lot of history, a lot of memory, a lot of experiences. So it's, I think, quite powerful that the book dedicated to Irma Romera is out, because a lot of the folks maybe have come to the PRCC since her passing never met Irma, never had an opportunity to see her at a protest, to learn about her experiences. And so we have all these recollections of people about Irma, but we don't have Irma's voice. Irma's story wasn't sort of, to my knowledge, was never recorded, right? And so a lot of elders, activists, folks in solidarity are no longer with us, and we never recorded them. We don't have their voices. So that's like an important sort of motivation for this project. In addition, in those 50 years, a lot of materials have been lost. You know, when we started thinking about this project, Jose spoke to us about basements that were flooded with documents, letters, correspondence, all kinds of things that no longer exist as a result of, you know, floods or fires or people accidentally throwing them out, moving from building to building. And of course, this takes place in a context of gentrification, right? So we've seen in the community over the last several decades, murals that were important to the community's history, you know, demolished, buildings that are no longer there, all of those things impacting the community's history. And so again, another reason why there's an urgency for not only the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, for the community at large to invest in preserving its history. In case you're wondering, the little stars where the archive is currently located. So before we get into the actual project itself, it's also important to know that the PRCC and its collaborators, both scholars and community archivists, have tried on various occasions to preserve some of this history. So in this occasion here, you know, one example that we have is work that Margaret Powers did to collaborate with her classroom at the Illinois Institute of Technology in 2012 and 2013. And so the idea was to digitize, document, and distribute, drawing on materials that you can see in one of the slides if you're able to see. I apologize that this is not the best setup for everyone to see the presentation. And so the goal of that project, that Margaret, who's also part of this project, was an attempt to organize the collection and ultimately digitize and distribute it online for the general public, the community, and beyond. But as we talked to Margaret about those experiences, she talked about the challenges that project entailed. So they developed a plan that some of you can see here, but she said it ultimately didn't really work out because none of the students in the class that she was working with were from the community or had much knowledge about the community. They were only invested in preserving and doing this project as part of a class, not as a longer-term commitment to preserving the history. They tended to be more interested in the technical aspects of it rather than the political, historical aspects of preserving. And so as we were beginning to think of the project that initially became the Puerto Rican Chicago Archive Project in 2018, is to begin thinking about, okay, how might we develop a project that actually, we can carry it to fruition, that we can actually develop it, unlike the various other projects, important projects in the past, but that haven't really taken ground. So immediately when we started having conversations with Jose, other members of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center board, there was a lot of excitement. We were able, fortunately, to get resources from Northwestern, where I was employed at the time, resources from DePaul, thanks to Jacqueline Lassou, Professor Jacqueline Lassou, as well as a collaboration with NYU's Gallatin Center's Urban Democracy Lab, which placed a graduate student with us. And we don't have a lot of time, but I did want to acknowledge the first kind of generation of that project, which were individuals, Kate Phillipson, Eduardo Arrocho, who's here, I believe, Elijah Ruiz, Jamila Lassou, Melissa Cintron, and Selena Martinez, which were the kind of first cohort. And essentially that first moment was us going from basement to basement, attics, collecting materials that had just been sitting, collecting dust, and recovering those materials and bringing them to a centralized location and slowly beginning to inventory those materials. One major question that we had, because there's a lot of materials and we didn't have on site an archivist, right? We were kind of learning as we went, is should we just reach out to Northwestern or to DePaul or UIC and say, we're going to give you these materials, you can go ahead and archive them and make them part of a university collection. And some of the universities said, we're willing to do that work. We have the expertise, we have all of the stuff, the technical supports that you need. And we had a discussion about that, and we said, no, we're not going to do that, because what we want to do is, even if it's slow, even if it takes time, even if it's more difficult, we want to build the archive from the ground up. And that's what we've been doing. Obviously, the pandemic, kind of slowed down our progress, but that was the motivation. We wanted something to be grounded in the community, community-led, community-based, and that we would build, that capacity going forward. This is the end of my portion, and now that was the first phase of our work, and now we've entered the second phase, which Angelica is going to discuss.
Hi, everyone. And now, so phase 2 comes digitizing the Barrio. This summer, the PRCC was awarded a $340,000 grant from the Council on Library and Information Research, which was made possible by funding from the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. So this grant is also a part of CLEAR's Digitizing Hidden Special Collections and Archives, Amplifying Unheard Voices program, which seeks to deepen public understanding of the histories and experiences of communities who have insufficiently been recognized. And of course, it's important to recognize that Michael played a part in the grant writing, also Margaret Power, and Peterson Kemp, and Alejandro Molina, who are all members of the PRCC's board. So yes, thank you for that. And through this grant, I was also able to come on as the full-time archivist for the project.
We're very excited about
And now we'll talk about the current and future goals of the archive. So the 3 collections we'll be prioritizing include the Boricua collection, Programs and Projects collection, and Political and Human Rights Movements collection. Over the course of the next 3 years, we plan on building a digital repository and digitizing those 3 collections, creating an advisory board comprised of both community members and scholars, and creating curriculums so that students can engage with and learn from the primary documents housed here. As we move forward, the Archive's mission is to fuel sustainable engagement with the community by inviting them to be co-curators and co-creators of the Archive. This process must first acknowledge that traditional archives and archival frameworks are instruments of power that uphold colonial ideals and reinforce their own interests. This often means that archivists are the primary record creators that are solely responsible for how they're arranged and described. As physical spaces, archives cement their power by enforcing silence and surveillance. But they are social constructs that should be questioned and can be reshaped with community partners. Defining these instruments of power means prioritizing the emotions, stories, cultural values, and political ideologies of the community. Part of the necessary work includes sharing skills, tools, and techniques to help activate the next generation of community archivists. Together, we hope to share responsibility, collectively envision outcomes, and have open discussions that challenge archives as we know them. While we have a lot of work to do, we aim to build a versatile and multi-use space that can be transformed for whatever the community needs. The PRCC Archive has the potential to not only be a site of reflection, but of action, where the past can be the foundation for current and future activism. As we look to the future, we envision programming to include personal archiving workshops, where community members can learn basic concepts and have access to digitization technology to help manage and preserve their own collections. One of the Archive's primary objectives is to counteract the silences in archival records regarding the Puerto Rican community here in Chicago. We would provide instruction on interview techniques and equipment, and then these oral histories can be made available to the archive so the community can learn from it and honor. As mentioned, educational programming including curriculums, class projects, community service opportunities would help strengthen our relationship with Albizu Campos and Clemente High School and help students learn about the history of their community. Through these programs, the Archive hopes to put the PRCC's principles of self-determination, self-actualization, and self-reliance into practice. By providing this space, skills, and tools, we hope that the community will use the Archive as an active site of decolonial history making, rather than solely for preservation. Our purpose is to establish an archive that inspires activism and mobilization, as well as a place where radical possibilities can be rooted in history and take shape. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael and Angelica. I'll ask you to join your fellow panelists on stage. And next up, we have Dr. Cristina Pacione-Zayas.
Good morning, everyone. Wow, this is amazing. There's so many familiar faces from all over the planet. I'm really excited and grateful to be in this space. I'm going to just share a few stories and reflections. You know, I feel like involved in this work since birth. You know, I come from two community organizers who met in Logan Square at the Logan Square Boys and Girls Club, and very much deeply connected to the movement of community building and community transformation led by folks who are indigenous to our community. And I think what's really important about these type of symposia is that it memorializes and it iterates community as the locus of knowledge versus that master narrative that you must leave the community in order to thrive. But as many of these presentations and discussions from yesterday and from today kind of lift up is that narrative, that master narrative, is a function of what I call the three-headed monster. And that three-headed monster is white supremacy, capitalism, and patriarchy. That's why spaces that are cultivated right here in the heart of the Puerto Rican community is truly an exercise of self-determination, of unlearning, and transformation at the individual, the interpersonal, the institutional, and the structural levels. And so in this, kind of exercise of community building and transformation and self-determination, I want to just share a few stories about unpacking the lessons, the functions, the vision of community, and particularly how I've come up and come through them and expect to continue to pass them on. So as I mentioned with my parents, growing up in the context of the Boys and Girls Club and community organizing, I learned very young that community is family. I'm an only child, but I never felt alone. We had hundreds of people coming in and out of our house. I was dropped off and picked up at the Logan Square Boys and Girls Club from school. And I think one of the most transformational moments in my early years is when I was 7 years old. My mom just suddenly became physically disabled. She was paralyzed from the neck down at first and then from the waist down, and to this day we still don't even know how that happened. It just kind of came out of nowhere. But I think, some people will say, oh my God, it has to be traumatic, and yes, it was definitely a shift for our family, but I think the moment that is burned in my memory is, when that happened in 1986, the community came together and did probably, a boleta, right? We now call them, crowdfunding, right? And raised $50,000 for my family. And what that demonstrated to me is that the same community my family poured right back into us. And it told us that we're not alone, we have a web of support, and we're gonna be okay, right? And so that then leads to, that was a teachable moment for me, right? Community is teacher, your first teacher. This is where you find so many lessons that happen. This is what was essentially coming up in that space and spending a lot of time here, and of course, all the organic lessons you get from Jose. It led me to then start to really study and unpack what happened right here at Roberto Clemente Community Academy in the late 80s and early 90s. And many of you all are familiar with the amazing work that was very cutting edge from an educational standpoint, but very threatening to that three-headed monster. So much so that, a whole investigation was undertaken, grand jury investigation, the hearings that the General Assembly had put together for basically accusing the community leaders that had been involved with trying to transform the school from within through a democratic process such as the local school council, because that was a new policy that was created that had these site-based management teams that essentially identified problems, started to come up with the solutions, and then carry out the steps to actually implement it so we can change the outcomes that Oscar was talking about, pushing our students out, about dumbing them down, about making them subtract their identity and their language in order to succeed in schools. And so that was all criminalized, that was all dragged through the media through this smear campaign, but it became the subject of my dissertation. I was very interested in helping to restory that narrative. And I have to say, it could not have been done without people in this room. Everyone from Oscar, we were pen pals. He filled in so much in terms of the history that I couldn't locate and that had not been written before. Many individuals here served as the informants that I did very deep interviews with, Yarimar being one of them. And what was so interesting is that in the process, and Antonia was on my dissertation committee, and fearlessly defended. It was so interesting because in the academy they're like, oh, you have to anonymize everybody, and you can't. And community was so proud of what was done during that period, insisted on their names being front and center. Because that's another way that it erases what we do, right? And so that's a lesson there. And it was such an amazing experience, and it took me a long time to get that dissertation done. Antonia knows how many edits and all the internal fighting between all the academic heads. But the point is, it's now a part of our history, right? And it's not something that one single person did. It was truly a collective because it is a commemoration and a love letter to our community. The other piece I want to lift up that also happened right here in this school is the emergence on a more public and bigger level of the community as a campus initiative. This was something that I know Jose told me, this is back in the 70s, this was the view, the whole community was going to be a campus of learning, right? But then the Chicago Public Schools decided to create these community action councils. And we already were together because we had the plan, we had the vision. Now the Community Action Council was just going to be one of the vehicles in which we were able to do that work. And that work has been led by Marvin. I still don't see Marvin here. I feel like I'm being like Jose calling him out. And many of our educational leaders who are a part of the work of trying to connect Clemente and Pedro and Campos to the feeder schools, to the social service and arts-based organizations, because again, community is a teacher. We don't have to leave our community in order to thrive. And then it brings me to, I actually got to work in Clemente through the Culture of Calm initiative. Another real interesting story with the Chicago Public Schools and I don't know, we got 1,000 CEOs that have come through the system. But this was one of their pet projects, and the idea was you would invest in schools that historically had challenges with attendance, with behavior, with academic outcomes, and they wanted to have like an individual coordinator that would help assist with, changing that tide, right? Well, I got hired into that position. Again, they didn't know what they were doing. And what did I do? I connected with community and made sure that everything that we did that was previously criminalized and undermined, we brought right back into this institution. And that's why, you saw changes in terms of perception. You saw changes in terms of how students felt seen and validated and like they belonged in this space, and therefore connected to community. This is where community can be healing. That's the other piece. And I think the last story is really about community being that connection, that representation of the collective, from our ancestors all the way through our descendants. And so now, in the work that I'm doing in the Senate, right before I got into the Senate, we had been working, I was co-chairing the Puerto Rican agenda with Jesse Fuentes, and we had been working on this concept of creating these state-designated cultural districts. Again, another idea that emerged right from this community. And the idea there was to equip communities with tools to be able to anchor itself, recognize the historic and unique contributions, but a tool to basically counteract and eradicate gentrification. but using culture as the fuel to do that. And not necessarily culture so much in the ornate and kind of superficial, but really anchoring and redefining culture as an economic driver of progress that is organic and endemic within the community. So, Bill was introduced before I got there, didn't kind of go too far, but as soon as I got there, that was one of the first bills I introduced, and we worked it. During the pandemic, we were told, oh, you're not gonna be able to do many bills. You're not gonna be able to do this because we're in a pandemic. And I said, no. In fact, we need to do more because we're in a pandemic. But the work would not have been done. I just call myself the quarterback, right? You know, the community was coaching me. I had all of the components, and it was really just about me getting over to the field goal. So we worked on that. We were able to get that through, signed by the governor, and now this is a tool for all communities across Illinois. This isn't just for us, but this is about codifying the concept of care, the concept of community, and how we need tools to be able to transform those structures and systems, but to come from the ground up instead of top down. So that's really what this work I see as a child of this community, having gone through all my little developmental phases here, and I still probably got some more. But that is truly, I think, the magic of this work, and it has certainly been just a thrill and a pleasure and delight to be a part of it.
Thank you, Cristina. Our final speaker in this session is Juan Calderon.
Buenos dias, good morning everyone. Just to share a little bit about myself. So, my father, viene de Loyola, Puerto Rico. My great-grandmother settled in Lakeview on Clifton and Diversity, and we were gentrified as a working-class family to Humboldt Park, Logan Square. We were literally at the edge, in between Kedzie and Wabansia. And I was raised there for many years, and went to our child care center at 2 years old with my twin brother, and eventually graduated from alternative high school, of which Jose became a very big mentor of mine. And at age 21, I think that we all had that, as a gay man, we all had that thought about relocating to New York to be able to achieve progress. And I was challenged at that time by one of someone who became like a parent to me and a mentor, Jose, to stay in this community and to continue to build our public health program. So in 2007, I started at Vida Sida, and Vida Sida had, as one of our public health initiatives programs, had been denied funding to continue to provide prevention services, to be able to work with what we call now this maroon society that we have here, right? And working with the most marginalized population that we have in this community, which was the LGBTQ youth that were experiencing largely homelessness at that time, homophobia and transphobia, and working with individuals with substance abuse and etc. So from that, we've been evolving. Vida Sida at that point, under my leadership, we initiated a pageant, and we became, and through that pageant, we began to work more closely with our demographics. We began to expand our work over the years to be more targeted with violence, with preventative services for substance abuse and narcotics. And we initiated more prevention programming that was able to reach those that were injection drug users that were arriving from Puerto Rico in given times over the last period of 10 years. And there were multiple articles, but specifically target and work with this marginalized group in this community that did not have any other space. And so with that, over the year, we opened and created through the efforts of then State Representative Cynthia Soto and State Representative Maria Antonia who's on our board, and a group of us, we led the effort of opening El Rescate to address the homelessness problem of our community. And over the years, as I've grown, and se me cae el pelo, and my hair's turning white, my hair's thinning, we've been evolving and growing our program. I think that in growing these specific programs that serve marginalized individuals to stay in this community as we are confronting gentrification and displacement, largely family and relatives of mine that have not been able to recover, from substance abuse or from joining a gang or from being able to look and see the future that they have, and people that live my age, my high school, people I graduated with in high school at Pedro Campos, but before that I went to Steinmetz. I mean, I think that these are the people that we work with in public health. And so I share that to share that that's my comienzo, right? Being invested, being involved in public health, expanding into looking at different models that will work with our gente, in this community. And so through that, I wanted Matt to play the video of where we're at now, so that you guys can learn you guys can see from when I started in 2007 to the number of programs and services that we currently have.
I want to extend to all of you a warm welcome to this virtual celebration of our 100 by 35 open house of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. We celebrate the founding of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center and the birthday of our namesake, Juan Antonio Correger, the national poet of Puerto Rico. Today,
the mission of Dr. Pedro Campos is to really provide a quality educational experience from the classroom to the community, primarily servicing people that are from this community that have either dropped out or been pushed out of CPS. Students are engaged in project-based learning that really drives to build competency and skills that will benefit our students long after graduation. In our science curriculum, young people are learning how to grow lettuce, grow tomatoes, grow peppers, grow a range of foods that are really beneficial to a family dynamic when you're thinking of how do we grow and eat healthy. And our greenhouse is one example of how we're actualizing that for young people and their families.
At La Bodega del Barrio, we are tied directly with our HIV program, Vida Sida, and we provide people who are living with HIV with food assistance. In addition to that, we are providing the community that is in need of food assistance with food vouchers. We've done collaborations with El Mercado del Pueblo as well as La Municipal, so the community could be empowered and purchase the food that they're used to eating and know how to eat.
Vida Sida is one of the oldest programs of the Puerto Rican Culture Center. It emerges in 1988 when the situation of AIDS was at its worst. We were not getting any kind of support from the city or from the state. So therefore, the Puerto Rican Culture Center took it upon itself to make sure that our community was safe and was giving proper services. Today, Vida Sida is one of the premier agencies of Chicago that provides prevention and linkage to care services to serve the LGBT community and in particular the transgender community.
Care Chicago was mainly founded under the basis that we had to spearhead the visibility in the health equity for trans folks.
Chicago offers testing for HIV. We offer testing for syphilis, chlamydia, gonorrhea, hepatitis C. Usually we do the linkage to care for like HIV medication or for PrEP.
We also have mental wellness, name-changing, legal name-changing for the transgender women of color that are transitioning, as well as referrals for hormonal HRT treatment.
Here we offer HIV testing and STI testing, non-medical case management, as well as services to help people make payments for their light, gas, and their water bills. Case management is a service that helps people gain access to services that they might not know how to navigate, such as ADAP, which is a service that helps pay for medication for people living with HIV, assistance to SNAP benefits, to transportation cards, or simply maybe connecting with a medical provider and finding a way to communicate and access those services. So in a way, it's really a way to help that person get the services they need so they can be empowered and eventually be self-sufficient so their life can continue to improve.
El Rescate is the only LGBTQ transitional living program in the Midwest, and I think we are the second in the United States. No one was addressing LGBTQ homelessness, and we dared. But what we had in mind to create was a community solution to a citywide problem. We have an opportunity to offer the youth enormous amount of assistance. We want them to feel that they're being heard. We see them.
Are reminded of the importance of the three principles which have framed our work: the principle of self-determination, self-actualization, and self-reliance of the Puerto Rican people.
Morelike is a physical activity program, and we host physical activity at the Puerto Rican Culture Center and at two different parts of the Chicago Park District, Humboldt Park as well as Pacione Park. Movement is any type of movement that you are able to do within your fitness level. Physical activity and proper nutrition should be the number one prescription for preventing illnesses as well as managing illnesses.
We collect the narratives and the issues that we as a Puerto Rican nation confront, and we codify into our work that can speak to what is our interest. We have to create those spaces where we can tell our story and demand our right for self-determination and to keep our collective memory alive.
Here at the Youth Employment Center, we seek to provide first-time job experience for youth ages 16 to 24. Part of that entails case management services, so we work with our youth to identify their needs and help them build action plans to address those needs. We also offer a work readiness class in which we teach our youth work readiness skills.
We provide business advising in all the areas of the business, in marketing, accounting, finance, banking, applications for a loan, PPP applications and the EIDL applications. We need to attract more businesses to this area. And one of the strategies to make that real is Agua Mercado del Pueblo. We have there almost 17 small business vendors, specifically startups. And one of the goals of that program is help them grow at some point that in the future they can open a storefront, for example.
The Community as a Campus initiative targets schools in our community to make them the best they can be, where students don't have to leave the community to get a good education. So the idea is really to support all the schools, elementary schools that feed into the neighborhood high school, also engaging the agencies in our community to provide the wraparound support to move and live a better quality of life within our community.
We've been working on Safe Passage for the last 7 years. It is an initiative that was created through CPS to make sure that the kids have a safe route to and from school. Our team really have been first responders. They've been out and about since the pandemic started, making sure that the community has access to PPEs, to sanitizer, to information about how to keep safe during this pandemic. We are 100% dedicated not only to the programs and the people that we serve, but we are dedicated to the community as a whole.
El Centro San Francisco es un programa que existe desde 1980 en la comunidad puertorriqueña. Damos servicios a familias con niños de 6 semanas hasta 5 años. Es un programa bilingüe donde los niños aprenden de su cultura y mantienen su idioma, y los maestros les facilitan con las actividades que se planifican. Un programa de calidad y centro infantil lo es.
The Puerto Rican Cultural Center historically has been providing mental health support for the LGBT community, transgender and heterosexual population in the Humboldt Park area. We've been consistent, we've been expanding mental health services, and that's what we are seeking here, to empower the clients.
The main purpose of these programs are to identify individuals in the community that are at higher risk of acquiring HIV.
Participants that I deal with on a close note are either HIV positive and living with HIV or at risk for HIV, and my job is to intervene, assess, and make sure that they are adequately educated and tested so that therefore they have the tools when they go out to the public not to get into risky behavior.
La Casita is an important space where the community can discover and interact with history and with culture, and those are important things that the community has made very strong efforts to preserve.
Have embarked on our journey through a practice of informed by an old and ancient vision in this continent of the Maroon societies, of communities of resistance. And that means that all of our work has to be seen as the creation of parallel institutions where a decolonizing practice literally frames all of our work.
So as we share, as we talk about parallel institutions and you guys see all of the different services and programs that we offer, I want to be able to share how do we build sustainability at this time. And I think that we're looking at different, we've been historically disinvested from corporations and foundations. And I think that now, with the language of equity across the state of the Midwest, there's an interest in wanting to fund what we have, the program, the patias that we have, the collective work that we've been able to develop, following the three principles of self-determination, self-actualization, and self-reliance. And so for sustainability of this work, and through our latest effort of Puerto Rico Town, we are visualizing a corridor, a cultural corridor, we're visualizing a health corridor, we're looking at the beautification of this corridor, because all of our programs, if you look between Western and California, they're not on one building like traditionally all nonprofits are. We're siloed, and they all have their own, they create their own space to propia cultura, and they become an institution in our community. So I share that to share that we're exploring at this time different models of continuing to evolve some of the work that we're doing, from moving from just providing services to direct impact to our community, to nuestra gente. And one of the things that we recently were awarded from the Chicago Community Trust was $900,000 to build infrastructure to create, to address housing and to begin to expand our housing portfolio. Through the work that our mentors have been able to realize, because it started with the granito de patria, that we purchased the building just a couple of blocks down for $2,000, and that's what has evolved in us being able to build equity and being able to have resources to be able to continue to acquire We started with the model of El Rescate, which is what I originally started to share of transitional housing. And now as we explore, we're exploring cooperativas, we're exploring, there's been work in this community that has been done in home ownership, but we have to think about native Chicagoans being able to afford living in this community, and we have to think about the repopulation of our gente into this community. And through that, we're looking at models of home ownership and building generational wealth, and so on and so forth. So I wanted to share that as one of the angles that we're looking at as an income generator, generational wealth generator for nuestra gente, which is home ownership at this time, alongside the corridor, as a sustainable model that we are going to continue to explore and redefine and embed in our programs. Gracias.
So we have some time for questions for the panelists, so I'll make my way around, but if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. Can I get one of the
Just a really quick question about the archives. Is part of it also including like archiving like daily activities, more everyday life, and like what's the process of doing that? Is that in community ways to do it? Yeah, so just I think one of the most violent things about gentrification is the erasure of like our everyday just sitting outside, hanging out in the stoop, and what part of this project also includes that archiving everyday life here in Home Park.
Hi. So yes, we are, I'm sorry, I don't think the slideshow covered that, but we do envision that including the advisory board and then other kind of smaller groups that we would involve in the day-to-day. And then, of course, the digitizing of the materials, we need help with that. The metadata, which is how these documents will be described in a digital repository, we also need help from the community, and we're relying on the community for those willing to help us build that knowledge. We want to create a digital repository that can be edited. It's not going to be, it's what it says and that's what it is. It's going to incorporate stories and it can be amended, and hopefully over the course of 3 years we can do that.
So this is a question for Mr. Calderon. You talked about home ownership and projects to try to ensure that wealth stays here. What can people that are Puerto Rican but now live in Humboldt Park, how can we help?
I think that your advocacy would be valuable. Is any recommendations of people that I'll share this story. I met with a corporation and I asked them for something as simple as mileage for the work that we are doing in advocacy in Washington, D.C., and how expensive it is as we're building a policy team. And the first thing that they asked was board membership. And that was a challenge, right? Because our missions don't align. And as we are thinking about building community, we can learn from other nonprofits that are completely run by a corporate board, which is Casa Central. And the disinvestment that we've seen in them selling their assets at profit margins to balance their books. So I share that with you is because our goal is to be able to acquire as much land at this point to put it into the hands of our Puerto Rican families that settled in Chicago. So when I think about repopulation, I think about how we welcome you into Puerto Rico town and your family as a first step. And then I think as a second step, how do I get your social network to invest and your social network, because I think at this point we have to think about for whom are we creating development, and we have to be very intentional at this point. And that's something that I tell, and I advocate for in Springfield. For whom are we building these buildings for? And we have trusted organizations already. We are again certified at the state. We are certified. We are approved to do business with the federal government. We're approved to do business with the city of Chicago. It's now, how do we begin to advocate for more resources to be invested into this community? Because historically, there's been a large disinvestment. And how do we posit that, and how do we get other different social networks from other areas, scholars, and to look at this community to help us to visualize Barrio and to expand our work in housing. So that would be my two recommendations. Thank you.
Michael and Angelica, thank you so much for this amazing work you're doing. I'm curious, where are the documents that you do have being stored, and what precautions are you able to take to ensure that they stay safe?
The Archivist handle that.
Yes, so we are envisioning that the documents will stay, of course, in the community, in the building that we have. They'll be in archival boxes and archival folders. We're doing, as much as we can to protect those records, but we also want to make sure that they are accessible, that they're not somewhere hidden away, that we're all, experiencing the fruits of all of those labors that happen, and we want people to have them in their hands and be able to build off of them.
So it's more of a comment than a question, classic. About the archive, I wanted to say, the way you guys presented it, like, do we take it to a university? No, we build it from the ground up. I just want to point out that that's the vanguard, right? Like, that's how we need to be thinking about archives now. And I've running Central, I've been learning a lot about, historical preservation and archives, and how do we decolonize the archive? And part of that is this post-custodial model, right? So moving away from there's only certain people that are qualified and able to preserve the past, right? So just to commend you, and also say, full support of Central, which you already have, and for us to learn from the I think very pioneering work that this archive is going to be for thinking about decolonial archives broadly speaking. And I wanted to say, just every time I see again everything, in the video, everything that PRCC is now, and it keeps growing, and every time I feel like there's a new initiative, and coming from New York, it's just like, there's often such a conversation in Puerto Rico about the diaspora being los New Yorkers, and I think those Chicago Ricans have not been fully assimilated, how the kind of community that is created here can be a model also for, Puerto Ricans broadly speaking.
I just wanted to, thank you, Yarimar. I just wanted to say that, Central has been an important resource as we were, from the time we started in 2018. I know particularly Alejandro Bonilla has been in conversation with the folks at Central. Also just want to acknowledge that Yarimar was, despite being incredibly busy, we also have Video Paseo here. They also wrote letters in support of the grant. So definitely their letters, I'm sure, had an impact on us receiving that. So we're looking forward to future and ongoing collaboration with the Centro, with the Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture. This is an open project for us. There's a lot of learning, growing. We want to sort of make those connections and expand with the community. There's so many folks that have already invested in personal art and archive projects in the community. How might we be able to link those together as we build? But thank you so much.
Yeah, I wanted to recently, or not that recent, I saw a documentary called Happy. I don't know if any of you all have seen it. It's documented, it doesn't even Happy. And the most interesting thing to me is that so this researcher goes out when he goes around the world, he tries to figure out like what are the ingredients of people being happy. And I'm sitting here and actually, the things you're talking about were the ingredients of being happy. I mean, the sense of community that Tina was talking about. The interesting pieces, where people's histories are recognized and people feel like they're really part of the community, right? And then another really important piece was cooperative housing. So when that's what made me think about it, like cooperativa. I believe that it is a model that we have to somehow figure out how to harness and move, because it is an incredible model for working class people who want to, it actually makes us, it brings a happiness to live in community. And it pushes against the individualistic narrative of private ownership, and it begins to really ask us to be community right from the beginning in our homes. And I think there's a way that economically we can make that work, because you get 3 or 4 families that could work together and begin, and I mean they can buy something together and figure out a way of living. One of the things that was found in the documentary is that people loved it. Like once they got there, a woman who was a single mom, she said, for the first time I get time to hang out with my kids because we share the cooking. Cositas así. I mean, there's so much possibility here that I get really excited to hear about this. Gracias.
I just had a question for all of you. I think that one thing that we don't often get to see with the work of the Puerto Rico Cultural Center is how much we're actually engaged all the time with Puerto Rico on the island and how much our work is connected. We think about Paseo Boricua all the time, and we do work here, and we're here all the time. But I think to me, one of the most inspiring things of all the work that you all do, because I get to hear like little snippets, and I was talking with Michael a couple days ago about how to connect archival work with Puerto Rico, ideas about that. And it might be, still in the beginning stages, but I was wondering if you all could touch on that, because I think in this moment, I've been thinking a lot about, Hurricane Fiona and the work of how we connect what we're doing here to Puerto Rico, and it's already happening. I think that it's important to realize that when we're talking about this community and decolonial praxis, we're always connecting to the island, and that's, I think, one of our strong suits. So I was wondering if you all could touch a little bit. I know there was ideas of Puerto Rico town connecting with the island, the archive, and so I was wondering if you all could share a little bit about your visions for what that would look like in the future.
Yeah, so this week, I think, with the work that we did 5 years ago, it was really anchored in, this is not savior work. We are not going to reproduce the colonial, power dynamic. What is really important for us at that moment, because, while we're in the middle of like heartbreak, because literally we're trying to locate family, we're trying to locate friends. How do we leverage what we do have here in the service of and with our friends, family, and communities on the island, and to take direction? Because again, with that principle that Jose always is referencing in terms of self-determination, self-actualization, and self-reliance, it's not for us to kind of like swoop in and say, this is what we know you all need. It's let us put our coins together and let us put that in your hands, and what else do you need? Like what else can we leverage stateside to support? Because this is an opportunity, I think, to model what self-determination can operate like on the island with, in collaboration, right? And so that's one thing. I think one of the also like big lessons that through those past 5 years, and also I just think with the work of what happens during Bandera with, bringing in a delegation from different pueblos is the relationship building, right? We all have our own personal relationships with family members and friends, but we are also fostering connections and relationships with the folks that are coming through the delegations. So much so, like, aside from me checking in on family and friends on the island, I'm now checking in on the people that I've made friendships with as a result of this work and saying, okay, what's going on? What do you need? How can we support? And that's how we continue to stay grounded. That's how we continue to build community across the diaspora. Because in many ways, if you're a member of the younger generation, you may not have as much of a deep connection, right? And it's usually through the conduit of your parents or your tias or whatever. But it's important that we actually foster those relationships in meaningful ways. And then I just wanted to build on Antonia's, just really quick, the cooperativa model. So we're working on a piece of legislation to do a task force on community land trusts. This is another tool that we can use to anchor community control of, land. And so basically what it is that there would be a community board that would purchase a property. They own the land, but then they sell the actual house below market value to an indigenous household so that the land stays in the community control for like 100 years, but you can still keep people who are from that community in the community. And so we're gonna do a deeper study to see, we just did our first ribbon cutting of one, not too far from here by the McCormick YMCA, and we're looking to do a few more across the state and learn from that. So that's another tool in this kind of work.
Yeah, in terms of some of what we have initiated for Puerto Rican Cultural Center, reference to Fiona, I was at DC, we participated in, with Hispanic Federation. They had a press conference in DC while our executive director, Jose, at the Puerto Rican Agenda, led with all of our elected officials here a press conference on Tuesday, this past Tuesday. Just yesterday, we met with the Illinois delegation staffers, so we met with Senator Durbin and Senator Duckworth's staff, and we met with our congressman and our newest Democratic candidate for the new district that is being reestablished, Delia Ramirez's staff, and our state senator joined us. And one of the things that we're currently working on is we're advocating at this point on 3 points. The first one is we are asking to reprogram millions of dollars of unused Maria dollars, of Hurricane Maria dollars, to be used for Fiona. FEMA is up for contract renewal. We're asking for the cancellation of FEMA. And we are asking for there to be an open investigation, and we have called on to our Attorney General to follow suit with the New York Attorney General. And then we are asking to amend the Stanford Act to exempt the central and municipality government from matching funds to take linguistic technical capacity issues to be offered in a state of emergency. A lot of our municipalities don't know how to report or how to submit reports on a state emergency to some of the federal agencies, so we're asking for direct capacity building. And then for 3, we're asking for Medicaid parity. Puerto Rico's FMAP should increase to 100% temporarily, just like after Maria. So those are the 3 points that we're leading in terms of advocacy in DC and what we've shared with our Illinois delegation to the federal government.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, we had a conversation, Tamara and I and Angelica, we were talking about, the possibilities of establishing, connections with community-based archives that are happening in Puerto Rico. I recently taught a course at Northwestern called Archiving the Barrio. We Zoomed with an archivist from a new project that's doing a community archive in Kamui, photographs and oral history. I think I would love for us to be able to do something kind of like this event and invite and bring folks from Puerto Rico, but also across the diaspora, the center, but also community archives to have a broader conversation, maybe, establish a network or, relationship build, learn from across experiences of archiving. But yeah, for me, a dream is like really, using this as one of the vehicles to make those connections with Puerto Rico.
Muy buenos días. La verdad que es un placer haber estado escogido esta mañana y dedicarse a este evento. La verdad que uno siempre aprende, aunque se cree que sabe, porque te cuentan, pero en realidad no has participado y ver de frente lo que en realidad se desarrolla. Este evento a mí, aunque yo creía que ya sabía de los proyectos del Centro Cultural, no sabía mucho de los proyectos. Había una gran cantidad de cosas que se están haciendo que yo no sabía. Saludo a José, ¿cómo está? Y él me dice, estoy volviéndome loco. Entonces, José empieza a hablarme de todos los eventos que se han dado en estos días. Y yo pues tuve que volviéndote loco. Es que si no es así, tú dejas de ser José. Lo que te mantiene así joven es el hecho de que tú no puedes quedarte quieto, tú tienes que seguir desarrollando independientemente de lo difícil. Aunque nosotros digamos, la verdad es que José en esta se fue demasiado, pero cuando tú cruzas la semana, le salió chévere lo que nosotros creíamos que era imposible. O sea, yo no sé dónde en este barrio vamos a tener que coger el sitio donde se le va a poner la estatua de José, esto es para Mikey, fíjate, nosotros, esto del arca se ha pensado tanto, pero yo no sabía que ya se estaba haciendo. Esto yo, mira, lo felicito. Una vez yo me senté con Elvin Méndez cuando dirigí el Centro Cultural, entonces hablábamos de cómo podíamos recoger de la forma más simple y rápida la historia de esta comunidad a través de entrevistas con las personas. O sea, con ese liderato que gran parte de ellos se nos ha muerto, y con ellos se han muerto pedacitos de la historia de Puerto Rico en Chicago. Entonces, estaba pensando, mira, si esto no tiene que ser tan complicado. No tenemos nosotros que empezar a bregar con el procedimiento de las entrevistas, coordinar las preguntas, etc. Démosle un pedacito, ¿cómo se llama? El USPS a las personas que creamos, que lo máximo posible, para no ser selectivo, pero empezando por aquellos que creemos que tienen unas contribuciones y que ellos mismos graben, se sienten en su casa y graben su historia y después se la pasen al archivo. Eso para mí pues, se hace por sí solo. Y la cantidad de información que yo creo que se va a colectar de esa historia que ellos tienen que contar, que en términos para las futuras generaciones sería increíblemente importante, es inmedible. Así que gracias por su presencia e intervención y por estar aquí.
Hi, good morning. I just had a question. You all elaborated on, the community pouring into you all, and specifically Juan, you said Jose was your mentor. And other than requesting funds and all that, what are you guys doing to mentor our youth? Because I think about it when I was a child and as a teenager, and my friends, we never had mentors. We had to figure it out, and as trailblazers, being the first ones to graduate college, we wish we had that mentorship. So again, what are you all doing to become mentors, and not just to a community, maybe like one-on-one?
All right, I love that question, thank you. So I, in this role, I launched a youth council because one of the things I definitely wanted to model for just how potentially we can do elected office differently is to have a co-governance model. And so I immediately established what we call policy roundtables. And these policy roundtables are composed of individuals who either live or work within the district I represent. Some of that includes Humboldt Park. And it basically is for folks to advise me on what should be the people's legislative agenda. And each table has a different topic: education, health, housing, violence prevention, environment, small business, workforce. There's a whole bunch of lenses I asked them to look at each of those topics with, but then I also launched separately a youth council so that they could have their own space. They could build community amongst each other. I can specifically kind of spend some time with them in one, kind of demystifying all this policy craziness. And two, I'm looking for, for me, I see them as I've got, 9 replacements I'm supporting. Because when I'm out of this, I want to be able to say, hey, I've got a whole bunch of folks that can easily take me out. And so there's that. I think I am also fortunate enough to still maintain a lot of connections with schools that I've worked with, either inside or in partnership with, and I still text a lot of students. I get requests for the recommendations, and in a heartbeat I put those recommendations out. And I also just, have specifically built time in to be in community, to sit down like one-on-one, to your point, and also learn, because that's the other piece, is like, it's not just me imparting quote-unquote consejo and knowledge, it's also them pouring into me, because I feel like that is what keeps you for real checked, because as you get older, you start to really think and smell yourself. And young people will tell you real quick, like, you ain't it. So, it's a part of kind of like that healthy, like, let me just make sure I'm grounded in multi-dimensional ways. So thank you for that question.
I think that for me and for the Cultural Center, I think historically, Jose, and I referenced Jose as a mentor, has served as a mentor for many. And I think organizationally, we have been organically growing our own leadership. And I think that through that process, and through the process that we have in our programs, with youth employment and offering mentorship, we are creating a pipeline to grow our own in the respective fields that we're in. And it's been through a lot of turbulences and challenges to be able to grow people into learning the different objectives and the structures that the government that we have to follow in order to be able to have sustainability of our programs. And so that's what I would believe. I think that historically we've been able to grow our own into different fields. In public health, just this past 3 years, our staff we've become a recruiting mechanism for SAMHSA, for CDC, and for the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. So as when we think about how are we growing our own and how we're mentoring, I think that we have seen a group of people. We were seeing people interested in our team across the state.
Yeah, I think the mentorship, even in this room, I've benefited incredibly from so many folks, both in academic sort of spaces, but also community spaces. So mentorship is vital. I'm hoping that the archive for us really becomes that like living space. We're not envisioning it as just like an archive for researchers, right? Researchers may draw on it, but it's really to have that space of like dialogue and community and collectivity. And I think that in my own experience, it's been those collective spaces. There's a lot you can get from mentorship, but that kind of peer mentorship, and I'm thinking here of work like 20 years ago, down to the archive around Batey Urbano, it was that kind of like shared learning, you know, having those spaces, that interface, that dialogue, that debate, those struggles, I think are really important. The intergenerational piece is important, but also that kind of like one-to-one peer, let's figure this out. Every generation, you know, has to, what's the Fanon quote, you know, out of relative obscurity, you know, find its mission. And so I think as for the PRCC going forward, it's both, you know, strengthening those channels of mentorship, but also ensuring that there are profound and to some extent autonomous spaces and collectivities that can be formed to grow that leadership as well.
Thank you so much to the panelists, and thank you for the questions as well. So let's have a round of applause for this. Lunch is ready to be served, you all, so help yourself to some food, or we'll help you to some food, and we will reconvene after lunch with our next session.
Oh yeah. Well, I didn't get you
Good stuff. Thank you. Should I like turn this off? Or? Yeah. Thank you.
Did you get the picture that I sent you? So it should be like a rotating presentation. Like you don't have to click on this
How do I know that this is
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness. And then yeah, so did you see it? I don't have my computer. Oh, you have it. Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, that's my because is there anything else after that? Or before that? Yeah, is there? I'm on a panel, and I forgot. Is there anything before
Yeah, no, I'm gonna talk to you and while I wait for the line to get a little shorter.
I like your idea.
I'll be okay. Advocate for yourself. Yeah. I'll have enough time. All right. Yeah. I'm definitely going to get something to eat. You have to. It's really important. Oh, yeah. Good.
I heard people are talking crap about it. From here or from where?
Do you have like a presentation and okay with them, then let's have that.
Yeah, I gave it to Laura, but then I updated it a little bit.
You said that was probably how. Oh yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. So I got the I'm going to go around and play stuff.
So that's why we were jumping in the light, you know. Funny for
You actually I love it so much. Nice
Let's go.
I'm glad you're here. Yeah. Oh, you saw John. Yeah. There is. Yeah. Yeah, when he gets back. I'm sorry.
a lot of intimidation, that's not good. I mean, if you kind of let them know, like,
How are you? There you go.
Yes. I'm really just serious.
Yeah, it's right here. It's right here.
Oh,
Personally, I go for work.
Yeah.
So connected Yarimar with Don and the will call. She becomes the expert at 2 months to doing something in Cuba right now. She will be the voice. She'll be the
This young lady, they wanted to work, and this senator, okay, guess what? Yes, she was from. She didn't believe it.
I'm sorry. I just finished my master's. We're both students at Barrio. I was at the Zoom call with the trainer. Yeah, because I saw you on the calls, but I just wanted I love it.
Oh, yeah.
And I hope to. I'm applying to Cuba as well. Yes. I just want
I think more about collaborating.
I'm sure they're better. I mean, it helps having people like Ryan. It's inspiring. Hello? There's more chicken now. If anybody wants some chicharrón de pollo, is there some more?
What?
There's more chicken.
How?
I don't know, they got more. It just came, it just arrived. So. Yeah, go ahead. No, I got
I just finished. I've been okay, sorry. I have so much to do. I've been okay. I'm behind on my schoolwork, so I'm trying to catch up. I'm also in like hella debt, so part of the reason why I took this job. Yeah, it's just like, because my friend Bez, for last spring, she paid for my semester, but I gotta pay her back. And I'm like, the due date is past due. Yeah, and she's asking for payments, and I totally get it, like it's fair. But like, I'm really bad with money. Like it's like my bank account is like $500. I have no idea where to start. Well, yeah. No, there's that. But no, but even like, I just have really bad spending habits. But no one taught me how to manage. That's my generation of trauma. No one taught me how to manage money because no one ever taught my mom how to manage money. So, I need a program or something. I talk to my therapist about it. I really Well, yeah, people say to make a budget, but that's not what's hard for me. What's hard for me is not spending the money. And that's like an impulse behavior issue that I have. That's why I'm working with the therapist now. Because that's like an impulse behavior issue. And part of it too is like, I think I spend money because of the pressure that I totally put on myself, that I have to create a generational wealth for my family. So that's part. I think that's like, it's like a paralysis of like, well, if I don't have money, I can't do that. So I don't have that pressure, which is not true. The pressure's still there, but it's oh no, I agree with that. That's why it's like an impulse behavior issue.
Write that down. Track your expenses. Write down all the expenses.
It just sucks. Like for me, it's like if I'm not working on one thing, I gotta work on another. I don't know if that makes sense, but like I got mental health issues. That branch into like a million things, and it's like what am I trying to say? If I'm not working on my ED, I'm working on my money. If I'm not working on my money, I'm working on another thing. That's an issue with me. And it's like if I neglect one. Like if I start working on my financial stuff, then I'm gonna start neglecting my ED. No, you're good.
Plug in
We don't know each other. We haven't been introduced. My name is L.
L?
L, yeah.
L?
Yeah.
I'm Margaret.
Margaret, nice to meet you.
And what is it you do here to make this so public?
I'm helping Matt today with filming. I know this is we're starting up again at 1. That's what she told me.
I was able to figure out my login, so.
No, I just we're gonna start in just a couple minutes. How you doing? I'll do it. All right. How you doing, by the way? What's going on? I'm over here talking about my vaccine. Let's do 15. I got a question. Yeah, I'll be back and then we'll take a question. I appreciate it.
I'm gonna go out for a fresh air break. I'll be back before 1.
Hello.
Okay, but
We're going to get started back in a few minutes, so if you have any last minute things you need to do, so that we can get started with our next presentation. Thank you.
if you mind, feel free to not do it, but if you don't mind, I'm really sorry that I remember exactly where it needs to be. If I'm still long when they start,
All right, I'd like to get started with our next presentation. In a second. To talk to some of the folks who are here, and I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who we were saying doesn't really need an introduction, but there are some new faces here, so I really want to take the time to introduce Marvin Garcia. When I asked him for a bio, he said, "I wear many hats," and so I think that is the understatement, right? He is the executive director of Dr. Albizu Campos High School, the director of the Community as a Campus Education Initiative that he's going to talk about today, and was formerly the principal for many years, the chair of the East Humboldt Park Community Action Council for Chicago Public Schools, a trustee at Northeastern Illinois University. He has a master's in educational leadership from Northeastern Illinois University, a master's in adult education from National Louis University, and most importantly, he's been a resident of Humboldt Park for 48 years. So we're so happy, and I also want to mention that he's not feeling well, so we're especially grateful that he came here to speak to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you for everybody that decided to stay and wanted to hear me speak after my name came up so many times today and I was MIA. But here I am. I apologize for not being here. I decided to go to New York City because I'm a big Yankee fan. And while I was out there, I contracted COVID, and then I'm negative. And so I got this lingering cough, so it may attack me during my presentation. But again, this is a revival. Community as intellectual space has been dormant for a bit, and I'm happy to be back with the conference and make a presentation on something that's very important to me, because it was maybe like 12 years ago in this building, we were making some decisions on how we were going to stop the Chicago public schools from turning this school around. And what was so important then is, if you go 2 blocks, 3 blocks east, there was an elementary school called Anderson Elementary. This is where my daughter graduated from. But if you go down there now, there is no Anderson. It's LaSalle 2. And it's LaSalle 2 for the newcomers, for the gentrifiers. This school here could have been Humboldt Park East Academy, prepping for gentrification in this community, accelerating gentrification in this community. But we stopped it back then. So yes, and this is the work of CAC and many of the people that are here today. And wow, I look around this room, wow, powerhouse people in this room. So this better be good. But during that same period, there was the Secretary of Education, Arnie Duncan, had this thing about if schools don't perform well, you know what you got to do. You got to turn them around. And in Chicago, at that time, there was many schools underperforming based on some rubrics and criteria crazy. And our state representative, as other communities did, and they called for a moratorium on school closings. So when they did this, it gave an opportunity for communities to put a plan together to keep their schools open. So we embarked on our plan, and so did other communities. And we went before a panel that was put together by the state and the city. And each community came up and said, we want to keep our school open. This is our plan for our school. And so you had at least 9 communities making presentations. And they talked about their school. It could be an elementary school, it could have been a high school. Then it was our turn. And we didn't say we wanted to ensure that Clemente would stay open. We said we wanted Clemente and all the feeder schools to Clemente to remain open. This is an ecosystem of schools in our community, and we want them open. And we fought for that. Unfortunately, 3 schools were closed. One was reopened as Shy Arts, and we have a relationship with Shy Arts. Another school that was closed is Von Humboldt. There were 2 schools in that building. And we fought to repurpose that building to become housing for teachers in this community, or teachers, administrators, counselors, custodians. We fought to ensure that that building is repurposed, and today it will be a teacher's village, and this is the work of the CAC. So this is for you to know. It was here at that time that we had a summit, and we said that we're going to create something called Communities of Campus Education Initiative, and we're going to center it or ground it in 3 institutes. A teacher administrator institute, a popular parent institute, and a youth leadership institute. And we have been developing this with the principals of all the schools in this area. And so, like many things, we want to do things and there isn't the funding and the resources to make them happen. But our goal has always been that we create a pre-K to 16 pipeline in this community. From the child care that the PRCC has and the child care programs that are in the elementary schools, to the elementary schools, to this high school, to UIC, to Northeastern, to city colleges, that we developed this pipeline. And that's what we did. But the most important thing that we had to do in the beginning was to offer families in our community with options. In this school, we helped to develop international baccalaureate program. Then there's 2 elementary schools which are part of the pipeline that created their IB programs so they can move seamlessly here to Roberto Clemente. We work with other elementary schools to develop dual language programs. And just recently, we just assisted a school on the western part of Humboldt Park to become the first STEAM dedicated school in our community. So those things are very, very important to us. But most importantly is the revitalization of Roberto Clemente, this school. So I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to see my PowerPoint. It's a beautiful PowerPoint. I've shown this PowerPoint to the CEO of the Chicago Public Schools. The mayor has seen it. And there's other people that have seen it. But one thing that's important is you can have a plan, and you may want to implement that plan with principals, but principals, they have very important goals in their school. Instruction is very important. Social-emotional learning and intelligence is very important. Developing a culture of learning and excellence is very important. But it may not be what we want to develop in terms of our goals, but we have to connect with the goals on the ground. So, a few things that people may take for granted that you may see in suburban schools and other districts that are well-funded. We don't have any kind of athletic sports program in this community. So we created one with elementary schools. So we now have a middle school sports program year-round because the principals, when we met, they said, we want this. The families want this. They need this. The other piece that was very important that we developed is an urban agriculture program. Because we live in a community, yes, that is known as a fruit and vegetable desert, and there's a need for healthy eating and to really attack the food disparities here and understand the issues of diabetes, hypertension, and obesity. And so we embarked on an urban agriculture program using hydroponic units that we now have in a pipeline. We have it here at Roberto Clemente in this school, which is connected to their culinary arts program. We also have it connected to elementary schools. While they're doing their gardens, they have a hydroponic unit. And so we have also connected it with businesses where, in fact, what we grow, we can now take to the businesses on Division Street. And in this building, we're taking the top floor, the 8th floor, we're going to turn it into an entire urban ag program. We're going to grow in this building, but we're also going to take a small space and do microgreens. And so that's another initiative of this community, which will be tied to something maybe you've heard already during this two-day conference, is Puerto Rico Town and how we're going to connect it to rooftop gardens. So again, it's a pipeline, it's an ecosystem. We are also working, because of the COVID situation, young people coming back to the schools that have been impacted by trauma and isolation. We have built a program where we are now working on yoga and mindfulness and working with young people to get into the moment, to understand their trauma, and to work towards not just trauma-informed, but healing-centered approach. So we have that. So I know my time is very limited. I thought I would get 30 minutes, but I understand that doesn't happen all the time. But I also wanted to tell you what's important, and circling back, is that we have to build in this community an education approach that's innovative, that is what the people want in this community, and that they participate in developing that educational approach and their educational programs, and that they have voice in it, and that they participate in it. And so my way of ending this presentation is to tell you that a lot of this work was grounded in 1972, when a small school was founded and known as La Escuelita, the Puerto Rican high school. And I'm very happy that Oscar Lopez Rivera is here, because he is the founder, and there are other founders here that laid the seed that became and develops into something called Community as a Campus. And that is where the seed that you laid, Oscar, has become Community as a Campus. It's not just one school, but many schools that are developed in this community. that have the vision and the values that we want for our community. So with that, you did not see my PowerPoint. I didn't take you through all my slides. And so I know you said, where's this guy? He hasn't been here, and now he wants to talk. Yeah, well, I finished. And thank you very much to all of you for being here. I'm open to any kind of questions, but I understand there's a panel, so I will join the panel and answer any questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marvin. And I'm going to introduce our next panel, and the moderator for our next panel is Nilda Flores-González. Yay, we're so happy that Nilda can be here today. Is the John O. Whiteman Dean's Distinguished Professor and Associate Director in the School of Social and Family Dynamics, College of Liberal Arts and Sciences at Arizona State University. Her research explores the effects of racialization on the ways in which Latino youth understand national belonging. Professor Flores-González is the author of Citizens But Not Americans, Race and Belonging Among Latino Millennials, and School Kids, Street Kids, Identity Development Latino Students, and co-editor of Marcha, Latino Chicago in the Immigrant Rights Movement, and Immigrant Women Workers in the Neoliberal Era, also co-editor of that. And so I'd like to welcome Nilda, and I'd also like to welcome our panelists for the next, Nilda will introduce our next panelists, but maybe make their way to the stage, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you're on the panel. Jesse and Michelle.
Well, let's introduce them. Okay.
It helps to have a son who's 6'3".
Especially like this.
Okay, well, good afternoon. I really I appreciate that Jonathan and Laura asked me to come home, right? And it is moments like this that I realize how much I miss Chicago. Not the weather, I live in a place now where there's sunshine every single day. Very hot too, but away from the winter. But it's nice to be back and to see dear friends and people who have made an impact in my life. And Jose, it's been incredible. So I want to introduce our panelists, and they each will talk for about 15 minutes, and then we'll open it up for questions from the audience. Michelle Morales is the president of the Woods Fund Chicago, a local foundation that funds community-based organizing and public policy advocacy. Michelle's background has focused on youth, positive development, and alternative education, where she has been vocal advocate of educational justice. She started her career teaching at Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos Puerto Rican High School and organized for 16 years in Chicago's Puerto Rican community. At Woods Fund, Michelle leads a team of all women of color who have reconstructed the foundation's infrastructure to center a racial justice lens and embed a trust-based philanthropy framework to inform its grant-making processes. Another panelist is Dr. Jonathan Rosa, who's associate professor in the Graduate School of Education, Center for Comparative Studies in Race and Ethnicity, and by courtesy in the departments of Anthropology, Linguistics, and Comparative Literature at Stanford University. You're quite busy. Professor Rosa is also director of Stanford's program
in Chicanx, Latinx Studies, and co-director of the Center for Global Ethnography, as well as president of the Association of Latino and Latinx Anthropologists of the American Anthropological Association. He's the author of the award-winning book, based on his research in Chicago, Looking Like a Language, Sounding Like a Race, Racial Linguistics, Ideologies, and the Learning of Latinidad, published in 2019 by Oxford, and he's co-author of the volume Language and Social Justice in Practice, published in 2019 by Rodríguez-Muñiz. Our final panelist is Jessie Fuentes, who is the Director of Policy and Youth Advocacy at the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. She's a graduate of Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos High School. She holds an MED in Educational Leadership from Northeastern Illinois University. She was founding member of Batey Urbano and served as Dean of Student Affairs at Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos High School. She's also co-chair of the Puerto Rican Agenda. And I'm gonna ask the panelists to give their presentation and about 15 minutes.
Jonathan's going to time me. My son's going to give me a signal if he feels I start rambling. Here we go. So I'm really honored to be part of this panel. As Anita had stated, I worked at the high school from 1997 to 2002. I was a science teacher, a counselor, mentor, and then from 2000 to 2002, the assistant principal. And it was my first job straight out of college from DePaul University. Margaret was my boss. So this is hilarious. So I wanted to talk about how education rooted in identity is so transformative. As many of you have heard this morning, and we were centered in the building that Scott talked about, the Walgreens building that they bought on the corner of Lansing and Claremont. That was the building that I taught at before I moved to Division Street. But the high school, as we all have heard, was a high school that purposely rooted itself and centered in the identity, the culture, the history of Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans in Chicago, Puerto Ricans in the diaspora, Puerto Ricans on the island. Just to give a little bit of background of myself, I am first generation U.S. Puerto Rican, but did not learn about my history actually until I took a class my sophomore year at DePaul University. I'm a military grad, so I was raised on military bases throughout the United States, but never had the opportunity to really learn about or be immersed in the Puerto Rican community until Humboldt Park. And so the high school was not only transformative for young people, but it was also transformative for those of us who taught there in terms of entrenching ourselves in our own history and in our own culture. And so, it became sort of that inflection point in my own development as a leader and as a person in terms of who I finally kind of knew who I was as a Puerto Rican woman. And prior to that, you often hear people say, I'm this, but I don't know why I'm proud of it. Well, I was Puerto Rican, but I had no idea why I was proud of being Puerto Rican. And the experience of the high school, walking through a view, for those of you in the room who probably remember the building on Claremont, you walked in it, you saw beautiful murals of animal symbols, you saw the flag everywhere. It was, for me, the very first time to see symbols, iconography of Puerto Rico visually, right, on the wall of the building. So for young people to walk through a space that affirms them, that roots in their own lived identity and experience, as we all know, right, is not the norm, right? Especially for young people who live in communities that have been marginalized and communities that have been disenfranchised. And so I remember often, so Marvin often challenged us, right, that in developing your curriculum, you had to tie the subject to Puerto Rico. You had to tie the subject to the diaspora, right? I taught chemistry, general science, and physics, and I thought to myself, what the hell? How am I going to do this? I taught algebra. How was I going to do that? Right? So it was definitely a challenge, and those people who were on the tour yesterday, took a tour of the high school, asked the question, well, how do you put your curriculums together? Obviously, we know those systems don't exist, right? So you are creating your curriculums often in a vacuum, right? You're taking pieces, you're trying to talk to other people, and We had an amazing staff at the time where we were all like helping each other with our curriculums. But imagine, right, the power of teaching chemistry and trying to tie it to environmental racism, right? That might be happening in Humboldt Park, that might be happening in Puerto Rico. At that time, the US Navy was occupying Vieques, right? Teaching algebra, and I don't even remember how the hell, I don't think they even tied it to Puerto Rico, but, you know, like trying to teach algebra would be very clear of why you need to take algebra. Which my son is a freshman in college now, he would always come home and complain in high school about subjects and the lack of tying the subject to the very life skill that the subject was trying to teach, right? So that was the challenge posed to every single teacher who taught at Albizu Campos. And so for the young people, we were getting young people who had been disengaged from public school, who had been pushed out from the local public school, who came into the school not only disengaged from education, but not trusting of education, not trusting of educators, right? Because they've been harmed in the past. So the job at Albizu Campos was not just to educate them so they could get their high school degree, it was to gain their trust, it was to empower them, it was to create a safe space, and it was to hopefully, right, assist the young person in a transformative process towards their own self-determination. Right, I would argue that you cannot do that, particularly for a population of young people who have been disenfranchised and marginalized, if the curriculum is not rooted in their identity and their lived experience. And we know that that is under attack now. Has been under attack, particularly when the curriculum focuses on populations that have been marginalized. And we know that that is often not the norm when you go into education. What is the norm is multicultural education. Right? That at its core whitewashes all of the lived experiences of the folks who have been marginalized and oppressed, right? And there's an argument that folks will say to you, well, if you're teaching to Puerto Ricans only about themselves, aren't you creating a divisive climate? Aren't you creating a climate where those young people aren't going to want to learn about anyone else? And this is being live streamed, everybody knows I like to cuss, so I'm just gonna say, you all know that's bullshit, right? So, it's bullshit, right? Because we know that at the root of that, one, it's purposeful, it's strategic, to keep particularly people coming from learning about themselves. And we know that once you are rooted in your identity, once you understand your history, once you understand your heroines and the folks who were villains and all of those complexities, right, are part of your history, your people's history, that actually gives you the roots, I keep saying that word, that allows you then to expand to learn about others. It allows you and gives you the space to learn and to connect with others. And for the Puerto Rican Cultural Center in high school, it created the ability to create ties of solidarity. Right? Because I know the struggle of Puerto Rico, I now know your struggle as a Palestinian. Because I know the struggle of Puerto Rico, I now know your struggle as African Americans, right? Without that, one would argue that what is normally taught in high schools and middle schools and elementary schools, and the way that history and education is taught, is purposely taught actually to be divisive, right? And to prevent those kinds of solidarity from ever forming. And so that was the experience of the high school. I was blessed to be there for 5 years, and we would see young people leave the high school with their heads held higher, right? The critique of the high school always was, why are you teaching them about their culture? They need to learn reading, they need to learn math. That is what at the end of the day counts. I would actually argue it's not. I mean, yes, of course we don't want an illiterate society. We want people to know how to read and do math, but we also want all of the other things as well. And when education strips often it just to literacy and numeracy, and that's it, right? And that was the fight we always used to have with the educational courses that would come in, audit the school, and whatever. They would always say something about, why are you teaching in this way? Why are you teaching why are you teaching on the Puerto Rican history? Your students need to get their math and reading scores up, right? And we always struggled with that because what was missing from the narrative were young people that might have been out of school for 1 to 2 years, who actually were not only potentially behind, but even probably more so because of the lack of education that we're receiving in the previous institutions, right? So we were playing a catch-up game and then some. But I want to end with the idea as well of, because this is about community-based curriculum, so rooting in identity, but also rooting in a community. As we know, most public schools close themselves off from the community. In fact, they lock their doors, right? The idea behind safety. And Albizu Campos was the opposite. It invited the community in, it integrated itself into the community. As teachers, we were expected to be organizers and activists if we taught at the school. In fact, it was ingrained in our training that you not only were teaching there, but you were an activist, right? Within the school and outside of the school. And, I don't know if Margaret remembers this, there was a requirement you lived in the community to work at the school at that time, right? Because the idea was high school students should be able to see their teachers grocery shopping. High school students should be able to see their teachers walking down the street. High school students should be able to see their teachers at the local Walgreens, right? And I didn't see that in my high school. And normally we don't, because teachers come in from other communities to teach at a school in a community. And Margaret would say, you need to know if a student is falling asleep in the first period, and you ask them why, and they say, well, because I was up to the gunshots last night, or whatever was happening in the community, you should be able to say, oh, that's right, I heard that too. Right? So this idea of situating not only a high school in the community, but the high school was fighting for the community, the high school was working on behalf of the community, the high school and all of its staff was immersing itself in the community, was also then part of the identity development of the young people there, that you are valuable to your community, that your community is valuable to you, and in hopes, right, of creating or preventing what often happens is the brain drain, right, of communities when young people are actually encouraged to leave to pursue better options. So I'll end there, because Jesse probably has the goals.
Good afternoon. So I guess I'd like to begin by talking a little bit about some of the experiences that I've had in this community over the years and how they shaped some of my academic work. But I maybe wanted to talk a little bit about how it's strange times to be a scholar who focuses on race in their research, in the sense that the United States seems to have rediscovered racism in the last couple of years, as though it emerged in 2019 and sought to design a whole range of, and brand a whole range of projects around anti-racism, around decolonization, around abolition, around intersectionality, all of these concepts that have been evacuated of any consequence and turned into brands that people can use to propose quick fixes. So anti-racism is made into a public relations campaign and made into a matter of treating one another nicely, not a matter of redistributing resources, of redefining rights, of questioning the fundamental kind of organization of a society and its modes of governance. And so I think part of what's been fascinating to me in terms of observing some of these academic trends is the ways that in communities like this one, debates about anti-racism take on a fundamentally different form, because anti-racism is articulated within the lived experience of a community and the colonial history that produced racism as a formation. And so I think as I, again, have been sort of observing some of these trends academically, it's really fascinating. Intersectionality, I think for a lot of people, has been turned into a catchphrase where you count people's identities and you question whether someone's truly giving an intersectional or using an intersectional analysis, and then you can rank how intersectional someone is, the degrees of intersectionality, this kind of thing. And you, again, immediately begin to recognize the limitations, the fundamental misunderstanding of, that black feminists and broader feminists of color that were central to their thinking in the development of this framework, which was, of course, built on hundreds of years of lived experience of people for whom, race and gender, for example, or race, gender, class, sexuality, a whole range of dimensions of difference could never be thought through or experienced separate from one another. And so again, in communities like this, where so many of the struggles have always, the interconnections among experience, the inability to separate identities from one another has never not been the case in a community like this and much of the work that has been conducted here. And so I guess, as I reflect on my experience working with the participatory democracy campaign that Michael Rodríguez, where's Michael? Helped to spearhead way back when, I don't know, was it 2005, 2004, we're old, Michael. It's happening. So the participatory democracy campaign or teaching at the high school, that I had the experiences that Michelle describes with Marvin were very similar to my experiences with Lugo. Where is Lugo still here? Okay, so my experiences with Lugo were very similar where, I remember designing, I taught civics, and it was interesting, my civics course we taught in the, what is now Rescate, at that time was Vidacida, and I taught my class in on the first floor of Vidacida, which meant we needed to walk from the main building of the high school down the block to go to the classroom. And so community as a campus was very much a lived experience of moving around the neighborhood and interacting with the neighborhood in dynamic ways as part of one's experience, learning experience. But in this space, it was fascinating. I was a doctoral student at the University of Chicago at the time, and I was trying to kind of think about, okay, how do I draw on the insights that I'm learning at the university and incorporate them into my approach to teaching in this community space? And I remember designing one lesson on stereotypes in my civics class, and it bombed. It was horrible. I brought in all of these magazines, sort of popular cultural representations of music and movies, TV, that kind of thing. And I thought, let me kind of figure out what the students are experiencing, try to build on that, and then use that to think through stereotypes, deconstructing stereotypes. Anyways, it completely bombed. I brought the lesson to meet, I went to see Lugo right after, and I said, I brought her my plans and I showed her the worksheet that I designed. I thought I had really put something together. And so I showed it to Lugo and I said, what went wrong here? And she said, just give me a second. And she took like 10 seconds to look at what I had designed, my prompts, the whole plan, and she said, how many students are in your class? And I said, probably about 18. And she said, well, you should think about the number of them who likely haven't had a meal in the last 24 hours. You should remember the living circumstances that are central to their everyday lives, what their home lives look like. You should know that many of these students likely have experienced abuse within the last 24 to 48 hours of some form or another. And I'm curious about how those experiences were incorporated into the design of this lesson. So I started to cower slowly as Lugo uttered every single word of her sort of assessment of the design of my lesson. But it was this kind of experience that really transformed my orientation to what curriculum is as a phenomenon, to what lesson plans are, to what subject areas are. And so this idea that you have math, science, social studies, English, or literature just simply doesn't make sense, or the natural sciences, the social sciences, and the humanities, and the higher education level. It doesn't make sense when you start to design a curriculum in terms of responding to people's lived experiences, and you immediately start to see the intertwined nature of all of these different intellectual, what have been positioned as separate intellectual fields and realms. And so much of the work of my experience teaching at Campos and participating in different initiatives in this community over the years has been about really pushing back against mainstream K-12 and higher education kinds of assumptions about knowledge and about learning. And so the opportunity to kind of learn how to completely reframe a narrative, to turn a narrative on its head, and to understand that there are so many possibilities that emerge when you kind of rethink what your curriculum could be based on people's lived experiences in their everyday lives. And so in my work in the teacher education program at Stanford, and previously my very first university teaching was at NEIU, actually, in their teacher education program. And so much of what I tried to incorporate into my work with pre-service teachers is really thinking about how to develop an ethnographic perspective on education, which is to say, how to begin from the lived experiences of the communities that you're serving and building your curriculum out of those lived experiences. And so the first step in all of my teacher education courses is humility, epistemic humility, really learning what you don't know and starting from there. And rather than starting from what you have to teach someone or what you have to place into them, and Antonia mentioned the banking model earlier, the Freirean sort of critique of the banking model of education. And so we are trying to do a lot of work across a range of spaces to think about the possibilities of redefining teacher education on much broader scales, not just in one community or in one university context, but to rather think about if our K-12 schools were designed in terms of responding to contemporary societal challenges. As an anthropologist, for example, it's my duty to recognize that we are facing mass extinction. We are experiencing mass extinction. That what has happened over the last 200 years in terms of industrialization and the kinds of ways that we have organized societies are so toxic and violent that we haven't even begun to understand what is at stake in redesigning how we approach and organize learning and everyday life in different spaces. And so I think that when we think about organizing or redefining, reframing curriculum, this is nothing less than redefining the possibility of our collective survival and really trying to redefine what knowledges we need to protect one another, what systems have made us vulnerable in really patterned, systematic ways. And kind of recognizing that redefining knowledge is an opportunity in redefining learning in our everyday classroom spaces and encounters, not just in schools, but really thinking about how learning is happening across a range of contexts. That there's tremendous promise that exists there. Another kind of dimension of my work, and I should say I'm not keeping track of myself on time. I time everybody else. Do I have like 2 minutes or something? I'll take two or three more minutes. All right, fine. Just a couple more points. I think so much of the work that I've been up to also is really pushing back against what we think of as, what we think counts as academic. In my own work as a linguistic anthropologist, so much of my engagement with schools is focused on students who are designated as English learners. Notice I don't say English learners because that's an institutional category, and I don't name people as institutional labels. I'm interested in focusing on how people who use English to navigate their everyday lives are still framed as English learners based on stereotypes about race and class. And often the assumption is that these kids, if they would just learn English, then they would suddenly gain access to a living wage, access to affordable housing, access to healthy food, access to transportation, access to electoral representation, all of the different kind of fundamental needs that we have. And it turns out those are not linguistic problems, but that's the story that we sell so many communities if they would just adhere to these kind of normative orientations to learning, then they would access or experience success. And so part of the assessment of what's going on with English language learning is the suggestion that, oh, these kids who use English but still can't pass the reclassification assessment for proficiency, which would label them proficient users of English such that they would no longer be placed in remedial classrooms. What prevents them from passing those assessments is that they lack academic English. So they might have social English or social language or home language or community language, but they lack school language or academic language. So much of my work moving forward is focused on ripping apart the distinction between academic and home or community, or academic and social, and instead understanding that the social is deeply academic, that in every space that we understand as separate from schooling, tremendous learning is taking place. And in fact, in our mainstream educational context, those are in many situations the last places where you would go to find meaningful academic work happening. You find regimentation, you find reproduction, you find normativity, you find domestication. You don't find people doing critical work. And so I think, again, learning in this community how to reframe narratives, how to kind of rethink how it is that altogether the kinds of demands that we make on institutions has been really important for my work over the years. And I guess the last thing that I would just note is that thinking through the kinds of interconnections across not just curricular subject areas, but interconnections across the challenges that we face in our everyday lives, they can allow us to hold scholars to account in different ways. So that many scholars, I think, and again, Antonia mentioned this earlier, you have scholars who are positioned as the experts on poverty and impoverished communities who have no knowledge of poverty based on their lived experience in many situations. That goes across academic fields, whether it's anthropological expertise on culture or sociological expertise on culture. No shade, Michael. We got Nilda, we got our sociologists in the room. So various kinds of normative, again, intellectual disciplinary projects often define their expertise by drawing a boundary, by drawing a border, and suggesting that culture is separate from biology and science and ecologies. And in fact, I think part of what's inspiring about so much of the work in this community is the intertwined nature of housing, of health, of education, of food, and this is, I think, what Marvin was speaking to as well. And so I think holding people to account in new ways and not letting them off the hook based on an arbitrary boundary that they have kind of stipulated or defined, to sort of let to not have to be experts about certain topics, and to get to say you can stipulate policy on poverty without actually having any knowledge of the lived experience of poverty. I think there's tremendous potential to make different kinds of demands of mainstream institutions to answer to some of the experiences that they have for so long tried to impose their perspectives on. So what I've learned over the years in this community in terms of trying to respond to some of these challenges has benefited me tremendously, and to have the opportunity to share that with my students across spaces is something that I cherish, and I'm grateful for that. So thank you to this community.
Although, in a million years, I thought it was a good idea to go last. First, I want to say I would not be sitting here if it were not for my encounter with a school like Dr. Pedro Campos, Puerto Rican High School. And so there's a lot of people to thank and an institution to be grateful for. But I want to start with talking about who I was prior to encountering Dr. Pedro Campos High School. I'm a daughter of a mother for most of my life who suffered from drug addiction. I'm a daughter of a father who spent an overwhelming majority of my life incarcerated. I'm a daughter of a community that continuously faces displacement. I have quite literally lived on every side of Humboldt Park because gentrification would not allow for my family to sit still. I am a daughter of parents who are conditioned to grapple with their trauma by being perpetrators of violence, and to being conditioned to grapple with my emotions, my anger, and my pain in those same type of forms. I attended Carl Schurz High School because Clemente was not the school of choice for families in this community. And it was hard to exist in spaces in which curriculum, teachers, and a school setting were selective about who deserved liberation through curriculum. And if we're not talking about liberation for everyone, well, then we're not talking about liberation at all. And I'm a product of that school system, right? I was expelled from church at the age of 16 for getting into a physical encounter with another individual who poked fun at my mother's drug addiction. I didn't have the tools to be able to grapple with that anger. I didn't have the consciousness to understand that that individual too might have been in pain, right? And unfortunately, young people of color, Latino people from our communities are conditioned to grapple with trauma in that way. And so I encountered Dr. Pedro Campos, Puerto Rican High School. My little sister was a youth employee at the daycare that used to be situated on the first floor of the building on Division Street. And I was always academically inclined, but never had the social emotional skills to be able to survive in typical institutions, in our standard quote unquote institutions. And I remember taking an interview at Albizu Campos, and I took this interview, and some of you may remember Carlos Contreras. He's actually in town here. Yeah. Carlos Contreras interviewed me, and for the first time, I was not being judged for who I was, how I was dressed, who my parents were, or being seen through all that was wrong with me, right? Because when you go into academic settings, you're usually seen through the lens of everything that's wrong with you, and then people get what I call the ay bendito syndrome. Right? Ay bendito, it's a man, right? And when I went to Albizu Campos, it was the first time that someone was seeing me through everything that was right with me. And Carlos Contreras and I were having a conversation about how resilient I was. Now, at 16, I didn't understand what resilience meant at the time. But he congratulated me for walking through the door that day. And he said, how strong you are to want to give education another shot after so many people had let you down. And then for the first time, I felt like I was home. Like I had existed in a space with an individual I had never met in my life. But yet I felt understood me more than anybody I had ever had an encounter with. And so that day I was like, can I start today? Like, all right, got a book bag and a notebook, I'm ready to be in the classroom. And so for the first time I sat in classrooms in which we weren't learning about individual narratives nor a historical narrative that didn't speak to who I was or where I was from or to help me understand the conditions of my parents, but rather I was sitting in a classroom with a curriculum that gave me the context for everything. I learned about the colonial relationship between Puerto Rico and the United States. I learned about what it meant to be a masculine presenting Boricua woman in the city of Chicago in which we have to grapple with homophobia, transphobia, sexism, racism, and then get the tools to be able to navigate those systems in the most poetic ways. And it was in that moment that I understood what liberation could feel like. To be in a classroom in which we are not talking about individuals, but we are talking about the collective. Understanding the collective issues and how we seek to find the solutions to those problems as a collective. And so, Antonia, I hear you when you don't believe in individuals, because we are communal people. Because without community, we don't exist. And it was the first time I had learned what it would mean to be a member of a community, what it meant to be a part of something bigger than myself. And so I had immediately become involved in the campaign to free a los agricultores y López Rivera. Because they understood the larger issue way before we had come along and built an institution that can truly educate someone like me. And I remember I wrote a letter to Oscar when I was 17, and I never thought I would get a letter back. Because, to think of someone like Oscar at the age that I was, fighting for political prisoners, one, when you join a campaign that feels so large, you never think you're gonna see the result, right? But more importantly, that it would become such an intimate relationship with someone that you're fighting for that you had never met. And Oscar wrote me a letter back. And I'll never forget how important that was for me. Because for so long, I didn't feel seen. We go to high school, some of us go to college and we sit in classrooms and we learn about things that don't necessarily speak to who we are or where we come from. But yet here I am, writing a letter to a political prisoner. And he's actually writing back. And I knew that in that moment, there was endless possibilities to what I can do as an individual, but more importantly, as what I could do within the community. And so I had become politicized early at Albizu Campos. And for me, it was extremely important to be able to build consciousness, not just for me, but for my family. When I was 17 years old, I had never understood why my mother coped with trauma through drug addiction. And it wasn't until I learned about our colonial experiences and the psychological consequences it has on us that for the first time I understood her. And it was understanding her through that lens in which we can finally begin to build a relationship. And my mother has now been sober for 7 years. Thanks to that building of a relationship. And so when we talk about community-based curriculum, we're talking about allowing young people to see themselves in everything that they learn. And that we're not just learning in classrooms, right? We exist in a society in which education is seen as only something that can happen in an institution. But we're learning every day in all types of spaces. And it has been an absolute pleasure to be able to be politicized and grow on Paseo, Boricua. And we have done everything from home park surrender campaigns to combating gentrification and understanding what the redlining of our community does to people like me, what it means to uproot families over and over again and not allowing them to truly build. And so fighting gentrification had also become something that I had immediately become involved in. And then I became an independentista shortly after. Because again, if we're not talking about real liberation, then what are we talking about? And Albizu Campos is an institution that seeks the liberation of every single young person, despite where they come from, what they look like, and who they are. And so we're celebrating 50 years, and Jose will probably say this several more times, 50 years of an institution, the longest Latino institution, secondary institution in the world. No one can claim that they have celebrated 50 years teaching community-based work and never pivoting from that. There are institutions that often start with the mission of liberation, often start with the mission of cultural competency, but somewhere through their course, it dies. But here we are, 50 years later, still being able to claim that we have an institution that truly seeks the liberation of everyone. Thank you.
They were perfect in time. Little short, actually. I just wanted to make a comment because in 50 years, I've been here for 30 of those years, so I have seen all of you grow, right? Michael, I've seen all of you from being college students, high school students, and one of the things that I think the best testament to this is not, is this idea of community as intellectual space is that, sort of to address your how this has been successful, this is the success. You have been able to create leadership. Yes. That it has not only been transformative in our lives because it has touched, everybody that is here because this work has touched you, right? It has transformed you, has transformed your life and the work that you do. But it also continues, and this is the hope for the future, because we have people like Jesse that is gonna continue this work, right? So I think that the main success of this project has been the building of leadership and passing the baton to young people that are going to continue this fight. So I have been honored to see all of you, Michelle, your transformation from being at the school to now heading an organization, Jonathan, now at Stanford and doing academic work, and Jesse from high school to now directing a program. I mean, these are major achievements, and it speaks to the importance and the success of this project. So with that, I want to invite people who may have questions or comments to please stand up.
I want to say something. Because you didn't mention me. And the reason for that is, you just brought me back to a memory. It was 1974. And I was attending Lane Tech High School. And, yeah, okay, shut up. And someone told me that there's a big mobilization to the United Nations and in support of the freedom of our political prisoners. And so I decided I would go. And we all met at the second location of the school, which was not too far from here. And there was my first introduction to the school. And we left that October. We went to Madison Square Garden, and on the way, there was a lot of actions, very important actions, that jolted the government that controls Puerto Rico. And that was a period of enlightenment, that the struggle was one that yet forced the colonizers to understand that we will support and struggle for our political prisoners and also for the freedom of our country. And this, of our homeland, this really impacted me and really changed my direction in life. That it wasn't about success being going to Lane Tech, going to college. The success now took a different pattern, a different way, and that is success meant that my community will be strengthened, that we will work for independence for our people, and that we would have a healthy situation, because we live in such an unhealthy, period. But the way to become healthy is through a process of struggle. So I've been impacted by school since that time. So I've been, I guess, involved in school for 48 years. And I've seen a lot. I've seen when the FBI came to the school and just took over the school. I saw when we won the National Exemplary School Award in 1986. And then they took it away because they said that we teach the philosophy of terrorism. And I remember going to different places to speak about the school. And one of the places was a church, Operation Push. And they asked me to speak about the school, the award, and why we had a curriculum of liberation for Puerto Rico. And I got up, I spoke, it was great. I sat down, and next thing, Rosa Parks shows up. And Rosa Parks shows up and gives me the biggest hug and tells me, we must continue the struggle. We must continue the struggle. It's like Don Juan Antonio Correger, La Lucha Vida Toda. And so, being here and celebrating the 50th anniversary of the school is very impactful for me, because I spent so many years as a volunteer, as a teacher, as a director, as a board member, as an executive director. So, what I'd like to say is that the school deserves a celebration a major celebration. And this is what we're working on. And I ask all of you to join us on October 21st and participate in our gala. And in my PowerPoint, my last slide was going to be like a QR code, so you have to buy tickets. But I added to my PowerPoint. But I just wanted to share that with everybody because of so much that has been said by Michelle, by Jonathan, and of course, everything that you have done and where you're going in terms of your future leadership, Jesse, and hopefully you can be that person in our community to take it to the next level. So, we're going to end it. Thank you. That was a good job. I'm going to share that.
Well, thank you all for your excellent presentations. I just wanted to ask, which walk away. Which strategies are you using to grow your own in terms of teachers specifically? And also, we know that teachers don't earn that much. So, what specifically in terms of affordable housing are you doing for teachers?
I want to take that one.
Yes.
I don't need a microphone. I do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, two things. Within Communities of Campus, we work with 17 schools, and we work closely with Grow Your Own Illinois. But we had this big initiative called NowRap, a national teaching initiative based in New York and in Austin with Angela Valenzuela. And so we've been doing this work, and in 2010, we were going to get a big, I guess, some finances, some money from the House of Representatives. And we did this work on a national level. But then, Obama lost the midterms, and we lost the money. So, but we work with Illinois Grow Your Own, and every year we have an opportunity to take teachers from this community and put them into a Grow Your Own program. But one of the goals of CAC, which I was not able to share, is that we want to take one of our schools to turn it into a lab school, a teacher training school. And we will do this within the next couple of years. We will have a teacher training lab school, and we will work with Northeastern, which I'm on the board of trustees, so that's going to be easy. And we'll work with UIC. But we want to create this lab school to bring people from our community to learn, to become teachers there, and do the things that have been spoken here at this table about bringing life experience, understanding the trauma of young people and the resiliency of young people and the leadership that they can provide this community. So I hope I answered your question. That's what's happening in terms of CAP. Maybe there's other people that have some other initiatives that they can speak to.
Hi. Voy a hablar en español porque se me hace más fácil para mí. Mi nombre es Clarisa López. Ya todos saben que soy la hija de Oscar López Rivera, uno de los fundadores de la escuela en 1972. Mi papá nos habló sobre la visión que ellos vieron y la necesidad en aquel momento. He didn't talk about the necessity of building a school with a bilingual curriculum at the moment. 50 years later, with a lot of changes, I'm a proud hija. Mi pregunta es, ¿qué ustedes ven para los próximos 50 años? Que ya mi papá va a cumplir 80 años. What you see in the more 50 years? I hope Pedro Albizu Campos at Trinity High School is more, years to celebrate and to come. But what he visioned 50 years ago, And this will be maybe from Michelle. I would like to hear her and a little bit of Marvin. Of course, yes, he was a student there. But I would like to see how you see the school, how you see Pedro Campos High School in Puerto Rico town, how you see the needs of our youth. Are we accomplish them? Are we giving them the tools that they need as a Latino, African American, Puerto Ricans to succeed in the world? That's what I would like to see. Thank you.
So I want to answer that in a way that also challenges the construct that we live in. And what I mean by that is, when I taught at the high school, you actually did not need a teaching certification to teach at the high school. At that time, in teaching in alternative schools, you needed to be a college graduate. You had to take the substitute certification test, and you had to take the test to show mastery of the subject you were going to teach it. I offer that as a challenge because what that then created was a condition for the high school to recruit teachers from the community. We did not have to go through the rigor of a teaching certificate. And no, this is no shade to professional teachers in the room, but the teachers who came in with teaching certifications were the hardest to train in a community-based curriculum. They rejected it wholeheartedly. They fought tooth and nail every step of the way. They would often say it did not align with their way of teaching, okay? So when the school then became a charter school, it became a charter school, honestly, so that the school could receive dollars to pay living wages. When I started at the high school in 1997, I was paid $18,000 a year. Previous to that, teachers volunteered at the school. The school did not get funding. So charter legislation allowed for the school to receive funding to pay teachers. What it also did, though, was create a professionalization, quote unquote, of those who taught there, right? So I offered that in response to Karina's question because there is this educational industrial complex, this hyper professionalization of the folks who come in to teach, curriculum that have been developed by white people who don't live in these communities, who then are training teachers on how to teach when they come into these communities. Albizu Campos is then placed in competition with all the area high schools. Because once you're certified to teach, why would you come teach at Albizu? You can go teach at Lindblom. You can go teach at New Trier. And that is exactly what happens. So Albizu will get the teachers who maybe are fresh out of college, come teach a couple of years, get their feet wet, and then they go leave to make the bigger salary at the other schools. Albizu is an alternative high school, charter school. Charter schools receive less per student than area public high schools. Okay? So I offer that construct because what I hope and want to see for Albizu, right, is the experience I had as a teacher there. Right, where I was rooted and trained by Marvin to be a teacher activist. Some of that has been lost because of the hyper-professionalization of teachers, right? Because you have to have a certification. Also, I don't know if anybody here has ever taken the basic skills test. I failed it 3 times before I passed it. And by then, I already had a bachelor's, and I was working, and I had a first master's degree. And I failed it 3 times because I suck it out. Okay? I offer that because it has already been proven that the basic skills test is biased and that professionals of color fail the basic skills test at higher levels than white professionals. That is why you don't see that many teachers of color in education, right? And there's this whole movement to try to redo the basic skills test. So what I hope to see is, the high school is up against quite a bit in some ways in terms of what's become this institution of education and how it has unfortunately creeped into the whole charter system and all of that. But the high school still, right, is rooted in, despite all of that, the high school could have left all of its community-based curriculum behind, could have said we're just going to go become like a mini CPS school, because many of the other alternative high schools have actually done that because it's easier to go that route to get your curriculums approved and all of that. But high school still retains this community-based lens, its lens in teaching about the lived experience of the Puerto Rican diaspora, even including right now that it's a more diverse school, the African-American lived experience, the Mexican lived experience. But that is, I frame that for you all because that is the larger fight for the high school, right? How can the high school continue to exist and be sustainable in an environment that is now hyper-attacking, right? Any sort of curriculum that is race-based or about marginalized people who have the marginalized experience. On top of that, right, all the institutional challenges that it faces.
Yeah, so we're talking about teachers. And so I would like for everybody here who has taught in the school, because I see a testimony over there, and I see some people over here. I'd like all the people that have taught at the school to please stand up and be recognized. Please. We have a couple of teachers over here.
Jose, you didn't stand up.
Oh, Jose, stand up.
So just real quick to add to Clarisa's question around the next 50 years.
That's for the last session today, so don't use your...
No, I won't give it all
Don't give it all
I won't give it all away.
No,
I gotta come back. Is to also be able to institutionalize our founders. We have the privilege today to have some of our founders here still with us. That won't be the case 50 years from now, unless they become robotic, which might be possible. It is how do we sustain historical memory, which we know in communities like ours continuously becomes difficult. It's hard to sustain historical memory. But we have been able to do so because we have people like Jose, Oscar, Ricardo, Luis, and many of the folks who were around from the very beginning, not allowing us to forget. I also hope to add to Antonia question this morning is, are we creating containers to build leadership among our young people? I hope that 50 years from now, we look at Albizu Campos High School and still see the container that it has been for the last 50 years, a place where we truly build organic leadership.
So I wanted to, Michael Rodríguez, I wanted to thank the four panelists. We're not just hearing incredible, amazing educators, but for me, just seeing comrades reflecting. There's so many members, like during the panel, there's so many members that I was thinking about. It's also bittersweet for me, this event, because I'm leaving in a couple weeks, moving to the West Coast, so I'm not happy that this event is also very emotional. But I wanted to ask a question sort of in the spirit of Clarisa's point about sort of going forward, but also Michelle's sort of point is to ask, in a moment of a 50th anniversary, right, there's two things that usually will happen, right? You'll celebrate those achievements and those things, but then there's also an opportunity to take stock of maybe the places where we stumbled, or the places where there were more weaknesses, or where there may have been mishaps. What are the ways, what can we learn from those places as Albizu Campos, as the educational work goes forward? What are those places that you think we can become stronger in, areas we need to address, ways of interacting? So tell us, where can we grow from those, not just the successes, but the places where at times we may have been even at times come short, upon which now we can sort of move to strengthen going forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, like me again? You want to go first, Nancy?
I think that's a great question. And I think where we are weak and we need to address, and we are, is our vínculos with Puerto Rico. And that is key. In the Bandera, dedicated Bandera Ponce. And the school, I forgot the name of the school because the school.
Proyecto Bienestar de Salud de Familia Comedia.
Yes. Yes. So the school, the key is how we connect more, one of them, connect with our sister schools in Puerto Rico, and that we also connect within the diaspora, schools that are in New York, schools that are in Milwaukee, and we have to build that. And I still think we have to build our curriculum through that collaboration, because there is, like Michelle had mentioned, that there is a lot of demands by the state that we have to teach a certain way. Doesn't mean that we can't contextualize it. You know, you want to do a critical look at the school, and I'm the executive director. The principal's not here, but we have teachers here. So one way to look closely at what we're doing at the school is doing a walkthrough and taking a look at the resources that we have on our shelves. What are we teaching our students, okay? Where are those resources coming from? And I think we need to build more on that. And through a better connection with schools in Puerto Rico and the work in Puerto Rico, the political work, the work for liberation of Puerto Rico, and the work in the diaspora, and particularly in the work right now with Fiona hitting, and we're still dealing with Maria, we're dealing with earthquakes, we're dealing with the finances and the new level of colonial struggle. We have to connect the school to that. And we have to build community here. And I think that's what we're doing. The work that I do with all the schools, I cannot show myself in a school to support a principal if I represent a school that is not performing. Albizu Campus is the flagship of community as a campus. I cannot go anywhere and talk about education without having that model. So, again, what's important to me, and maybe there's other gaps that others may see, is that gap. As a vínculo a Puerto Rico and our curriculum, language and culture has to be strengthened. That's my answer.
There's just a couple of things that really struck me. First, the main thing is I just have so much appreciation for all the different points that you all have brought out. I mean, and it's interesting how they dance together in different ways. You have your, cada uno con su propia manera, you know, each with your own quality, but what we begin to see is a way in which these different expressions of the work and the labor, they come together, and so we don't need everybody to be the same. We need people to be able to be in integrity with who they are and be able to, to express however it is that we express ourselves. And I think there's so much power in that, and that's generally what's lost. There's just two little things that I want to kind of push back. And I push back in I hope you know a really good way, but as we think about going forward. Like one of the things is around the language we use. That I think there's a powerful intervention for us to make as we move forward, where we begin to question the language that's used. For example, I hate the term teacher training. I hate this notion of training, that anybody is trained. There's something about that is so damn dehumanizing, and it's so much part of the colonial, project to train us so that we can kind of fit in. And I know that part of the struggle here, or the contradictions, have to deal with the language of the institutions. But we're also trying to transform those institutions. So if, in fact, there's an opportunity to create, a teacher education program, then I hope that we talk about teacher formation. Because I think teacher formation, intellectual formation, is much more respectful to who we are and to our lives. And then the second thing I want to say is that one of the greatest frustrations for me is that I wish it was just white folks who were involved in the oppressive project. I wish it was. I wish it was that easy. But the truth of the matter is that some of the folks writing the curriculum at state levels are not white folks. They're folks of color who, have taken a different, let's say they've taken a different venue, right? And so the only reason I say that it's important for us to keep that, and it goes back to something that Jose, you said, I think, yesterday, but this de-essentializing of identities and including white identities, because some of the work that's been done here, the reason it was done was because of white allies, political allies, who stood up and were willing to accept incredible criticism from their own, communities, or from others who didn't understand, what the hell are you doing? Why are you doing that? Why are you putting so much energy into that? So what I'm saying is that because we are about human liberation, then part of our struggle is about what is our political consciousness that we carry forth? How do we recognize each other beyond the color of our skin? Because otherwise, then we end up falling into the same trap and oppressing in the same ways that we have. So as we move forward in the next 50 years, for me, it's like I hope that our work helps to push that kind of opening and pushing back on these institutions as we begin to say there is another way to think about the question of education, about how teachers, the formation of teachers, how we teach students and how we learn with them, and how we understand each other as a human community, with our differences and our commonalities working together for each other.
That's a nugget.
We have one more question.
Can I actually just say something in response to that? So I think when we talk about the challenges of as has come up a couple of times, situations where many of the people who are positioned as experts on certain topics don't have that lived experience, that could be a form of expertise. I think there's an alternative framing of that problem, which is the essentialization, where we assume that if someone has a certain identity, then they have expertise that is universal and the same everywhere, and we presume that they embody justice, they embody some sort of revolutionary spirit, which is just simply not the case across so many contexts. And this is in part why we have to be, I think, so careful in how we articulate some of these issues, to recognize, as you mentioned, Antonia, central to our survival has been solidarity, and this notion that you can only work within a narrow definition of identity, only a certain person can play a certain role. We have to do tremendous work to push against that, because that just simply has not sustained us over the years, and it will not sustain us moving forward. I think another point that's connected to this, when you talk about the ways that some of the people who are designing these curricula might be on paper are people, but aren't necessarily committed to this, don't share political commitments. Again, this is what I was trying to speak to at the beginning of my comments. In some ways, the only thing scarier to me than the conservative sort of rejection of race and colonialism as a focus of analysis altogether is the liberal orientation to race and colonialism that sort of divorces these concepts from really people's lived experiences, and then and turns them into glossy diversity, equity, and inclusion projects. And I refuse diversity and inclusion as a phrase. I talk about domestication and incorporation, because I find diversity and inclusion to be deeply reproductive. You know, the idea is to be included into something without ever interrogating whether that thing should have existed in the first place or whether it should continue to exist. And so we got to be really careful about how we advocate for, you know, asserting our presence in a mainstream curriculum. What is a culturally affirming, culturally responsive pedagogy? Is it just merely recognizing the existence of people across lines of racial difference, gender, sexuality? And again, you find these counting games, you know, counting identities, counting categories, rather than really seriously analyzing the histories that have produced particular realities and then trying to take seriously how we could respond to those realities in a range of ways to disrupt them, to produce something fundamentally different. So.
Hello. So my main question was, it's kind of a bit broader, I think, but so I unfortunately did not go to Pedro, Albizu, Campos, even though it totally could have happened because I transferred from Wayne Tech to Ombudsman West, which is a different alternative school. And Jose definitely chewed me out for that when he found out. But, so my middle school though, I kind of wanted to ask you about this kind of, I don't know if dichotomy is the right word, but the relationship between activism and teaching, mainly because in my middle school it wasn't quite like talked about like Campos, but it definitely felt like community-based, even though we had a CBS curriculum. The teachers did everything in their power to make sure they raised money for us. My class almost didn't go to DC and they made us raise money to do that, right? So I guess my main question is just, how do you guys think activism should be integrated into teaching, and should it fundamentally be a part of teaching across the board?
Can I say maybe one more thing? I don't want to take up too much time, but you know, again, one of the lessons of this community in terms of our capacity to experiment in our pedagogies, our capacity, whether we're K through 12 educators, whether we're community educators outside of mainstream schools, or whether we're in higher education, we have tremendous opportunities to kind of redefine boundaries. You know, we often think that activism is separate from scholarship or thinking or learning. Activism is a profound way of learning, and so even in my, you know, one of the frustrating things, again, with the incorporation of race and ethnic studies as an intellectual project in mainstream institutions is often it divorces the history of ethnic studies from the communities that produce these programs. And so you have people learning about race and ethnic studies at the university, but not engaging with any communities. And so one of my commitments at Stanford, for example, when I teach my introduction to Chicano Latino studies, or Chicanx Latinx studies now, I don't teach it at Stanford. I teach it in a high school. And so I partner with a high school teacher. My Stanford students work together with high school students as co-learners, not as tutors. And so this requires tremendous work to kind of design the curriculum with high school teachers together and administrators. And it takes tremendous humility on the part of the Stanford students who think they're supposed to be on a pedestal. But in fact, I find them to be the least well-equipped to study ethnic studies because many of them are coming from much more privileged backgrounds. And so if anything, they have a lot to learn from different kinds of community spaces. And so the activism piece can be incorporated into the mode of pedagogy, it can be incorporated into the curriculum. And so I think part of, for me, what's exciting about community as a campus, as a curriculum, is it suggests that community transformation is the curriculum. So this idea of these curricular subject areas do not make sense. They are not sustaining us. And defining success, this is why, Michelle, I cringed when you said you suck at math. I'm like, no, I want to know what modes of
institution of math.
The institution of math. I was a math teacher, so I'm like, you don't suck at math. You suck at the way, perhaps, math has been defined. But there are people with tremendous, profound capacities for spatial analysis, for quantitative reasoning, whose modes of thinking just aren't made legible and aren't recognized or valued in mainstream spaces. I know so many brilliant people who draw on architectural reasoning, all kinds of mathematical reasoning, but in mainstream schools, no space has been made to recognize that knowledge. We don't define it because it doesn't contribute to reproducing this economy. Reproducing this economy will not sustain us, and so if anything, the activist work is very mundane on some level as well. So we can think of activism as a recognizable project, you know, doing protests, you know, particular kinds of activities. But in some ways, this everyday, this daily work of redefining institutions, of redefining knowledge, of redefining learning, that is profound activist work. And so I think that's part of what we have the opportunity to do.
Just two questions over there.
Over there.
Yeah, we were gonna.
I think we gotta wrap up.
We gotta wrap up, so. Sorry, we have to wrap up. This has been a really engaging discussion, and we will have a 10-minute break, and I want you to join me in thanking our panelists for such a
Yeah, then we can put it in Mr. Carey.
You got 5 minutes breaks only. Necesita mucho trabajo, Yo comenté 2 veces.
¿A qué hora es tu discurso?
I know they totally skipped you guys. You might say that.
Yeah, she gave me, it was so funny. I said, you know how to go in the city if you want to, and then you can between weekend. I said, what would you like? And so she researched.
Gracias. Yeah, I was really noticed. Estaba luchando ahí. Y yo dejé mi agua aquí.
Y yo no sabía. Entonces, pues te fue a buscar esa que le quedaba. Todo bueno. La que quedaba. Atrás no había sido. Pobrecito.
Are you back now?
I'm tired.
Yes, we have it on.
I'm going to check it for one of them.
But you know, like it's always late in the
I gotta do that.
He's just a lazy motherfucker.
Hey, how you doing?
What up, bro? You good? Yeah. How are you? Good. Had a long night, so that's why we're here late. Late as fuck. How many sessions is there? Altogether? Yeah. 5 or 6. Hey, how are you? How are you?
Amazing.
Slow, but it's good. Hey, sir. All right. Good to see you.
Next time, hasta la próxima.
Hey, take care, man. Yeah, so 5 or 6. 5 or 6. What's next? What's the next session? Probably gonna sit through one before we head out. Just talking about government discussion, rethinking university partnerships, and then closing discussion. Who's the Corbin discussion?
And then this next panel is Dr. Idris Garcia, Zambrano, Robson Fidel.
Oh, I know Rob.
Marisol Morales, Nazario Hernandez, Lily Alvarez. No, cool. Everyone good last night?
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah, the mixer was fine. I mean, that's all we got brought in to do was help it. But we stayed till 2. But I got to connect with, what's his name, Dino?
This is a program if you were.
Oh, cool. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you.
Do you have food left over?
Yeah, did you guys eat?
We went to Nelly's, which is why we were late.
Well, we also.
Yeah, we went in there and smashed that buffet. It was like, let me tell you.
So I was going to tell you, Marvin's standing up there, right? He's like, okay, you guys taught us high school, I want you to stand up. I don't know what the heck you did, but right at that moment, you also stood up, and I was like, oh my god, Matt taught us high school?
I stood up because I said that I would have to pan the camera around the room.
Got it.
So I did not teach at the high school. I'm not that cool.
Yeah.
It's scaring me. You're scaring me so much. Don't make drama. Don't call me.
I do.
No, you're right.
Please, we're trying to clean the tables and you have a nice area. Please remember, we're trying to clean the tables for you guys. Just let us know what we can take away from the table. Déjenos saber qué nos podemos llevar de las mesas, por favor. Mientras ustedes hablan, nosotros trabajamos. Necesitamos limpiar las mesas. Déjenos saber. We have plenty of food. If you need any food, just pass by the food station. Thank you.
Give us your flight attendant voice. We're approaching the land.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Don't worry. It's funny because she takes it as a compliment. Oh no, she's a traveling
We're going to start our next panel in a few minutes, so if you can get in your refreshments and get settled, that'd be great. Thank you.
Segunda llamada. Vamos a empezar, vamos a comenzar la último panel del día. We're gonna start soon, please. Have a seat, grab some fruits. There's juice, there's coffee.
Vamos a empezar, pueden tomar asiento, you can grab a seat. If you look at panel, we have to keep a fine. On people.
And if the panelists could make their way to the stage, that would be great.
¿Y dónde está el filmmaking?
How you doing? Good. Not as strong as you were at 8:30 this morning, but you're sounding like it's going to work out.
I'm gonna get another chair.
Ok, vamos empezando, vamos sentándonos. We should be having your seat. Un chichimán. Papi, mira, con la mujer de cabeza te hemos retransformado para chichimi. Eché para chichino, avena, ella me preguntó sobre chichín de avena, ¿qué ve yo?
Hey, how you doing that band?
She seemed very cool. I didn't know until I read what made me read her.
Cold. It's time to get back. Yeah. We wanted to give people a break, but we also want to give time to our last panel. So we're going to get started. It's my teacher voice. My name is Laura Ruth Johnson. You've met me throughout the day and yesterday, and I'm an associate professor at Northern Illinois University, and I will be moderating the final panel, which is Rethinking University Community Partnerships. And I'll start by introducing our panelists. Yes, and then they will present, and there'll be some time for questions at the end. So our first panelist is Dr. Ralph Cintron, a professor of English and Latin American and Latino Studies at UIC. He does ethnographic and theoretical research on the theories and histories of liberalism and democracy. Over the last 10 years, he has been steadily moving towards the problems of climate change. And then our second panelist will be Dr. Ivis Garcia Zambrana, an associate professor at the Landscape Architecture and Urban Planning Department at Texas A&M University. And I'm sorry, the affiliation in the program was incorrect because it's a new position. So congratulations, that's really wonderful. Yep. And then our third panelist will be Dr. Marisol Morales, Executive Director of the Carnegie Elective Classifications of the American Council on Education. Her areas of research include Puerto Rican human rights, higher education community engagement, Latinx engagement, and Hispanic serving institutions, and in community engagement and DEI. And then our last two presenters who will be presenting together are Migdalia Jimenez from the Chicago Public Library. And Migdalia started her library career as a volunteer at her neighborhood branch, and she's now the library and branch manager at Bucktown Wicker Park branch of the Chicago Public Library. She earned her BA at DePaul University in Latino Studies and her MS in Library and Information Sciences from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in 2007. She has served as a co-chair of the Latinx Services Committee. And then Daylily Alvarez is a public service library manager with expertise in community outreach, library management, project management, public program coordination, and collection development. Daylily holds an MS degree in nonprofit management and a master's degree in library and information science with a certification in community informatics from the Graduate School of Library and Information Science at UIUC. And the two of them were involved in some of those early efforts around community informatics and community intellectual space that I talked about this morning and yesterday. So our first presenter will be Ralph Cintron. Oh, and each person will get 15 minutes, and I'll be over here with a little timer to give you a warning at 5 minutes. Just FYI.
I know that I cannot fill up 15 minutes here. I've been trying to think about what I will be talking about, and I thought maybe I'll talk a little bit about the past and a little bit about the present. Listening to everybody, I probably do the research, read about stuff that is really odd. I do ethnographic work, that's not odd. Many of you, I think, do ethnographic work, particularly, as people say, to live out in a community is to do ethnographic work. That's what you do when you live life. So I do that. But it's the other thing that I do that's just really odd, given this context. And that's rhetorical theory. And what that means is that my mind is partly stuck in 2,000 years ago among people who are sometimes called the ancient Greeks and so on. I'm one of the people who broke the mold in terms of changing rhetorical theory. because I moved more and more towards ethnographic work. But I still love rhetorical theory. And the reason I love it is because rhetoric has always been about arguments, the sort of arguments that occur around us on a daily basis. But when I started working in the field, what I started to do was to think about street gangs. And street gangs, I started thinking more and more about street gangs. I was doing ethnographic work with street gangs. I was talking to them, I was going to jails. I was trying to find out what the motivations were. So the more I did that kind of work, I began to realize that there was a world of, let's call it silence. Silence that was incredibly pervasive inside communities. Now we could call silence oppression. So oppression was so pervasive that there was a kind of silence in terms of understanding what was happening within these communities. And so that relationship between silence and speaking became incredibly important to me. The relationship between silence and stories became incredibly important to me. So as I talked and learned and started to figure out things more and more, I realized how the people I was talking to did not have very many ways to, shall we say, speak to the world in some fashion. And so that's where a lot of the set of problems began to emerge, and the frustrations. And we started talking more and more about, one of the favorite terms was lack of respect. And we started talking about how respect, or the lack of it, felt like humiliation. And we started thinking, and I was doing this with the other street gang members, we were just simply saying, okay, let's talk about humiliation, let's talk about respect. To what extent does these were all ideas which were beginning to emerge among, the ideas were emerging from the people I was talking to. And we started using terms like systemic humiliation, kind of a fancy word, I guess. But what we meant was that there was something, a structure that was inside the society that made feelings, that made lives, that made everything seem kind of worthless or hopeless or difficult. And the more we talked, we started figuring out ways. So, what is graffiti? And that became the self in some fashion or another. But it was a complicated self because it was in a language that was not legible to many people, legible to other street gang members, but not legible to many people. Anyway, it was through all of these kinds of experiences that I really began to understand how people want to talk. And people want to tell stories about themselves. And that these stories and all of this talk is actually incredibly, incredibly deep. And I understood very quickly that there is a kind of imperative to arrive at justice in some fashion. And there's an imperative to arrive at a kind of moral world in some fashion. And how do you get there if what you feel is silence everywhere? How do you get there? And that became kind of the big, big struggle. So I wanted to start with that story to simply say that the university, my training, let's say, in, I'm kind of embarrassed to say it, but classical rhetorical theory from the age of the Greeks, at first did not seem relevant to what I wanted to do. But over time, I began to understand how all of that stuff actually made sense. That in some fashion, all this other stuff from way back in the past, which is also about silence and the necessity to speak, and the necessity to change the world, the necessity to use speech to change the world, that is a kind of common, human kind of force. And so, with that sense of things, the part of me which seems kind of stuck in books, and then the other part of me which seems to be stuck in communities, began to make more and more and more sense. So if we're talking about knowledge, so what is knowledge? It doesn't exist. Obviously, we've been saying it all afternoon. It doesn't exist, and all morning. We've been saying that knowledge doesn't exist inside the books. It doesn't. Knowledge seems to be this thing which floats all the way around us and captures us, and it seems to be something that everyone engages in. Anyway, I wanted to just share that story because there's something about the pathologization of the street. There's something about the pathologization of street gangs in particular. There is something so pervasive in that system of trying to say, these people are worthy, these other people are not worthy. But that's, if we want to understand where that term, which literally emerged out of collaboration with others, if we want to understand what that term systemic humiliation amounts to, then you begin to kind of grasp that it's this desire to be with others. And how is it that structures of society seems to prevent that being with others in some fashion? And obviously, our economic system is deeply a part of one of those structures in which we cannot be with others. So how do you break that down? And that's what I've been trying to do for really quite some time. So let me jump. That's a kind of a personal story from the past. And let me jump to a personal story. I've already used up 7 minutes or 8 minutes?
10 minutes.
I've used up 10 minutes? I didn't even think I would ever get that far. I thought I would be over by now. Okay, so let me go to the future and to the present. So, increasingly, I've been involved with a bunch of climate scientists, and they have been fantastic. And one of the things that have just simply changed my mind about how the sciences themselves work is because I have been involved with a group of scientists who are absolutely committed to communities, and that they seem to know the problem. They seem to want to bridge out of their isolation, which they themselves acknowledge, and they want to move towards places like this. And that has been transformative in terms of my mind. And it has begun to change my whole outlook of what the possibilities of the Academy might be. So here are the things that we're starting to talk about. Obviously, climate science is a huge thing. I personally feel that we're on the verge in the next 100 years, literally we might be wiped out. And I'm not saying that without any exaggeration. We literally might be wiped out. So what we are engaged in, we have this huge grant. It's coming from Argonne. It's a grant that links up Argonne to, let's say, Division Street, Paseo. It links up University of Illinois, Chicago. It links up other communities. And we're trying to gather information about cities. How do cities themselves affect environments? And then how do environments respond to cities? Cities are places of heat, quite frankly. I think everyone knows that. And so they heat up the local environment. And so what we're trying to do is to gather information from a variety of technical instrumentation, quite frankly, that we're going to spread up and down this Paseo. And we're going to try to take that information and build a curricula here at Albizu Campos, and a curricula, a science curricula here at Roberto Clemente. And we want the students to guide that. We want the students to gather the information, to make sense of it, to go to Argonne, to talk to the scientists at Argonne, and then to make presentations to the community on what it is that they have gathered. And that to me is, we talked earlier about a liberation in terms of education. That to me is a sense of one way to think about a kind of liberation of how we think about schools themselves, but how we think about communities. We so often think about, how many social scientists have been flooding around Paseo? Many, 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 many. How many humanities people have been involved in Paseo? How many education people have been involved in Paseo? But in contrast, how many scientists will now be involved in Paseo? And to what extent will Argonne be involved in Paseo? So these are all parts of, I think, a new kind of present, a new way of imagining communities and universities and research institutions, a new way for imagining all of that, but also a new way of, one of the things I most think about, because I've done a lot of work with undocumented students, what is it like for families who perhaps have come undocumented or have been poor their entire lives? What is it like for them to know that their child can go to Argonne and talk to scientists and get a feeling for what science might be, one of the outstanding institutions in the world, one of the outstanding research institutions? What is it like for families and children? Now I want to go back to that earlier time, or earlier moment. Yeah, no. I want to capture that sense of silence and systemic humiliation. What is it like to break out of those conditions and to enter into these worlds that some of these folks, these other folks, Argonne scientists or whatever it is, how we imagine them to be? Anyway, I find it liberating personally for me and hopefully for students as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I'm going to introduce myself again, Ibis Garcia. I'm associate professor at Texas A&M University, and I'm a community engaged scholar. And I didn't have that identity until I actually got a job with that because of the work that I did in this community. And I didn't know I was like actually, again, in terms of being and training to be a community engaged scholar. And I actually am completely indebted to Ralph, who is the one who got me involved here. And it was in the middle of the week, so it's like probably a Tuesday or Wednesday. I just had arrived to UIC, and actually Janet Smith was my advisor, rest in peace. And Ralph is the neighbor of Janet Smith, and they were waiting for this Puerto Rican student to arrive to Chicago. And they just had a meeting, and actually like Marisol was like part of that meeting, and Miguel Palacios and Carlos de Jesus, also Eliud. Many of them were wearing sombreros, so that was like a little bit, different, just like in Puerto Rico, but different where I was like moving from California at that time. And what's that? Marisa wasn't wearing a sombrero. She was always looking fabulous. So Ralph here was talking about gangs, and I want to say that maybe he was describing the Puerto Rican agenda a little bit like a gang, or like some type of mafia, I'm not sure. Because basically what he was saying is like, this group, they're like family, right? Very engaging community, and they have a lot of power. They are it in the neighborhood. So I must admit I was a little bit scared. Again, that's a big first interaction. But after like coming into the community, I felt very welcome. And I think that Jonathan said before that it takes a while to be completely in the work here. And I think that in part it's because at first, as a scholar, you're doing a lot of listening to the community, try to understand the narratives, and really embedding yourself into the community without doing too much speaking just yet, right? Maybe some service. And I actually I feel like that whole year was like a lot of listening of the Puerto Rican agenda before we can write these reports. And that's like the reason that I actually met the Puerto Rican agenda to do this report documenting the 60 years of Puerto Ricans in Chicago. And we had a lot of demographic work and a lot of documentation of gentrification, for instance, or community as campus, looking at many issues that have been the Puerto Rican agenda and the many organizations that are part of the Puerto Rican agenda were doing. And there was a lot of vision in there also into what would the future look like. And it's amazing to see that many of those visions have become true, and that there's a lot more. So again, just celebrating the 50th anniversary of Pedro Campos High School, there have been many visions and many more that again will be a reality. We just have to keep dreaming, right? So I apparently did a good job, because then I was made the co-chair with the Puerto Rican agenda. It was again just such a great opportunity, and I did my dissertation work also from the Puerto Rican agenda reports. And for a while I was hesitant to do my dissertation on community work, And that's why I say I didn't see myself just yet, as a community engaged scholar. And the reason for that is because you have a lot of people outside of the community saying you're doing studies, basically. You cannot be a Puerto Rican doing Puerto Rican work because people are not going to take you seriously. And that's what a lot of people always say to young scholars. And obviously many times, from progressive people and people that we might think that are allies and so on. So I am glad that I didn't listen and I decided to go with my heart and just again embrace completely doing my dissertation work on my work in this community. And I wrote about gentrification, but I wrote about it in a different perspective because I think that obviously we want to have more Puerto Ricans that are homeowners. I think that's definitely the goal. But part of the argument of the dissertation was that to community ownership, we can maintain people in this particular space. And that is like community ownership in terms of having the flags here, Paseo Boricua, having the murals, having the different institutions like Pedro Albizu Campos, places that are non-profits that are in this space that can really serve the community and maintain the community here. And that's a different argument from the housing. The housing, it is important, and we have to get more affordable housing, but it's how you create this ecosystem in where we can create an identity-based project and maintain people here. And I'm not sure, again, if this was my idea to come up with that, or it was Rob's idea. Because I had a lot of conversations, with a lot of mentors and people in the community. So sometimes when we write about things, we're not sure, is this my idea or is it somebody else's idea? It feels like it's part of a collective, right? And of a narrative. So after being here for 5 years, I went to the University of Utah, and actually maybe many people thought that I will not come back, right? And I see that there's a lot of scholars that have stayed here in the community, and other ones that have gone to other places, but they're still connected with this community. And I think that again is such a great richness, right? So having artists, scholars from different places keep coming back to the community. I actually invited many students from Utah. So they were not Puerto Ricans, to come here to do work in the community. And we did that have done it for several years, probably in a more prominent way. We worked on a report of thinking, it's a housing summit of 2019, looking at affordable housing and working with Lucia and with Peter Dyke, and Hispanic housing. And from there was the idea of actually creating Puerto Rico town as well. So it started from those conversations. And now I'm helping with the cultural district designation. So again, it's just I have been involved because I keep being invited. And it's just again, such a pleasure to work with the community. Something I wanted to say in regards to the students is that this space is very welcoming of non-Puerto Ricans. And I think that has been something that I have had to work as a professor to build the cultural competency of a lot of students that again do not speak Spanish or have never worked with Puerto Rican communities, and in the case of Utah with communities of color, really. So I wanted to, in a way, just acknowledge all the people that are non-Puerto Rican that have made great contributions to this community. just as allies and just as people that are also doing the work. I also wanted to say that because of the PRCC, I have been also involved in Puerto Rico, and again, I don't know like how this community has a lot of arms, right? So there's so much going on here, and then just having more in Puerto Rico. And I have had the opportunity of like actually taking my students also to Loyola and to Comerío, and they're like our sister cities, as I call them. And the work that we have been doing there, it has been funded, and now it has been for like 3 years, funded by the Environmental Protection Agency and also by the National Science Foundation. And there are like different kinds of projects, but looking at water quality and psychosocial resilience of older adults in Loyola and Comerío. So one of the things that we see now in the news is that a lot of people are not connected to water. You should also know that in Loyola, for instance, about 10% of the population is not connected to water, regardless of like the hurricane. In Puerto Rico, there's a lot of informality and a lot of issues of infrastructure. The same thing with like electricity. So we have a lot of informal communities, for example, that they share a line of electricity, and everybody is connected to that. So those are like infrastructure issues that are very important to solve, even in moments of not having a disaster. And a lot of other work that we have been doing with the NSF is looking at like how businesses have been affected after the disaster, and also like non-profits as well. And something that, for example, in Loyola and Comerío that we were looking at is how, because of the disasters and then Irma, Maria, and then COVID, and then having not reliable water, because there has been already a lot of drought in Puerto Rico, and not reliable electricity, many businesses had to close. Like I talked to people that just simply as business owners, they used to pay like $600 for running a business, and they're like paying like $2,500 in electricity. And this is again before having Hurricane Fiona. So again, like the work that the Puerto Rican community is doing here with places like Loyola and Comerío is like very important, supporting non-profit organizations to the 3 Rs for PR. And for example, when I was in Puerto Rico, I welcome some of the achievements of the Puerto Rican agenda. So lots of like goodies, like that was a year later. And that's because it was like committed, right? I think that right now what the 3 Rs for PR is like looking at is like trying to have money, right, to support these like local businesses and organizations directly. So in a way, I was kind of like putting a pitch for you to donate to 3 Rs for PR, because with my students again, and the way it works is like, you know, I think that very much Jose is a connector. So he's like, okay, this community and they need help, like just ask them what they need. And a lot of my academic work and grant applications and all that have come out of that, like making partnerships in communities, because again, we have made connections here in Chicago, in Puerto Rico, and then just like keep that work going. And so the last thing I will say is that, you know, the research question that I'm always interested in is like how communities can use their own assets. So this is like the things that they have, the things that they know, not necessarily money, right, but their own assets to build community power, right? So I think that when we were, when Ralph introduced me to this project of the Puerto Rican agenda, there was no money, there was the idea. So the idea is more important because later you can find the money. And I think that universities are resources with the ability to, again, write grants and provide technical assistance. And we just have to be, again, invited into communities and listen, and then be a resource. So that's kind of what I think that the university partnership model should be. So thank you very much.
Thanks all. Hi, I'm Marisa Morales, and I just have to say thank you for the organizers, Laura and Jonathan, for the invitation. And it warms my heart when Edie says that she's a community engaged scholar, because what I do for a living is try to make universities and colleges support these kinds of scholars. So I have a presentation. It's up on the screen. My son's going to move the things. If people want to follow along, it's probably more for my benefit, but please enjoy the pictures. So I think it's titled, Remember Your Roots and Trust Your Wings. I really feel like that is a sort of motto that embodies how I try to do the work professionally and personally. So I'm going to start off with some story sharing. So really this idea of community is a co-educator. And for me, the way that I have sort of run my way into this work is really thinking about a course that I took sophomore year. Michelle had mentioned it because we were in the same course, and it was transformative for both our lives. It was a class taught by Dr. Jose Solis called U.S. Colonialism of Puerto Rico. We were sophomore students, and I was at that time feeling very disengaged from my college experience, not knowing if I was actually going to continue. But then I took this course, and it really changed the trajectory of my academic experience at the university. And even though I was born in this neighborhood, a few blocks away on Haddon, we had moved away when I was 2, and I grew up in West Rogers Park. And we'd come here occasionally because my grandparents lived on the other side of Haddon. My grandfather was pushing the Piragua cart on Milwaukee Avenue. But it wasn't something that we felt completely connected to because we had been removed from it. Next slide. So as through this course, we had to do volunteer work. So it was the first time in my academic life that I was actually learning about Puerto Rico and the ways in which the social and political and economic policies moved my family here. But it was also through this course that I had to do volunteer work at the high school. And I was actually paired with Jesse over there, who's a teacher at the high school, and helped him in his classroom. But I also got connected to many other kind of projects through the PRCC, from the campaign to free the Puerto Rican political prisoners, to the anti-gentrification work. And that kind of led me to also becoming a student activist on campus. So I, with students, and Lily's in that picture, Jesse, created the Puerto Rican Student Association at DePaul in 1997, so a long time ago. But it was really, and my son is a freshman at DePaul now, so he's actually a great generation. But it was actually through that course that I learned kind of everything that I know now, right? And it has stayed with me throughout my professional career, and it is the way that I continue to frame the work that I'm doing now nationally. So I often tell this story when I'm talking about my trajectory in the field of community engagement, that I am one of very few people in the field that has experienced this work as a student, as a community partner, and as a higher ed administrator. So it gives me a unique kind of positionality to be able to both assess, critique, and support this work. And for 5 years, I was the director of the Family Learning Center, the Lolita Lebron Family Learning Center, and that's picture of Lolita and Diego when he was little. And through this center, we were able to do amazing work with young women, and also create a space of university-community partnership. I could literally not have kept the doors open without the partnership that I had with DePaul, with Marisa, and with others who came in and helped teach courses, who brought in resources. And it was through that kind of placement as a community partner, working so directly with the university, that I was able to see the capacity by which our universities, our institutions, have resources that could be redirected towards community efforts. That plus the work we're seeing on an everyday basis through the PRCC and its work with Jose, teaching at many institutions, the students that were given leadership opportunities and brought in. Next slide. And then, I moved into higher education. And for me, it was always, how do I have one foot in the community and one foot at the institution and bring those resources? So I was at DePaul for 8 years doing this kind of work. I then moved to the University of Laverne in Southern California to be the founding director of the Office of Civic and Community Engagement. Took a lot of the lessons that I learned working here in this local community to the community, mostly Mexican American or immigrant communities in Southern California. And then when I moved to Campus Compact, which was the national organization dedicated to the public purposes of higher education, then how I did that on a national level, supporting community engagement professionals who are trying to do this, pushing institutions to recognize this work in tenure and promotion guidelines, and really centering community always in what the university community partnerships should look like in the work that I do. Next slide, please. And then I would say that part of what I learned from this is also love as a leadership strategy, right? Good one. The ways that we show up in this space, the up and down walks down Paseo, the overnights at the PRCC when it was on Claremont, the marches and the fights with the anarchists and others that we did, was all about love. Right? It was love for this community, and so how do we take that into the spaces of higher education where oftentimes that's looked down upon, and really center love of community in the ways that we ask our institutions to do this work. And for my own work and my research, next slide, it's been through some models that I've tried to create around community engagement. So I got my doctorate in 2021 in the middle of the pandemic. But I have this model called the Prism for Liberatory Engagement that really looks at the community engagement experiences of Latinx students and Hispanic serving institutions and the kinds of significant factors that we have to look at and the ways in which things like positive interaction with faculty, engaging sameness, and other things work to support Latinx student engagement. And then another framework, asset-based critical engagement, asking our field to look more deeply in the ways that we look at how we support our students, how we're working with our communities, how our courses focus on social justice, and how our own identity as faculty and higher education professionals supports a liberatory process. In my teachings, I've been able to take this. This is from a class that I did in California, farm workers and grassroots activism. Incorporating that activist educator into the spaces, being able to partner. We had a campus in Bakersfield, so we were able to connect with the UFW, bring Dolores Huerta to speak to our students, have our students organize and be part of marches in the community calling for immigrant justice. And these are ways, extensions of that love that I learned here that I was able to take with me when I lived in California. And then finally, the space of service, whether it was National Boricua Human Rights Network that had such a profound impact in my life and my leadership, or work that I have done and continue to do with the Puerto Rican agenda, and where for me, to this concept of Icali, where it's this coming together, right, of what you love, what you can get paid to do, what you're good at, right, and that is sort of that sweet space that I hope that university and community partnerships can create for all of the individuals who are involved. And so what I'm about now is people-centered systems change. It's very sort of strange moving from being on the ground space, right, working directly in community to sort of being at this national level and positions that I occupy now. I help support the Carnegie Community Engagement Electives, and this is a recognition that colleges and universities do a self-study for to get recognition as a community engaged campus. It's like a badge of honor, and I get to like run that, and it's pretty cool because now I get to hold institutions accountable for what their community engagement work looks like. And so in that work and the ways in which we develop those applications and review those applications, we're thinking about these university community partnerships. We're asking these critical questions. We're thinking about whether they have community at the center. Reciprocity is built into the way that they're doing their engagement. Next slide. And that's what we're doing now with this one. It's been around for 17 years, and we'll continue to do with additional electives that we kind of roll out. And this is really now through a partnership between the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching and the American Council on Education. And there's a Puerto Rican at the head of it, and I think that's pretty damn cool. And so I'll close with, you know, the ways in which these spaces, especially nationally and internationally, looks at community engagement can be very warped. And I think when we have folks who are grounded in this, who come and understand the roots by which this work was seeded, right? For me, oftentimes the field of community engagement excludes the history of ethnic studies movements that brought root to community engagement in our higher ed institutions that had authenticity. And for me, it is about calling back that authenticity into these spaces, supporting folks on campus who are doing this, and really centering the voice of communities and telling institutions to back off when they're not doing well by the community. And so I continue to hope to do that in the work that I do and support the folks on campuses, both students, faculty, and community partners, as well as the community organizations themselves in continuing to do that work. And had it not been for those lessons of my sophomore year in college, I really don't think that I would have been here. So much gratitude to my heroes in the room, political prisoners who showed me the sacrifice that is made in order to preserve community, and to experience history in the making when we saw your release, when we were there, when the Navy left Vieques, and the continuous ways that we witness history in our community. So thank you.
Hi, my name is Antonia, and I also just want to say I'm very honored to be here with all of you and all the other esteemed panel members from yesterday and today. So I was invited to talk about my experience as part of a partnership between UIUC and Puerto Rican Cultural Center. So I'm going to start with my little story, which is, let's turn back the clock. Everybody think about 16 years ago, 2006, if you can. And I was working at an association house right on the other side of the park. And I was working in a community wellness program. And I was working with my sister in that same building, Lily, who was working in the ESL and citizenship program. So there we are doing our work. I was doing part-time and trying to figure out my life because I was in my early mid-20s, which means like that. And I remember I loved my work, and I thought, what can I do? You know, I want to have a career where I can, you know, really impact people and the community. So I brought this myself. I know these are in the bags. I brought this myself because it's integral to my story. I read La Voz, and there was an article about a new program that was recruiting diverse students to become librarians. And I read it, and it was about 2 days expired. You know, the deadline was like 2 2 days ago. And I just looked at it, I was like, this is perfect for me. I've worked in libraries since I was in high school. I've always wanted to learn and know how to become a librarian, but I felt that those doors, those professional doors, were always closed to me. And I remember just being devastated, just being like, I just missed it. And my sister was like, those deadlines, they don't mean anything, call them. Call them. So that's one big life lesson that I learned is you gotta put a deadline on something, but there's usually a wiggle room. So I was lucky that I had her and this program because I called and I was able to take part in it. I was part of the Community Informatics Fellowship, and I was part of it in 2006, the first year that it was put together. It didn't feel like it didn't feel wobbly in any way. And I was able to graduate and get my my librarianship degree about a year and a month later. It was really fast. And I work at the Chicago Public Library. I'm a branch manager. Now, I want to talk about why this is important. The notion, again, we're still in 2006, okay, you guys? So the notion of doing an online program was insane back then. So we did an online program, but it was part online and it was part place-based here, and we took courses at the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. Now, that was amazing because that allowed students like me, who are not a traditional student who just, moves to Champaign-Urbana to study to get a graduate degree, right? That wasn't my path. That wasn't something that I saw myself doing. It allowed students like me access to be able to get a graduate degree from UIUC. I wouldn't have been able to do it without this program. I wouldn't even have known how to start. So I did feel like it was tailored for me, and what made it so extraordinary was that it was rooted in the community, and I just want to echo what everybody else has been saying today. It was rooted in the community. The community was the curriculum. Community is the curriculum. I learned a lot about inquiry, how to be a community-based librarian, and it allowed me to maintain and develop my ties to the community while studying to be a librarian. I still continue to work at Association House, and I was able to do projects in library school that were connected to the work that I was already doing in the community. Another reason why it was so extraordinary is that it was more than just lip service. There's a lot of institutions, but especially public libraries, that keep talking about they're wringing their hands, how do we recruit a more diverse workforce? How do we do it? And they write papers and they have conferences, and it's been decades and nothing has been done, except this was a real thing that was done, and we are a product of that. So it went beyond that lip service. What impact? Well, for me personally, 2 minutes. Yeah. For me personally, it was a real lifeline. Again, I had always wanted to be a librarian. I didn't have that path. But more than just a lifeline for me personally, I think what's really important is that I'm working in a library where I have a leadership role, and I'm able to make important decisions that affect the collections in the library, the programs in the library, the kind of outreach that we do. And I'm able to be that person that when you walk into the library, I can bring all my experiences to make sure that everybody is served, especially Latinx people, but everybody is served. And everybody is welcomed. And that's not always been true, and it's not true at every public library, but it's something that I feel this partnership has made possible.
Hello everyone, my name is Daylily Alvarez. I'm also a branch manager. I'm at the Rudy Lozano branch in Pilsen. And I give my thanks to Jose, of course, because he lit that flame for me to be there. He turned me on to it. Thank you every day, think about you, Jose, every day, and I'm very grateful. So, it's like same like Dahlia, I didn't know what I was going to do, and it was like, I think a few days before graduation, and I was like, I need you to meet someone, so brought me over to PRCC, and I met Dr. Ann Bishop, who was running the community informatics program at the time.
She's not here, but she was the best.
Yes. And I immediately fell in love. Like I said, I would show up to protests, I was really, really into my activism, and he kind of helped me see that librarianship could be a way of continuing that work, and essentially going in and infiltrating an institution that wouldn't otherwise welcome people like me, and changing things and shaking things up for change to happen. And Dahlia and I have worked really hard to get to where we are, but of course it couldn't have happened without the inspiration of our communities, of our lived experiences, and without the experience that we had uniquely here on Paseo. I had a research assistantship where I was cataloging all of the scholarly works that came from Humboldt. There's those crates and crates of experiences, of knowledge, of power that I was cataloging and reading, and I'm like, wow, this community creates such great minds, and it's because of the leadership that you have, because of the passion that you have for your communities, and really just because, also at the same time, while it's somewhat informally institutionalized, there's still always that pushback that for the community refuses, that refuses to be institutionalized itself, and that's very powerful. And that experience, that work, I brought into librarianship, where Dahlia and I co-chair committees that are responsible for creating citywide programs for the library during specific heritage months. And for the longest time, those committees were all full of non-Black, Indigenous, brown people of color. It's all white folks. So of course, all of the programs during Latinx Heritage Month were like mariachis and flamenco. And so going into that experience there, I had to recall my experience here and continue to kind of be that insurgent presence, to refuse to keep the status quo. And so I started, making programs that was more representative of all of our communities, that was intersectional, and that, again, that work that refuses to be institutionalized.
Yes.
And this is so important because in libraries, the collections will hardly look like us unless we are the ones that build them, unless we are the ones that get rid of harmful content. And so a lot of this experience here has really taught me to be that insurgent force within my institution that will constantly push back. I will constantly speak up. I will constantly be loud. We had a new commissioner last year, or 2 years ago, and I immediately wrote him a long email saying that I personally would like to see more people of color as managers, as heads of departments, and we'll hold him accountable because he sent us a nice DEI letter. And I told him, I'm going to keep you accountable to that letter. So, a lot of this work is we're in institutions, but at the same time, no one's gonna know our lived experiences except for us. And it's irreplaceable, it's invaluable, it cannot be published, it cannot be patented. And so I think that's really important to bring when we come into these places and we look out for our own communities because no one else will. And so I read this tweet the other day, and it's something that I remind myself of every day when I walk into doors. And we're talking about being stuck in time. I'm stuck on over 500 years ago because I have to be, and I will continue to be, because the building that I walk into now, it is named after someone who was killed for pushing back and for fighting for better labor rights. And I hold myself personally accountable for holding up his legacy and for holding up the legacy of my colleagues such as Dali and how we want to be remembered when we leave this work. So I read this tweet by this Twitter handle called Campo Jesse, and the tweet says, "I don't think it's possible to have a career nestled in a colonial institution and to not cause harm or reproduce injustice unless you work in such a way that the institution by necessity has to get rid of you like the replaceable worker that you are." And I will say this, I will keep pushing back, and I am disposable, but I am not replaceable. I just encourage all of you to encourage your young folks, especially young folks of color, to look to librarianship. It's an amazing career. There's a big movement right now of young students of color that are kind of taking over the profession and are bringing other people along, and a lot of great scholarly work that is coming out of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was very inspiring, and I just, the common theme for everyone was really kind of the personal, your own personal experiences and how those shape the work that you do, and also holding institutions accountable, which I think, especially in some of the comments that were made about university community partnerships and this idea of engaged scholarships, we need to, that ends up, we were talking earlier about how terms kind of get appropriated and then lose their meaning, and that has the potential to do that too, because a lot of people are talking about, oh, we need to do engagement, and it's this broad notion of engagement, and I agree that reciprocal relationships are important, but for me, I always think they need to be weighted towards community knowledge and needs, and then that's who really needs to drive this kind of work. And so seeing the projects that you're involved in, and we talked a little bit about Ann Bishop, now Ann Peterson Kemp earlier, and how integral she was in this early work and really inspires us. And I sent a note to her before this symposium and said, oh my gosh, we only did half of the work that you and Tip Bruce did, and it is a lot, right? So so she's definitely here in spirit, and through the work that you're doing is really important. So I want to open it up for questions now. Any questions from the audience? I think there's another mic, but where's that? The second mic. I need a second mic. Thank you. Any questions? Comments? I saw you taking notes, so.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. Okay, if there's other people.
Yeah.
Any questions?
Oh, I must
Okay, I can't.
So I feel like the first three presenters spoke a lot about academia going into the communities, and the second one did a little bit more of like the communities going into institutions. And I'm in academia, and I feel like I wonder what can communities do to put pressure on academia so that so that we don't have to bring academia into the community because the community is already in there. Like simple idea, like how can we, as the Puerto Rican community in Humboldt Park, advocate and pressure UIC to give full rights to our students? Because I personally think academia is a pyramid scheme that like you come in and then you are in debt and you are paying back for the rest of your life to a bank, and education that you did to get money. So like how do we make these spaces sustainable for the community and not just like try to come in and make a career on the community?
You need to turn it on. I mean, so higher ed funding is a little bit of a complex issue, but what I will say is that, you know, I do think that communities who understand their own power know how to press the levers for these institutions, right? And I've been in a lot of different places and seen ways that communities engage with institutions, right? I think here this community has been the most powerful in understanding itself and what it brings to the table. And so the ability to access the UIC chancellor or the president or Northeastern or even elected officials to have these conversations is there because the community understands its power and knows how to leverage it. Other communities don't. Sometimes other communities are just thankful that the university is coming, and that issue is problematic. Well, what I will say, particularly around public education, is that over the past 20 plus years, maybe, well, whenever Reagan started, There has been continuous disinvestment of state government on higher education, and so that has also contributed to the rising costs of higher education for students. So I think part of it is, yes, there's a part of higher ed that is, a neo-colonial structure and capitalist structure that has to be deconstructed, but there's another part of the historic disinvestment that we're seeing happening in higher ed institutions that has to also be a place where maybe community and institutions or, folks within the institution come together to pressure state government around that to decrease the cost of higher ed. But I think it is about leveraging those resources collectively to put pressure on these institutions, and also tapping into students, because students have a lot more power at the institutions than they often understand or they're getting credit for. And so with that, I think we can work towards building those spaces where communities can make demands upon institutions and see those results.
I can add to that. So a lot of the relationships that I had with community are more on the individual level, right? So it's more like I am a faculty that is interested in doing community work, and I also work in an institution. So basically, you have people who are connectors, right? And I know people in the community here that are very good at finding people in the university that are doing that work, right? So in a way, it's about people who are very interested in community work, working with the community. In a way that is more about being a community engaged scholar that understands activism. And the previous panel was talking about that, the importance of having a training of working on the community's goals. So I think the more that we have community engaged scholars, which is people that understand the importance of working with communities and that are able to get into administration positions, myself as well, right? So it's people who can shape how the system, for example, of getting tenure, right, is rewarded. Many times the community engaged scholar work is not rewarded because you have one publications and it has to be technical factors and you have to have these grants and so on. So that system has to change in order to create more rewards for faculty to obtain tenure based on community engagement. So I think that until we do that, right, and that is more systemic, it's going to be very hard. But it starts first with again, training people that understand the value, that get into the new positions, that get into administration, and then can make more systemic change.
Just very quickly, I think the ideological structure or ideological backbone of universities is in crisis. So as it encounters crisis, and we might call it crisis in what counts as knowledge, or crisis in what counts as student body, or what counts as the purpose of a university, all of those things are being questioned. So it just seems to me that with that stage of crisis, there's kind of an opening for something else to appear. So how it is that we maneuver that opening may be part of the key. So, I can probably give you lots and lots of stories on the inside about how different groups that I've been associated with have been trying to maneuver through those openings.
And I think also by proxies, libraries and other museums and cultural institutions are also in crisis because of this shift in ideology. So I think holding them accountable, showing up for the public library, showing up to the board meetings and making comment during the public comment section is important. Giving feedback to your alderman about your library branches if your library branch isn't welcoming or doesn't have enough representation in your collections, in your neighborhood, you can always go to your alderman and complain. You can also write to the board and complain or show up to those meetings and comment during the public comment section. But yeah, it's it's kind of an opportunity for a lot of this work that would otherwise be lip service to actually happen because, you know, nowadays, you know, with the social media and everything is transparent whether you want it to be or not. You know, so I think that for these institutions to actually want to change, they actually have to produce work and let people in that they've been trying to keep out for the longest. So I think just like being very vocal and you know, mobilizing resources and getting in touch with places that you would think would be out of touch, you know, with the community is super important.
You know, one of the hardest things for me around the community engagement question is the manner in which neoliberalism really co-opted the notion of community engagement. I mean, that became kind of the buzzword. And in fact, it was more about, you know, how could it benefit the institution and how could it benefit often elite students who actually wanted to be able to put it on their resume that they had worked in a community or that kind of thing, were there and then, you know, would be. So one of the interesting things to me, it always makes me think about the contradictions that we're constantly having to navigate. I mean, it's impossible, right, to do the work without navigating those. And how much self-vigilance, you know, that we have to have somehow, even in our consciousness, to be able to navigate those institutions. There's got to be a self-vigilance at work, because otherwise the institution is a structure and it will swallow, it's made to swallow people up. So I think one of the things that you remind me of is just how important that element is. And around, I mean, one of my former students, Courtney Hernandez, has a book out, Service Learning for Whom? And when she went through and did a critical analysis, historical analysis, I mean, she essentially, you know, was so frustrated because she was working in Latino and African communities, and these students would come in. It was just a mess, you know, and how it was being utilized, which I'm sure all this stuff you know, but it makes me think over and over again, how can we, you know, what do we need to be self-vigilant? So then it also makes me think, you know, the networks that you need to have, and that any of us within these institutions need to have in order to keep us accountable, which is something that Jonathan always, you know, has brought up a number of times today, this sense of accountability. So that was one thing. And then at some point, Ralph, I'm really interested if I mean, I think it's fantastic that the question of science and having scientists who actually, you know, begin to see that they have a role to play. But there's a lot of movement going on in science in terms of moving away from Newtonian, you know, this scientific element that's tied to positivism and moving us towards a more quantum understanding, which actually allows for the ecological elements to come into play, right? So I think, when I hear you talking about that project, I mean, it's like really exciting for me. And I think it's fantastic that this organization is maybe one of the first organizations of its kind to be able to welcome that conversation, and as a consequence, actually transform the conversation going on within the sciences themselves in really material ways.
We have time for one last question, and I already have that person.
Can I respond to that very quickly?
Oh, yes.
Yesterday, you would be interested in this, Antonia. I was in a conversation with a scientist, chemist, very well known in his field. And the conversation was about the concept, because we're developing this climate change studies curriculum. And the conversation was about knowledge. And I said, well, you know, how we conceive of nature, that's part of the problem. And I said, you know, if you go to Amazonian peoples, everything in nature is a person. The jaguar is a person. The river is a person. And when you start looking at that out from that perspective, then you cannot justify exploitation. You can justify making use of something, but you have to have a ritual in order to even get through that justification. And he said, yes, I get it. And then we started talking more and more and more. And so we started thinking about, okay, so this course that we're going to teach together, we have to then address what is knowledge. And we have to take up these perspectives. How did science come into being? How did objectivity as a conceptualization come into existence? How did this other way of being and of knowing, how does that function in relationship to that other? So this is part of what I mean by there's something cracking apart ideologically. And how do you step into these small little cracks?
You might be interested in this. So one of the things that we're doing with the elective, because they're all dedicated to public purposes, one of the next ones we're going to roll out is around sustainability. So we'll be bringing folks together to think about what that looks like and how higher ed institutions apply for these electives with these sustainability indicators in mind. So I think that's more
Okay. Hi, so I'm Amalia. I'm a faculty member at UIC, but I'm also the Chief Diversity Officer. So diversity
And officer too is the best part of that.
It's better than CEO or CFO. But I do want to say that a year ago, I assumed that this additional position was kind of thrown at me. And so then the community came to my portfolio too. And it was really, it's daunting, it's exciting, but it's a huge responsibility. And I just want to talk about some of the tensions that exist, right? The tensions are between, the very real fact that public universities are, have less funding. So in a reality in higher ed, when corporate models are going to be, are assumed more and more. Right now there are CEOs in some universities, right? And so when you have leadership come in and say, okay, we got to cut expenses and we got to do something, right? Community is one of the things that can get cut, right? You also have people saying, again, that separation, that is a false separation. How could we be spending tuition dollars on community? As if our students aren't part of our communities, as if our communities aren't our students, right? And so I think there is that struggle to get people to think collectively and to think more structurally and more long-term. I mean, what are we doing? We're not doing, as Antonia was adjusting, like a PR thing here, right? We're really wanting to transform communities. That's part of our mission as a university, especially our adjoining communities, but not everyone shares those values. And finally, yes, faculty can go off and do community engaged research, great. But is there any kind of infrastructure to support that? Is it really seriously considered in promotion and tenure? Like, these are all things, I mean, structurally, there aren't great incentives, and people do incredible work to try to be engaged. And finally, the responsibility is the long term, right? You have changes in leadership. And so, if we say to a community, hey, we're gonna be involved in this, and then a few years later somebody else comes and says, we're cutting all this, to me that's really harmful. Yeah. And so that's why I'm saying, like, these tensions are there, Marisol, and it's hard to really navigate them, but they're very real. And I just think it's something to think about as we think about how to transform that relationship, and how universities need to change in order to be real.
Hello? Okay. So thanks for raising that, because I do think that this is a moment of a great deal of tension, especially as we see these corporate models kind of seep in more and more towards higher education. What I'm excited about, I think, I'm always an optimist, but what I'm excited about is there's so much turnover with presidents right now that we actually have the ability to influence. As we're, how do we take all these engaged scholars and move them into spaces where they are ready to assume presidencies and change that leadership, right? How do we leverage, for me, moving to ACE, which is, we've got over 1,700 members, different colleges and universities across the country. We are the main lobbying institution for higher education in the United States. Like, this program is there now. How do we leverage that? They have a program, the AC Fellows, that trains presidents and provosts. How do we put people in places there? How do I infiltrate the curriculum for that program to bring engagement to be part of that, right? So these are all things that I think that we can do collectively with community in mind to begin to support. But we do have those instances, right, where you have a president who is very much involved and cares about dedicating resources to community daily, that goes. So how can this be a carrot and a stick for that kind of work? But unless we're preparing people, passing the baton, whether it be here locally in communities or at the institutions, we're going to lose any gains that we've made. So I really think that we need to think, that kind of 7 generations ahead. How are we making sure that we have folks who are ready to assume these leadership positions? How do we have folks who understand the importance of this and the commitment that an institution is making to community? And on the opposite end, how do we make sure that the community understands its power to hold that institution accountable? It has to operate from both places. And when I was at higher ed institutions, I didn't see myself separate from the community. I didn't see faculty like Marisa or Jackie or Maura or any one of our Puerto Rican faculty as separate from the community. They were just using the institution as a space to extend that work, right? It became a space to mobilize. It became a space to hold accountable for gentrification of our community in Lincoln Park. And so I think that unless we have that knowledge transference happening with folks and that leadership development, we can't ensure that our institutions are doing right and push against those neoliberal forces. And Antonia, thank you for raising that, because there's problematics in the field of community engagement, but we have a lot of scholars, particularly scholars of color, who are raising things like service learning as a pedagogy of whiteness. Thinking about scholar activism as part of the engagement field. And my hope is that in the work that I'm doing and with others, we are creating more space for that to be the dominant voice and not the multicultural education that service learning turned into be.
Well, thank you so much to this panel. There's a lot for us to think about as we move forward, as always, which is how we kind of want to leave a conference, right? With lots more questions. And we actually have one last section, but before we do that, I want to acknowledge, earlier Marvin Garcia was part of a panel, but earlier this morning we recognized other principals that were here. So Dr. Melissa Claudio Lewis was here, who's the current principal of Dr. Pedro Campos, and Lourdes Lugo Lopez had to go home to New Orleans. So she was here with us for maybe a day, right? We acknowledged them and provided them some gifts, and Marvin Garcia is here, and he was the principal of Dr. Pedro Campos for many, many years, and so we provided his gift, but I just want to acknowledge that he is still here with us, and we're very excited, right? And still very involved with the school. So I'm going to introduce the facilitator for our last section, which is, you guys, I'm sorry, I'll let you get down. You don't have to stay up here. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for this amazing panel, right? And all the questions. Yes, need some help. It's a workout. So where's Maura? Oh, there it is. So I'm going to introduce Maura. Maura Toromon. Dr. Maura Toromon is going to be the facilitator for this last section of today. And she's a professor in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology and director of the Latin American and Latino Studies program at Illinois State University. She teaches courses in the sociology department that overlap with Latin American and Latino studies, and is a core faculty member for the Women and Gender Studies program, where she teaches both undergraduate and graduate classes. She studies migrations in a global perspective and is co-editor of Immigrant Women Workers in the Neoliberal Age. And we're so excited to have Maura with us today. Round of applause.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, what a wonderful day we've had here today. I think it needs to be, Laura and Jonathan have been very generous recognizing the history, the legacy, but we need to actually put our hands together yet again for the amazing work that they have done for this conference. And don't move away, the best is yet to come. With all due respect to all of the amazing panelists that have been here all day long, the best is yet to come. And so I want to stop for a moment and I want to ask you, I know we've sort of been filled with all of this amazing knowledge and this transformative knowledge, but I want us to take stock of exactly, and I don't know whether Laura and Jonathan, whether this was by design that you did this, but I want you to take a look at where we're standing and where the conference has been held, which is a bridge. There is an incredible amount of poetry in the fact that we're standing in a bridge, and the bridge is actually sort of connected to our North Star, right? And it's a bridge that connects the past and the present, el de aquí, el de allá, nosotros, ellos. And so I find an incredible amount of poetry. I used to be a poet, but I can't do that anymore. Arrocho is here, so maybe he could do something with that. But I find an incredible amount of poetry, an incredible amount of metaphor in the fact that this is really what community activism and community learning is about, is building these bridges. And these bridges are sustained through these amazing interactions that we have had here. And some of us are going to take these interactions down 55, which I've labeled now Sofrito Highway, because that's how I come to get my sofrito, and or to other places to have these kinds of interactions, to have these kinds of challenges. And so I have to be honest with you, the speakers that are here to my right, I thought that they were going to be to my left, but they are to my right, really don't need an introduction, right? They don't need an introduction. They are organic intellectuals, part of an intergenerational, cross-generational intellectual work that is a foundation of community as an intellectual space. And I want to point out to you three things. They together embody the conversations that are needed to carry us forward. They themselves embody this bridge that we're actually standing on now. They embody the transnational exchanges that allow us to imagine other worlds. And they also embody, and I use the word embody purposely because it is really sort of a feminist-bound concept that places our bodies in these conversations, in the complexity that our bodies speak to these issues. And of course, it is they embody the transformational challenging of borders, right? Because just as we're trying to dismantle some of these borders, there are other borders that are raising up. And I want to end with a story that happened this morning, and that is, this morning Jose took a group of us to the third floor of the school to show us the murals that are actually sort of peppered in the walls of the school. And I have to tell you that this is really, that perhaps someday, perhaps not long into the future, their faces and their images will also be part of those murals, right? Because they are part of that legacy of intellectual activism in the community that is foundational to this really amazing and transgressive project. I know I have a lot of things to say. I've been taking copious notes, but I'm just gonna let Jesse and Jose take the stage, because this has been an amazing day for me, and I know for all of you. And so just sit still, the best is yet to come.
All right. I'm going to have a conversation about how we have set the foundation for what the next 50 years are going to be. And then I'm going to let the visionary tell you what the next 50 years are going to be. And then we're going to make sure we do that work, right? So first, outside of being the Director of Policy and Youth Advocacy for the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, I am also the co-chair of the Puerto Rican Agenda and have been for the last 7 years. And the first thing I want to offer up is for us to leave here with Puerto Rico on our hearts and minds. Hurricane Fiona, in many ways, has devastated Puerto Rico to a degree that we did not feel during Hurricane Maria. 100% of the power taken by a Category 1 hurricane is criminal. And the Puerto Rican agenda will ensure that we hold Luma accountable, that we demand for transparency, and demand for that contract to be terminated. And in the immediate, we are raising funds through our 3 R's campaign, Rescue, Relief, and Rebuild. It's the same campaign that raised over $600,000 that we were able to disperse in micro grants to over 50 municipalities. And so I ask everyone to either visit our website and donate online, or Clarissa is holding a box if you have cash in your pocket or a checkbook in your purse that you donate to the Puerto Rican agenda so that we can begin with the people in the municipalities and on the ground to rebuild the infrastructure that the people of Puerto Rico so deserve. So, what have we done in the last, we're almost going on 30 years, right, Jose? The founding of the Puerto Rican agenda, we're at year? It should be more. More, all right. So, in the last 30 years, the Puerto Rican agenda strives to seek the self-determination of Puerto Ricans on the island and in the diaspora through policy. And in the last 7 years under my leadership, we have done several things. Last year, or at the top of this year, we passed SB 1833, the state-designated cultural district bill that would ensure this community never goes away. It would ensure a commercial, It would ensure that the district of Paseo Boricua becomes a commercial corridor that is invested by the state, city, and the county. What does that look like? We have several sectors of work: education, housing, health, economic development, and as the arc of all of our work, arts and culture. We are going to ensure that the state designates funding so that we can build affordable housing for families in this community, so that redlining stops taking them out of their roots and displacing them into communities that they do not recognize as home. We are going to ensure that our health institutions, and we just had Norwegian American Hospital renamed to Humboldt Park Health, that our health institutions not only serve our communities within a medical framework, but begins to really think about themselves within an ecosystem. How do we serve our communities through prevention and intervention, and understand that the bodies that we live in are impacted by broader systems like colonialism, and we could just not intervene with medical models. Rather, we need to create frameworks that keep us healthy, both physically and mentally. And we will do that work. When we're talking about education, we're talking about how do we ensure that institutions like Roberto Clemente Community Academy can continue to serve families in this community, become a school of choice, and not be taken from its roots in the presence of gentrification. Why do I say that? We are sitting in an institution in which Wicker Park sits this way and Humboldt Park sits that way. And there are many families who would love to have Roberto Clemente be a school for their children and not all of our children. And so there is a struggle that we must continue to fight to ensure that a school like Roberto Clemente can put out culturally competent curriculum, can continue to hire teachers that look like the students that attend here, that live in the community, and we'll talk about the Teachers Village in a little bit. But more importantly, create an institution in which young people do not feel criminalized or dehumanized by the very physical nature of a building that they walk in. And we all know what that's like, right? Walking into Chicago public schools and often feeling policed. In this community, we actually remove police from our school. And there are no longer SROs at Roberto Clemente, because Roberto Clemente should be a school in which young people feel safe to learn, not to feel policed. We also got these beautiful steel flags, and everyone who was here yesterday know they're freshly painted, right? Designated as historical landmarks so that the city has to assume responsibility for their maintenance, but also we can ensure that they never go away. Those steel flags resemble a welcoming mark to our community. Often, there are conversations as to whether those flags represent a stop sign for individuals, like you can only come in if you're Boricua, right? No, those flags send a very clear message that there's a community here to be reckoned with. And when you come in, you are being faced with a community that believes in its sustainability, that believes in its growth, and will continue to struggle for its liberation. And those flags are a reminder of the work that we must do every day. So what will Puerto Rico Town do? A designation by the state, bill signed by the governor. It will ensure that from Western Division all the way to Pulaski Road, which is a 2-mile stretch, will be a space in which we can celebrate our Puerto Ricanness, in which we can learn our history, in which we can be unapologetically Boricua in every facet of the word. We have an arts building that is going up, and some of you guys can see it on the TV screen, but if you walk down Paseo Boricua in the last 24 hours, you're seeing how beautiful it's coming along. An affordable housing project for artists, so that they can continue to live in this community and not be priced out. And in the commercial space, the only Latino-owned and Latino production theater company in the city, Urban Theater Company, will be placed there. We're gonna have our own Boricua Steppenwolf on Division Street. And all of those things are important, right? As we're thinking about community building, and I'm going to coin some of the things that Dr. Eves was talking about, community ownership. Affordable housing is extremely important. Affordable home ownership is extremely important. But none of that matters if we're not talking about community ownership of a space that truly affirms who we are. And so when you walk down Paseo, it already feels like this beautiful place, right? You walk and you see murals on the walls, now on the ground, which is amazing, right? And you can walk past and walk into institutions that truly embody everything that the Puerto Rican Cultural Center and the Puerto Rican Agenda and the political prisoners and every ally who has been a part of the work has envisioned in the last 50 years. Well, the next 50 years, we have to double down. Because it hasn't gotten easier. There are still practices of colonialism that we must combat, and we see that as we are thinking about Puerto Rico, post-Hurricane Maria and Fiona. We see that as gentrification has run rampant in our community. 50 years ago, we couldn't have imagined the multi-million-dollar developments that look like PlayStation consoles all up and down our streets. But they're here, displacing people every day. I spoke to a family yesterday that has lived here for 50 years and their taxes has gone up $5,000 in the last 2 years. A retired family. They don't deserve to be displaced. And so it's been a pleasure working for the Puerto Rican Agenda and going to Springfield and going to City Council and often going to Washington, D.C. to fight for the self-determination of Puerto Ricans, not just on Paseo Boricua. Paseo Boricua is the place that we can come to remind ourselves of why we do the work. But for self-determination for Puerto Ricans everywhere. And Paseo is only going to be a representation of what that journey looks like. Thank you.
before I say something, let me just remind you that we have Irma's book on sale. You can purchase it, you can order it, but I think there are two things that I want to highlight. One is Irma's book, and the other one is that every year a group in Puerto Rico puts together a celebration for the children of Vieques, a Three Kings Day celebration. And they choose artists to represent the Three Kings. And so, Clarissa has one of those. She's obviously showcasing it. And that will go directly to support this effort to provide toys and gifts for the children of the island of Vieques. And that painting was done by my brother Oscar, and he's here to sign them as well, so you can get both the painting, that plate and collection plate, as well as his signature. I say this because I think it's really important for you to think about Irma as a Mexican working class woman who had no major formal education, was welcomed by one of the founders of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center, Reverend Jose Torres, in a church that he had on Ashland and near Washington. And that church in the beginning was a center of what Juan this morning talked about earlier, Casa Central. Casa Central was an institution developed by the Presbyterian Church to service the Latinos and primarily the Puerto Ricans. And Reverend Jose Torres was the director, was brought here to become the director of Casa Central. I'm going to say something that I know is going to be controversial, but please listen. We're welcoming a group of undocumented immigrants here to Chicago and across the country. But I want you to know that that is very selective. They're only allowing people from Cuba, from Venezuela, and from Nicaragua here. There is something wrong with that picture. What happened with the Mexicans? What happened with the Hondureños and the Salvadorians? Have any of you analyzed what's happening here? And this is a total Cold War propaganda to think about the tyranny, in quotes, of Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba as the place that really needs support, and these will become refugees, and they could become citizens. And I'm sorry to say that Casa Central at one point was taken over by a group of Cuban refugees here and transformed its mission and vision. And I know it's going to be controversial, and people are going to attack me, but I'm saying it right here because it happened. And so we got to be very careful the way we approach all of these processes. I don't mind supporting people who come here who are desperate and desperate families, but I question the way this has been framed. And so I say this because Juan pointed out that one of the institutions that became very wealthier was Casa Central. And they sold a great deal of their wealth. They privatized their senior programs. And one of the worst places that was impacted by COVID was that place right there on California. Puerto Ricans, a lot of elderly Puerto Ricans died there because it was privatized. And so I want you to understand this, because I want you to understand that while Latino numbers are important, we've got to be careful with the language of the dreamers and the exceptionalism of U.S. propaganda. I hope you understand what I'm saying. So, with that said, let me really try to frame a little bit what I was going to say. But I wanted to say how Irma came to us, was that Irma became a member of the church, and over the years, the church opened its doors to her as a Mexican immigrant. And that church obviously was one of the foundations of the Puerto Rican Cultural Center. And at the end, Irma became an integral part of all of our work. So I wanted to at least outline what Irma means to us in these 50 years that we're celebrating. I want to say that for me, when obviously Jonathan and Laura brought this idea of doing the symposium, I wanted to be able to make sure that the speakers and the participants were people who have been really part of our work. I think you got a wonderful testimony of the people that spoke to you today, and the depth of their presentations. Because these were people that in one way or another have been deeply impacted by the work that we have done. When we were talking about where to do it, obviously we had to do it here. And we're sitting, as Maura so well put it, on this bridge. And we can look this way and we see these amazing Puerto Rican flags that now are part of the historical legacy of Chicago, making that flag the first Puerto Rican anything that has been recognized officially by any governmental institution in the United States. Thank you. But as we look at those flags, I told people, and I tell people all the time, that they represent the Puerto Rican presence and persistence in the city. They're made out of steel because one of the first Puerto Rican migrations to Chicago came to work at the steel mills. As a matter of fact, there's something that most people don't know, that some of the first Puerto Rican migrants to Chicago came because they escaped as farm workers from the Northeast, and that includes Marvin's father, who came from Buffalo, who used to plant tomatoes. There's a history untold of that Puerto Rican migration that makes its way, weave its ways through the steel centers of the U.S. Bethlehem, obviously Cleveland, Lorain, Ohio, all the way to Chicago. And in Chicago, they settled in the oldest Latino community on 87th and Commercial, where Our Lady of Guadalupe is located. The oldest Latino institution in Chicago is Our Lady of Guadalupe, founded by Mexicans who came here in the early part of the 20th century. And Puerto Ricans were welcome there. And they worked in those steel mills. So that flag recalls those workers and reminds Chicago that we actually built this city. They are pipelines that are welded together because another wave of Puerto Rican migrants came to work in the pipelines. Our father worked in a pipeline factory in Chicago. And our brother and other members of our family worked at CNET and Motorola as welders. So they're welded together. So they recall the migrations of the steel workers, the welders, and the pipeline workers. So I want you to think about that. Think about its location here and why it's there. Because in 1993, we articulated a vision about what we were going to do here. And Nilda was around at that time. Right here in Clemente, we had a summit of about 1,000 people. And we articulated what we wanted to do here. And look at this. And we wanted to create a streetscape. And that streetscape came out of a struggle around the installation of the statue of Pedro Albizu Campos in that park. And it was denied. And some of those right-wing Cubans and right-wing Puerto Ricans led a struggle against erecting that flag because Pedro Albizu Campos was a terrorist. By the way, in none of the trials of Pedro Albizu Campos was a single piece of evidence presented that had anything to do with violence. That flag was used as evidence to actually charge Albizu Campos in 1950 as someone who had violated criminally the U.S. under la ley de la mordaza in Puerto Rico. So we carried on a campaign from 1991 to 1993 to celebrate the centennial of Albizu. We wanted to place his statue in the park. It was denied. We led a struggle, and out of that struggle, those flags were born. I tell people, Pedro Albizu Campos birthed those flags. Now, we articulated that from 91 to 93. In 93, we had this summit here. At the end, by 1995, 2 years later, those flags were up. And it came out of negotiations with Mayor Daley and obviously the power that represented in the city, and we were able to bring about those amazing flags and 50 light poles with Puerto Rican images, a $2.5 million investment from the city that Albizu Campos helped to bring about. And I want to situate that summit in terms of what we're doing now here this weekend and what we aim to do in the future. I hope, Matt, that we're still showing the, I don't like those slides, but I know they visualize something, and I want people to clearly look at what we are building in this community. But more importantly, I think it is important because I want to use a term that I think is important for us to think about, a term that I really love called radical curiosity. Now, most of you know that the word radical comes from the word root. We're going to talk a few minutes from now about that. But I want you to think about radical curiosity for a moment and envision you're going to see a series of photographs. That's our Franco Maldonado Paseo Boricua Arts Building. That is the wellness center of Humboldt Hospital. That is our archive building at the museum, the National Museum of Puerto Rican Arts and Culture. That is the building that is going on the corner of Division and California in an empty lot that will have 90 affordable housing units. Okay? And right here on this corner, we will have another building which we haven't really done some radical curiosity in terms of being able to create a rendition, but there will be a building of 8 floors. Right here, we're going to get the sky rights, hopefully, to this corner right here on Division and Western. And it will, all of this will be affordable housing. So I want you to think about this building as a building for artists in the community to live and work. I want you to think about affordable housing. I want you to think about a wellness center. And I want you to think about that archival center. And try to imagine and use, again, this idea of radical curiosity. Let's imagine looking down right from here, all the way down 2 miles from here, and you will be able to see something that will be amazing, and that is that every roof from here to Pulaski is a flat roof upon which we can construct, listen to this, construct greenhouses. 17% of the world's carbon footprint is caused, just 17% is caused by the transportation of food. Do you know that? Ships and railroads and trucks, right? Imagine a place where you will have a community that is obviously being able to meet a call for food justice and food equity at the same time that we can think about producing culturally relevant products, because now we have the temperature in those greenhouses to grow tropical products, my friends. And so when Ralph talked about this initiative with Argonne, we're looking at even a further initiative with Argonne that really captures their imagination in terms of how we address global warming and climate change in a way in which you will use the minimum space to undertake maximum production. That's the wave of the future for any form of food justice and food equity. As Marvin said earlier, on the 7th and 8th floor here, we will begin to experiment with doing urban agriculture right here, with the students being engaged, but more importantly, where you could have not only food that you can grow in a greenhouse, but you can grow without sun, because some of the rooms are going to be used, and we could grow mushrooms and all kinds of things, which, by the way, are micronutrients, which are extremely important. And then being able to grow vertically, not only horizontally. So let's visualize an urban agriculture that will encompass this entire area. That you can visualize housing that's connected to an urban agriculture enterprise that will be able to provide and go back to something that's very, very Puerto Rican and very much part of the Caribbean. In Puerto Rico, people sold on the streets all their goods. They were called pregoneros. We can revive the pregoneros industry right here on Division Street. And we could have almost everyone become an entrepreneur with producing their own goods. Imagine producing papayas and producing guava and producing all of those things to sell. Imagine that we will tie this obviously with health, because Puerto Ricans are impacted in an incredible way by diabetes. Right now, one of the problems that you're facing in Puerto Rico are how many people need insulin and need dialysis and need a lot of things because of diabetes. And imagine if we could create a food system that could address that and turn diabetics and diabetes in Puerto Rico from an epigenetic disease to doing away with it. And we can do it. Imagine this area having these beautiful buildings, obviously with all elements of Puerto Rican and Latin American architecture embedded in them, as well as being able to have those greenhouses to create an urban agriculture in which we create a curriculum for our schools. And I want you to think about this, because I know a lot of our good CTU members and other people that believe in progressive education propose a lot of things about progressive education. But I want us to think about a progressive education that's really rooted in redoing education, because we fundamentally must, as I think almost all of our speakers said earlier, rethink the very theory of knowledge and the foundations of Western knowledge. And what does that mean? It would mean that we can have an aligned curriculum in all of our schools that begin with preschool, and we're beginning already that in Centro Infantil, and as Marvin pointed out, we already began in some of our schools, where you could develop an aligned curriculum around urban agriculture, and that urban agriculture would develop the future scientists and the future agronomists who will produce our food, who will not be the future farmers, because they will be fully future scientists. And by the way, I'm going to give you just a second, and that is that I submit to most people that the greatest scientific breakthrough of human knowledge was the domestication of plants. And by the way, woman did it first. Everywhere in the world, women domesticated plants first. It was a Mayan woman in Guatemala who 5,000 years ago took a little plant that was really a little, I don't know, almost like a little piece of grass, right? And ultimately turned it into 100 different types of corn. That's how the domestication of corn begins. But you cannot farm unless you understand nutrients, and that's chemistry. Unless you understand photosynthesis, and that's also chemistry, biology, and physics. And unless you understand astronomy, because it's totally linked to your heavenly bodies. And woman invented all of those things before any man did. We have to rethink the way we look at what is known as prehistory, because there was no prehistory. What we call history is civilization, and civilization is the development and evolution of patriarchy. It's when men took the knowledge of women farmers and turned it to their own benefit, and created the marketplace, and thus created private property. And if you have any doubts about what I'm saying, there's a wonderful book called The Dawning of Everything. Read it. So, that said, what I want to say is that we already had scientists who were doing a lot of the farming and a lot of the ways that we should be doing things. One of the most sophisticated areas of agricultural production was the Chinampa system, developed in and around Tenochtitlan, in and around Teotihuacan. It was in the Anahuac Valley of Mexico where you developed basically your Chinampa system, which was a hydroponic agricultural system. Tenochtitlan produced food for over 2 million people in the lakes, the 5 lakes of that area where Mexico City is at. That was hydroponics. They knew how to plant plants on water. So I want you to think about this, because it's really that radical curiosity should take us back to rethink the very formulations of knowledge itself, and then posit the idea that we can create new canons of education, new canons of science, and all of those things, because we need to. And so, I want to propose to you that as Jesse outlined the 4 pillars of Puerto Rico town, the health, the education, the housing, the economic development, all of that is already envisioned in this. Listen to what this is going to be called: a cultural enterprise district, where culture determines everything. And I want to propose to you that Maslow's theory of need, the hierarchy of need, is wrong. And it's wrong because it says people must meet their basic needs before they can think about art and culture. Bullshit! The fact is that when we make a wonderful arroz con gandule, we're creating an aesthetically pleasing, art, work. When we see those bohíos that our ancient people created, there is an intricate sense of dimensions and aesthetics that is involved in that bohío. Every part, everything that we need is must be aesthetically pleasing. Do you know that? Yes. So art and culture are everywhere. As a matter of fact, I often tell people that one of the greatest architects of all time, Gaudi from Catalonia, once wrote, "Nothing has ever been invented." How many times are you told all these great men invented all these great things? So, nothing has ever been invented. All these wonderful scientists think they invent. Well, the fact is that what he says, nothing has ever been invented. Everything is written in nature. What are we doing today with biomedicine? What are we doing with the idea that human beings can actually create a system in which their immune system can take care of themselves? Imagine what the ancient people knew and how much we have lost in the process of civilization and that we lost in the process of modern colonialism. And so I want for us to think about Puerto Rico town as these four pillars totally engulf and frame around culture as an enterprise. So everything we do ultimately is for our own development, our own self-actualization. So I want for you to, Yarimar spoke this morning about the idea that we had some discussions reading Subcomandante Marcos. Subcomandante Marcos wrote a piece called The 7 Pieces of the Global Jigsaw Puzzle. And he ends it by saying that everything will come to a head when the packets of resistance confront the empire of the money bag. And what I want you to think is that we don't have to go very far, because in the history of Puerto Rico, in the history of the Caribbean, in the history of Latin America, we have had 500 years of building cultures of resistance. I want to submit to you that all of our identities, what makes you a Puerto Rican, what makes you a Mexican, what makes you a Colombian, what makes you an Argentinian, what makes you a Cuban, what makes you a Dominican, all you have to see, all you have to hear is the sounds and rhythms of the merengue in the Dominican Republic, the guaracha in Cuba, the sones of Mexico, the cumbia of Colombia, the samba of Brazil, the tango of Argentina, the bomba plena, and even salsa Puerto Rico. And you know what you get? The sounds and rhythms of Africa. But no longer exclusively African. It is in a tradition of resistance that goes back more than 500 years ago, and it started with a woman in the mountains between the Dominican Republic and Haiti, a woman named Anacaona, who is considered a Loa in voodoo, high priestess, and who's totally memorialized by Tite Curet in that wonderful song, Anacaona. And exactly, Anacaona, okay, was the first woman, an indigenous woman, who created a maroon society. After that, Enriquillo would follow, and it would be a long tradition all the way. So when people tell me about the Haitian Revolution and how they, C.L.R. James writes a book about the Haitian Revolution called The Black Jacobins, and I said, sorry, there were no real black Jacobins in Haiti. There were maroons in Haiti. Before there was a Toussaint Louverture in Haiti, there was a Macandal, who, by the way, was burned in Cap Haitien in the middle of the square, and the people of Haiti said they saw him flee to the mountains. And what was in the mountains? The maroon societies. Everywhere in Latin America, everywhere in the Caribbean, our history is fundamentally defined by the maroon societies. And maroon societies were not just of runaway slaves. They were made of, constituted by runaway slaves, runaway indigenous people, runaway Sephardic Jews, runaway Moros from Spain, runaway gays and lesbians who didn't fit in the system. That's who created the Maroon Society. All you have to do is look at a wonderful film called Quilombo, and you'll see. Or watch another film called Sankofa, and you'll see a little bit of what a Maroon Society is. And so I want you to think about what we're doing, think about what we're projecting, and I would venture to say that maybe in my next life, if I come back, I would be able to live 50 years from now and envision all those things that I'm talking about, because people like Jesse and a whole host of young people here, Juan Calderon, and there's a whole bunch of them. These young people really are driven by radical curiosity. They can understand a past and build a future that is not defined just by the ideas of what we consider progressive politics, a future defined by making the politics in the process of struggle. That's how Maroon societies did it. They were not driven by ideologies long time developed. They were created because, as the great Spanish poet Juan Machado wrote, caminante, caminante. So el camino se hace caminando, ¿verdad? Al andar. So think about that, but think about this idea. Think about what Mike Davis describes in his book as magical urbanism. Right now, as we look at those flags, as you go through Paseo Boricua, as you eat the food and enjoy this area, and as we hold a conference community as intellectual space, we're envisioning what really is magical urbanism. But we could envision it much greater. And even more importantly, that we hope, just like those Maroon societies, that we can actually articulate the future of a self-determined, self-actualized, self-sufficient Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican community, and hopefully perhaps set the course for other people to look at this as a model to be studied, to be analyzed, not to be replicated, but hopefully this could do what Ana Kaona did 500 years ago and set this path that obviously already, I think, Subcomandante Marcos outlined in that essay, the communities of the pockets of resistance confront the empire of the money bag. So I want you to leave today with the idea that we are going to continue to count on all of you. We are going to be growing our work. I don't want to idealize. I don't want to create a situation that we would say this is totally idyllic. No, there are a lot of challenges. We have a lot of struggles. We, in our work, I just want you to know that a lot of our employees, a lot of the people we serve are really part of a horrible process, as Jesse outlined this morning, of historical and generational trauma. And only creating community that is deeply rooted and deeply responsible can we address the historical and generational trauma of our youth. So I want to thank all of you for joining us for this weekend, and I hope, well, I know for me at least, I want to say that Jonathan and Laura, your mission was accomplished.
One last set of thank yous to everybody for coming out to participate in this event. Thank you to the entire Puerto Rican Cultural Center staff for all of your work in making this event happen as well. We're so grateful. There are so many details that were managed to make this possible, so thank you for all of the support. And we hope that this work inspires lots of future collaborations and ongoing collaborations, so it continues. So thank you all for coming.